Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Multiple Artificial Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The first thing he was acutely aware of was the smell. The metallic scent was so strong that he fought to hold in his GG reflex. He was disoriented, unaware of what had just occurred only a few minutes prior. And when he did remember, the memories flooded him with such agony that his legs almost gave out from under him. When he remembered exactly what he had just done, he suddenly found it so much harder to breathe. He forgot how to breathe. He felt the selfishness crawl up his spine that he was even able to draw in a few short gasps of polluted air when everyone else's right to breathe was stripped away from them before they could even blink. He should be dead. He's the one that deserved it, he's the one that deserved the pain. That's what his tormentors told him at least, and he believed it with all his heart. He should have been the one on the ground, unmoving. But here he was, very much alive in a field of bodies. He wondered how long he stayed there. How long his hands shook, how long it took him to comprehend that this wasn't a dream and never will be. Whether it was seconds, minutes, or hours, he didn't know. Nor could he bring himself to care. He let a single tear escape his eye as he drew in a breath that turned into a broken chuckle. He should have known this would have happened. Why hadn't he known? Maybe he was just never meant to be happy. Maybe he could be. Izuku stood up straighter and willed his hands to stop shaking. He had no idea how far back he was able to go or the drawbacks, but he needed to try. If he couldn't do that, then he might as well just give up. He screwed up once, he'd be dead if he did it again. Everything flashed white and he let his eyes close. He felt himself fall, but he never hit the ground. When he woke up, he found himself in the arms of another. The soft, gentle fingers caressing his head and the gentle rubs on his back made him fight to stay awake, and eventually he was being pulled back into darkness. The exhaustion far too deep to ignore. When Izuku woke up again, things were a lot clearer. He knew where he would be, but he still couldn't help the feeling of surprise wash over him as he found himself at his childhood home, before he moved into the dorms. Izuku realized that he was once again in the arms of the another, only he wasn't being carried this time and was on what seemed to be the couch. When he looked up, he came across another pair of green eyes. He couldn't help the tears spring into his eyes and spill down his cheeks because this was his mother he was looking at. She looked so much younger and healthier than before, and the worry lines his mother possessed from the other timeline weren't there anymore. Izuku promised himself to make her worry as little as possible in this life. He let his small arms wrap around his mother's frame as tight as they could. He didn't know how old he was, but he was definitely young enough to where it was hard to form full sentences. A few weeks later, he was sitting at a table with a small cupcake in front of him. There was a small candle that was shaped like the number 2 sitting on top of it. His mother and the Bakugo family were the only people there. The only people he needed. He blew on the candle. Kacchan. He was having a play date with Katsuki when he had let it slip. His mother and Mitsuki were laughing while taking a video of the whole thing. He was quite embarrassed with all of the extra attention, and he felt his face heat up, which only seemed to make the two adults giggle even more. Even though they were only a few months apart, Katsuki was already stronger than him and had the exceptional ability to speak almost fluently while Izuku still struggled. He had to keep reminding himself that he was 2, but it still frustrated him, because even now, Katsuki was ahead. He wanted to be equal with him again, just like he was in his last life. It scared him to think that their relationship might be rocky like it was last time. Katsuki and his mom were the only things keeping him sane, and he didn't know if he could lose Katsuki again. Even if it was only for a few years. Kacchan gave him a look of surprise, but he could faintly see the red that hovered on his cheeks. What did you just say? He couldn't tell if he made him angry by calling him the nickname. He just hoped Katsuki would let him call that again. Izuku doesn't know if he could ever call him Katsuki or Bakugo without it feeling weird on his tongue. He took a minute to think, because while he was getting better at talking, it still took a lot of concentration. I called you Kacchan. Do you not like it? He hated how childish and weak he sounded, But how could a 2-year-old not sound childish? Izuku looked at Bakugo expectingly, hoping that he'd be okay with it. He had worked really hard in these short few months to become closer to Katsuki than he was during the last time he was this age. He didn't want it to go to waste. "No, I like it," Kacchan had declared while the faint red on his cheeks darkened. He couldn't help but smile. Inko knew her child was different. Before the age of 2, he had tried to start talking in complete sentences, and he even tried to read. The first time Izuku grabbed a book and started to read it, Inko thought he might have just been pretending. After all, she herself read all the time, so maybe he was copying her. She let him keep at it because at least it occupied him and gave him something to do. It wasn't until Izuku's second birthday that she realized that he indeed was reading and not pretending. It baffled her. How could her son know how to read? She hasn't even thought about teaching him how to, and yet, here he was, reading children books that seemed to bore him. When he had gathered courage to ask for a book that she was sure that even she would have trouble reading, Inko found herself at a loss. Inko bought it for him. After all, if he couldn't read it now, she was positive that he couldn't, he could always try again in a few years. He finished it in a week. To prove it to her that he did read it, he tried his best to explain it using words that confused her. She may or may not have looked a few up. He was also extremely protective of the people that he was comfortable around, which wasn't a lot for a kid his age. He asked about the Bakugos every day and asked about their kid, Katsuki, at least twice a day. It was the worst for her though. Made her concerned because he would make sure he was next to her almost 24/7, and if he wasn't near her for more than 20 minutes, he'll go off asking a million questions about where she was and what she was doing. Inko had a suspicion that her son had some type of separation anxiety from the way he was acting. It wasn't until he was positive that she wouldn't leave him did Izuku start getting less clingy. Then the nightmares started to appear. At first, Inko thought nothing of it. Everybody gets nightmares, it's completely normal. That is until she noticed how he would wake up screaming at least once a week with a face filled with so much horror that she just knew that this wasn't normal. The bags under his eyes never seemed to go away, and she worried how much sleep Izuku was exactly getting because it couldn't be enough for someone his age. It couldn't be healthy. Inko had taken him to the doctors after the 3rd week of Izuku's night terrors. The doctor said that he should grow out of it and prescribed some sleeping pills. It didn't help the fact that Izuku refused to take the pills. He would look at the pills with such distaste, and he flinched every time Inko tried to persuade him to take one. He refused, and even tried to convince his mother that he was sleeping a lot more now, that he didn't need some medicine to help him. He was doing fine. It was another bad night for both of Midoriya's. Inko's stress wouldn't let her mind calm down enough for her to fall asleep, so she settled with making some tea to help calm her. When she was making the tea, Inko heard the soft pitter-patter of her son's feet coming down the hallway. He had peeked through the door and asked if he could have some tea too. She wasn't sure if she should let her son stay up this late, but it seemed like he wouldn't be able to sleep either way. So they huddled on the couch together with a warm cup of tea in their hands. This wasn't the first time this had happened, and probably not going to be the last. Inko was internally grateful for her son, because without him, she wouldn't know what to do. He was everything to her, and she would protect him with her life. "Do you want to talk about it?" She knew the answer, but Inko found herself asking him this every time. He stopped his head mid-swing and seemed to reconsider. This sparked a hope in Inko that she might finally find out what's been haunting her son. Izuku put the now empty cup on the coffee stand and snuggled closer to her and closed his eyes. In a voice that was a whisper, but also held a wave of calmness that was about to contradict what he was about to say, he spoke, "There's just so much blood. Too much blood. No one should be able to bleed that much, it should be impossible." And then, like he hadn't just said something so disturbing, he fell asleep next to his mother. Inko was horrified. Her son was way too young to be conjuring up those images, let alone have recurring nightmares about them. There had to be something she was missing. A villain attack that he had heard about? A glimpse of someone's TV? Her son was different in ways that made her smile, made her cry, and scared her. But Inko will always love him no matter what. Maintaining a 3-year-old personality was hard. Harder than he thought it would be. He wasn't like the other kids at school, and that seemed to scare them. Or at least weird them out to the point where they wouldn't talk to him. Izuku didn't mind though, he had Kacchan and Inko and that was all he needed. It's not like he didn't try, because he did, it seemed to make his mom happier but he was older, and he always had this tired aura around him. The kids noticed this. They were more observant than the adults, knew that he wasn't normal. Izuku tried desperately to find his old welcoming, friendly presence from his past life, and on his really good days, it did come out, if not only a little dimmer. The adults never paid any mind to it after getting to know him, as much as he would let them. He wouldn't take any chances. They always ruled his introverted, slightly anxiety-induced personality to his incredibly high IQ. He tried his best to hide his intelligence at school in order to stay in the same grade and not intimidate the other students even further, but it was getting hard. School had just started for him again, and he was already smarter than his past self. Not that he would ever believe it, though. No matter how many compliments Izuku got, it was never enough. He was never enough. He felt like he was lacking something that he had before, something that was missing from him. He just couldn't remember. The day he turned 3, he had begged his mom to let him join martial arts. As many styles as possible. He needed to gain muscle and surpass his skill from the last timeline. It wasn't enough from the last time. Inko had been unsure. She hated the thought of her baby getting hurt, but once she saw the pure determination in her son's eyes, she just couldn't find it in herself to say no. The teachers had been astounded by the pure skill Izuku had already possessed. He did everything they asked him to do, and if he couldn't do it the first time, he would keep on doing it until he mastered it. 2 months in, and he was on the top level on multiple different styles and had took a special place in the hearts of his teachers. The sheer determination of the kid amazed the teachers and worried them at the same time. "Are you sure you don't want to take a break?" asked Asa-sensei, the judo teacher. I'm sure." The panting didn't really convince the teacher, but she let it slide. He had been at it for hours without taking a break, and she didn't want him to pass out from exhaustion. Turns out, that's exactly what had happened. It nearly gave Asa a heart attack, and she, along with his other teachers, would force him to take breaks from that point on. It was scary how quickly the kid had wiggled into everyone's hearts. Kacchan. The whole day Izuku was a bundle of nerves. They were outside in the park and were admiring Katsuki's quirk. It had manifested a few months ago, and tomorrow Izuku will be going to the doctor to see why his quirk was late. Of course, he already knew the answer. "Yeah, nerd?" Bakugo asked while looking away from his palms that were cackling with sparks. "Let's say I was diagnosed as quirkless. Would you and I still be friends?" He had been dreading this the entire day. But Izuku had to ask. He needed to. Kacchan drew in a breath, shocked at the question. For what seemed like forever they sat on the grass in silence. "You're not going to be quirkless, Izu. We're going to be the most powerful hero duo, remember? I'll be number 1 and you'll be number 2, just like we talked about." This was all he needed for his question to be answered. He should have known that it was going to be the same, that Kacchan would think of him as useless and eventually push him away. Izuku guessed he would just have to change that. He couldn't afford to lose Kacchan. He wouldn't even let it come across as a possibility. Not again. If I'm quirkless, he needed to word this correctly. He only had one chance at this. I'll still be a hero no matter what. Being quirkless doesn't mean useless, Katsuki. If I'm quirkless and you push me away, I'll just push harder, okay? I can't lose you to something as stupid as being quirkless. The use of Kacchan's first name had surprised both of them. Izuku had never used anything besides his nickname and frankly, he didn't want to call him anything else ever again. The look on Bakugo's face almost made Izuku burst out into a fit in giggles, but he swallowed it down. He was scared to think what Katsuki would say next, if he was going to say anything at all. The silence was starting to make Izuku nervous and on edge. "Whatever, DMN nerd." Izuku smiled because Kacchan hadn't disagreed with him, and that was a win for him. Tomorrow, when he's diagnosed as quirkless, he'll make sure to prove to Bakugo that being quirkless doesn't mean being useless. "Kacchan, you just used a no-no word." Shut up, Izu." They both laid on the grass, tears of laughter escaping their eyes. Izuku knew tomorrow is the day a lot of things will change, the day where he was marked useless to society. He'd just have to change their minds. The next morning Izuku woke up in pain. It felt like hundreds of thousands of needles were pricking at his skin every time flesh brushed against something. He could hear so many different heartbeats, he heard every intake of breath of the people near him, he could even hear a cry for help in the distance. He could see things with so much detail now, he already had good eyesight, everything was just so much more detailed. He could smell his mom cooking breakfast, it was like he was smelling it up front and not in entirely separate rooms. It was too much, it was overstimulating his brain and he didn't know what to do. He was supposed to be quirkless. How could this happen? This sensation of being overstimulated felt so familiar, and again, he just couldn't remember. Could it have been what the League did to him? He knows they did something to turn him into a monster. He was clutching his head with both of his hands and was in a fetal position. Why couldn't he remember what they did to him? He was so stupid because he couldn't even remember how he went back in time. How did he do it? He knows that he was a monster, that they made him into a monster. He heard a whisper in his head, "Door." He immediately sat up because that whisper just seemed oh so familiar to him. Sure enough, he heard his mom knock on the door not even 5 seconds later. "Izuku." She popped her head in and smiled at him. "Oh, good. You're awake. Happy birthday, sweetie. I made you breakfast and then after that we can head to the doctor's to get some information on your quirk. Sound good?" He nodded with a bright smile and heard her footsteps, that seemed a lot louder now, moving away from him and realized that the pain was a lot more manageable now. He could still feel things painfully well, but everything was duller now. It was like he had just gained control. It almost seemed like second nature in a weird way. It confused Izuku, because whatever this was, he was quirkless, this couldn't be a quirk, is making perfect sense now. Izuku tried hard to focus on one thing, which he chose to be hearing. He closed his eyes and thought about hearing as many things and as far as possible. It almost knocked the breath out of him at the intensity of it. It was so much worse than the first time. He heard the talking of people that had to be at least half a mile away from him. The breathing of people, some fast, some that were slowing bit by bit. He heard screams, screams of people having fun, screams of shock, screams of pain and horror. Izuku snapped his eyes open and just like that, everything had dimmed once again. He rolled over and consequently fell out of his bed, to which he quickly got back up onto his feet. Maybe he didn't have as much control as he had thought. Although he was still completely and utterly confused, admittedly a little scared, Izuku was able to get dressed. Although it was pretty uncomfortable with the fact that he felt every time the fabric brushed against his skin. He went downstairs to be greeted with a little too much food for it to be considered breakfast. It didn't help considering that his nervousness about seeing the doctor made it seem impossible to eat. He didn't want to worry his mother though, so he ate his rice and miso soup along with some steamed vegetables. He had tried to eat some of the grilled fish, but couldn't bring himself to do that. The plan was to go to the doctor's and then visit the Bakugo family. He was excited about that, even though he would have to tell Kacchan that he was quirkless. "Your son is quirkless." That's it. The doctor that had caused him so much pain. He had tuned out the rest of the conversation that was already engraved into his mind. Even though he already knew this was the case, it had still somewhat surprised him. By now, he had convinced himself that whatever had awakened this morning was a quirk. So why was he still diagnosed as quirkless? As they said their goodbyes to the doctor, Izuku noticed how he glared at him. The man with glasses had a knowing look in his eyes. Izuku knew why he gave him this look, so in return Izuku gave the man a very subtle, but hate-filled glare. The old man seemed shocked by this, and before Inko would notice, Izuku shot the guy a very innocent, childlike smile. It pleased the greenette at the dumbstruck look the man had adorned onto his face. And with that, they walked off. In the car, Inko was shooting her son worried looks, expecting him to break down and cry, but he didn't. He didn't even seem surprised at the fact that he was quirkless. "I'm sorry." The words had tumbled out of her mouth before she could even think about it, and she instantly regretted it. She just pulled up to the Bakugo's driveway and took this time to really look at her son. He had darker eye bags than last month, she quickly noted, and his shoulders were slightly hunched up and on guard. It was like he was expecting someone to come out and attack him at any second. Inko hated to admit it, but she was used to that by now. The only time when he truly relaxed was when he was with her and the Bakugus. But even then, that was very rare. She noticed how his eyes bored into hers. His eyes held a fierce ferocity to them, as if to say, "Don't you dare be sorry. I don't want it. Don't be sorry, Mom." And as if that explained everything, which it did not. Inko thought exasperatedly. Izuku hopped out of his car seat and out the car. Inko followed, because what else was she supposed to do? This was not how she imagined her son to handle the news of being quirkless. She expected to have to cancel their meetup with Katsuki and having to hold Izuku in her arms as he cried. But this was her son, and he was full of surprises. "You're quirkless?" Kacchan yelled out a little bit too loud for Izuku's taste. He couldn't help but wince, because it was only his first day with his hypersensitive awareness. And maybe some sort of sixth sense? He'll focus on training it tomorrow. He just had to focus on this right now. Yup. Perhaps he shouldn't have said it with that tone of carelessness, but it was true. He didn't care. He never realized how upset Kacchan had been at his diagnosis, but now he did. Why didn't he know he wasn't the only one affected by the fact that he was quirkless last time? Why was he so selfish? Oh God, this was why Katsuki hated him. Because while he was wallowing in self-pity, his best friend had to cope with the fact that their dreams of becoming the most powerful hero duo would be over. Why was he so selfish? He saw Katsuki's eyes fill up with tears, and he panicked. He hated it when Kacchan cried. It just wasn't right. It wasn't him. Waving his hand frantically in front of him, "That doesn't mean we can't still be the most powerful duo, Kacchan. It just means I'll have to work harder than everyone else. Please don't cry, because if you cry then I'll cry, and you know when I cry I can't stop, and oh God I hate it when you cry dash." He would have continued to mumble, but he was abruptly cut off. "Shut up, stupid Deku." They had both froze at the nickname. Despite the intended meaning, it had brought a wave of calm over Izuku. He had finally gotten his name back, and it felt really good. Deku. I like it. It reminds me of the word, Dikairu, which means you can do it. Great idea, Kacchan. I'll use that as my hero name. He said with a smile that had shocked Katsuki. The coldness that adorned Katsuki's eyes made him flinch because he had never wanted to see that look pointed at him ever again. And at that moment, Izuku knew that he might just lose his best friend again. "Hey, Izuku. It's about time to get heading home. It's getting late and I want you to try to get at least some sleep tonight." Izuku was about to protest, but his mom beat him to it. "Don't even try to hide it, mister. I know you haven't been getting enough sleep." He sighed. Izuku really didn't want to worry his mother. He couldn't allow himself to be a burden. "Hey, Mom?" Izuku asked. He may not be able to cure his nightmares, but he could try and stop Katsuki from leaving him. His mom and Kacchan gave him both curious looks. "Can Kacchan and I meet up at the park tomorrow after lunch? We wanted to play heroes," Izuku said with fake enthusiasm. He could practically feel the rage boiling off of Kacchan. "Wadash. Of course you guys can, as long as Mitsuki is fine with it." Inko beamed. Izuku grabbed onto his mother's hand, and before he walked out of the door he said, "Really? Thank you, Mom. See you tomorrow, Kacchan." He tried to ignore the glare that was burning his back. Where is he? Just a few minutes ago he was underneath his blankets, and now he was in a very familiar cement cage and tied up in a very familiar metal chair. Why was he here? He shouldn't be here. Unless they somehow kidnapped him again. Unless they remember too and they came here to kill him. Shit. Only he was back in his original 17-year-old body and not his 4-year-old one. He had all of his scars back, and he could see new injuries that decorated his skin. He couldn't feel anything though. He was numb. His head snapped up to the sound of footsteps. The footsteps that he had always dreaded to hear. The sound that meant pain was coming. Pain and pain and pain. He looked up to the person that caused this. Caused him to turn into a monster. Someone he should have looked up to was the person he hated second to himself. Today we'll be doing something new. The familiarity of it was driving his insanity to the edge. What was he going to do? What was he going to do? The man reached his hand to Izuku's forehead and he couldn't get away. He was tied up, and why was it getting so hard to breathe? When all for one touched his forehead, Izuku was met with a blinding pain. A pain that was so much worse from the 2 weeks of torture that he had already endured. A silent scream escaped his mouth as he tried to endure it, because that was all he could do. Once the pain that felt like forever but couldn't have been more than a minute, Izuku felt a different kind of pain. It was almost relieving because he knew what this pain was. The sensation of 1,000 needles pricking his skin had invaded his senses, along with the overwhelming sense of being able to hear and see everything. If he concentrated, Izuku could even taste the stale air mixed with dust. His eyes looked up to the face of his enemy. So you survived. Not many people can survive having a quirk forced into their body. Maybe you are useful after all. And then he left, leaving Izuku alone in a cell that he was way too familiar with as it was to him. When he snapped his eyes open, he was sweating profusely, and the tears that escaped from his eyes couldn't be stopped no matter how many he wiped away. But he remembered. He remembered this quirk, he remembered how he got it. He just didn't remember everything. He hoped someday he will, even if going through the torture again will be absolute hell. He felt the fogginess that had been clouding his brain ever since he started his new life clear. If only a tiny bit. It was a footstep, but it was something. Even though Izuku was still tired, he gained an energy that he hadn't had in a while. He would make it last, even if it was for only a tiny bit. Izuku was walking by himself to the park to meet Kacchan. His mother let him go by himself since the park was only 2 blocks away and knew he was going to be safe. Step by step, breath by breath. Each blink Izuku took, his anxiety only seemed to climb higher and higher. Yet he knew that it wasn't from meeting up with his friend, no. It felt a lot more sinister. Izuku urged his tiny legs to walk faster because the sooner he was with Katsuki, the sooner he would be safe from this lurking dread. And he was so close. He could even see Bakugo's bushy ash-blonde hair, and even though he was still half a block away, he could still see it with such detail, not too far away. But then he heard a scream off in the distance. It was filled with so much agony that Izuku didn't even think about how his legs sped up, passing the park. He briefly wondered if Kacchan had seen him but brushed the thought away because it didn't matter. Someone was in pain, and even though he was only 4, he'd be dead if he didn't try to help. He kept running to the sound of the scream and the breathing that was ever so slowing. He ran, even though his lungs burned and his legs ached, he wouldn't stop. Couldn't stop. When he finally made it to the secluded area, he just stood there. He couldn't hear the women's breathing anymore. Why wasn't she breathing? He hadn't made it in time, he couldn't save yet another person. There, slumped against a wall, was a woman in a business suit. She had dark purple hair up in what used to be a tight bun. It looked like all the energy was sucked out of her. The woman's skin was gray and all shriveled up like a flower sapped of its water. Her abdomen had a hole in it and the blood was seeping through her suit. There was so much blood. How could someone bleed this much? Why couldn't I save her? Why? Her eyes were open, staring at the wall in front of her. Her lavender eyes were dull, so dull. No trace of life inside of them. It was too late. Too late. Izuku screamed. Izuku stared blankly at the ceiling. He wished his bed could swallow him and only let him out until things were okay again. Until he was okay again. He just wanted to forget, but he didn't know what he wanted to forget. His past life? How he became a monster? No, that wasn't it. He didn't want to forget the other time. He needed it, it was a part of him. Izuku wouldn't be whole without it. The women with the dead eyes? How he couldn't save her, or anyone else for that matter. Or was it that he just wanted to forget himself? He couldn't help but think that that would be nice, even if it was only for a second. Izuku could hear his mother's concerned voice talking to Auntie Matsuki and Kacchan. He knew he could probably listen on to the conversation if he wanted to, but he didn't. When one of the police officers walked him home after the whole ordeal, his mother had been terrified. After he was in the safety of the home, she hugged him while he had just stood there, unblinkingly. His mother wanted Mitsuki, probably for her own comfort, and Kacchan to come over. Izuku felt bad for ditching Katsuki, and wanted to make it up to him. He knew he probably shouldn't feel guilty, but he was afraid this was only going to mess up their already straining relationship. Izuku continued to stare at the wall when he heard a knock on the door. He knew immediately that it was Kacchan since it was like he was lightly punching the door instead of actually knocking on it. "Come in." His voice was only above a whisper since it hurt to talk normally due to his screaming not even 2 hours ago. Izuku felt the door creak open and then shut close. Izuku couldn't help but flinch when he felt the light dip in his bed, but forced himself to relax. He stiffened once again when he was forcibly rolled over to his side into a tight hug. This time, Izuku had hugged back. Hugs from Katsuki were rare, but were always the best. He had seemed to always know when he needed one, and Izuku was grateful for that. "Listen, nerd. I have no idea what happened since the old hag and Auntie Inko didn't tell me anything, but I know it was bad." He felt the hug tighten ever so slightly, forcing Izuku to hide his head in Bakugu's chest. "And even though I'm still mad at you, I'll let today slide. Got it, Deku? After you get over this, I'll just resume to being mad at you, so don't think you're off the hook." At the use of his old hero name, Izuku began to cry. Isenji Katsuki's shirt into his small hands. "It's not fair." Izuku whimpered, already feeling guilty about the forming wet spot on Kacchan's shirt. "It's not fair, Kacchan." He felt Bakugu stiffen. He probably thought he was talking about being quirkless dash. "I could have saved her, but I wasn't fast enough." He was sobbing now, and he couldn't stop. "And maybe if I was faster than I could have stopped it, but it was already too late. Kacchan, why was I so slow? Why couldn't I save her? There was so much blood and her eyes didn't hold the sparkles like ours do. It's not fair." He knew Kacchan probably didn't fully understand what he was talking about. After all, he was only 4. But Katsuki was smart, so he wouldn't be surprised if he did actually understand. "It's not your fault." The softness of his voice caught him off guard. He had never heard that tone of voice come from his friend before. Izuku could only nod. He wasn't sobbing anymore, but he hadn't stopped crying either. Izuku didn't think he could if he tried. They laid there until Izuku cried himself to sleep. Katsuki just held him, because he didn't know what else he could do. His mind couldn't comprehend what his best friend, yes, best friend, had seen. A selfish part of him didn't want to know because he had never seen Deku so sad before. Sure, the nerd always had a quiet, older air to him than the other kids did, but he knew Izuku. He knew that even though he almost always flinched at unexpected sounds or contact, and he found it hard to trust others, Katsuki knew there was another side to him. A side that only his family and auntie got to see. When the kid was brighter, almost putting the sun to shame. And when he could talk your ear off with his habit of muttering. Yes, Bakugu knew Izuku just as well as he knew Kacchan. Heck, sometimes he thought Deku knew him better than he knew himself. Today had scared him. When he walked into Deku's room to find him just staring at his ceiling with that blank stare, it worried him. Not that he would ever admit that, of course. He wouldn't admit that he hated that look that Izuku had adorned on his face, and he hated that he didn't know what he should do. He didn't know what happened, but Katsuki knew it wasn't good. The explosion quirk user knew that Izuku loved hugs, so he did just that. It wasn't until Deku sobbed those words. He thought it was about him being quirkless. He wished it was because this was so much worse. Katsuki didn't understand some of it, and he had a feeling that Izuku didn't explain all of it, but he knew that someone had died, and Izuku saw it. Or at least the body. Bakugu had hated how the Greenette blamed himself for not being able to save the person he was talking about. Because he knew that even he couldn't have saved them. Again, it scared him. It scared him because he realized just how delicate that bright and sunny side of his best friend was. He was terrified that that side might get lost forever in a dark abyss. He didn't want that to happen. He couldn't let that happen. Because when Izuku let that side of him shine, that's when Izuku let himself be truly happy. And even though Katsuki was still mad at him for accepting being quirkless so easily while he was devastated, he still wanted Izuku to be happy. Izuku was right, it wasn't fair. Izuku didn't deserve this. He was far too nice and gentle. Why do the kindest of hearts always seem to break first? I'll protect you. I promise, Izu. It was a promise that he didn't know himself how to keep, but he would be mad to break it. It was the only thing that reassured him enough that everything will be okay in the end. He let himself fall asleep to that promise. He didn't know how, but he would protect his best friend, no matter the costs. Izuku woke up in a panic. He felt confined, but safe. It didn't matter if he felt safe, though, because he was trapped and he had no idea why. The images from his nightmare came back to him like bolts of lightning. His dead friends, teachers, villains, his mom, the businesswomen, and Kacchan. He let out a petrified scream and shoved whatever it was that was trapping him off of him. It landed with a thud off of his bed with a, "What the hell?" Izuku carefully looked over the edge of the bed to meet with angry ruby eyes. He sighed in relief because he was not trapped in a metal chair and his friends were not bleeding out. He tried to ignore the eyes of the women. The first one he couldn't save in this life. Izuku snapped his head to the door after looking at Katsuki's angered and confused expression. His mother stepped in not too long after and gave him a look of concern. "Izuku, are you all right?" "I heard a scream." His mom could not know that he had screamed because it was just another one of his night terrors. She couldn't know that he wasn't getting any better and that he had lied to her. Izuku flashed her a bright smile and lied through his teeth. "Yup. Kacchan and I were just telling spooky stories to cheer me up, and one was super." He expanded his arms out to exaggerate. "Scary. I just couldn't help but scream. Sorry if I worried you." Inko sent her son a small smile, but her eyebrows were still furrowed in worry. "Oh, honey. Dinner should be ready in a couple more minutes. I'll call you guys down when it's ready." "Okay, Mommy." Inko smiled once more and left the room. Midoriya let out a small sigh of relief and then turned to Bakugo. "I'm so sorry I pushed you off the bed, Kacchan. I woke up and I didn't know where I was for a second and I kind of felt trapped, so I pushed you off the bed and I'm so sorry. Please don't be mad. I mean, I understand if you are mad, anyone would be mad if they just suddenly get pushed off of a bed with no warning dash." "Shut up, Dad. I'm not mad." Shocked. Katsuki muttered. "Really? I'm glad you're not mad." Izuku beamed at him, hoping he wouldn't question the lie he had just told his mother. Izuku couldn't help but hate himself because lying these days was almost as easy as breathing, and he hated that. Of course, fate was never kind to him. "Why did you lie to Auntie Inko?" Kacchan suddenly blurted out. Izuku paled. He really didn't want to tell Kacchan about his night terrors. What if he started to think that Midoriya was some kind of freak? Someone not worthy of his friendship. He already wasn't worthy. "I just didn't want to worry her. I think me being quirkless is already enough to be worried about. Especially if I still want to be a hero." He knew how much he burdened her during the last time, to the point where she got sick a couple of times. He never, ever wanted her to get sick because of him ever again. Katsuki gave him a skeptical look. He knew that Izuku was avoiding the details of the reason this whole situation even started. He let it slide though, since he wanted to talk to Deku about something far more important. "Why do you still want to be a hero? You're quirkless." It made him angry that Izuku still wanted to be a hero. He's just going to get hurt, or worse. Bakugo tried to shake that thought away, but it only made him angrier. Izuku smiled at him. During their second year at UA, Katsuki changed for the better after some therapy and apologized for the years of torment. Midoriya, of course, told him he forgave him a long time ago, although he still had nightmares of those words and explosions, but he chose to ignore that. All Izuku wanted to know was why he had bullied him for so long. For the longest time Izuku thought it was for only one reason. He was quirkless. But the truth ran way deeper than he had expected. Kacchan begrudgingly admitted that he didn't want Izuku to become a hero only to get killed because he was quirkless. So, Katsuki did the only thing he could think of doing that might stop him. Was it right to do that? No, of course not, but knowing the real reason gave Izuku a sense of long-needed closure. After that day, him and Katsuki became to two sides of the same coin. It took a while to gain back the trust that had been lost, but they overcame that. It was one of the best memories Izuku had of that time. "It's okay, Kacchan. I won't die. Like I said before, I just have to work harder than everyone else. So don't worry, Kay." Izuku was shocked to see that Kacchan had tears running down his tears. He felt really guilty now. He didn't mean to make Bakugo cry. Katsuki hated when he was sad. He didn't know how to deal with it. So instead he took all that sadness and turned it into anger. "Stupid, idiotic Deku. Who said I was worried about you? I couldn't care less if you died or not. Damn it, I hate you. His voice began as a shout, but by the end, it had turned into a rasped whisper. Izuku enveloped Katsuki in a hug. Bakugo tried to push him off at first, but eventually gave up. You don't hate me, Kacchan. I'm sorry I made you mad, but I mean it. I'm still going to be a hero, and we'll still be best friends. He stated it as if it was the simplest fact, and in a sense, it was. He is going to become a hero, and Kacchan and him will remain friends. And that's that. Why are you taking this so easily? Shouldn't you be devastated that you'll never obtain some cool quirk? They stopped hugging each other now and were sitting cross-legged in front of each other. Kacchan, people aren't created equal. That's life. Izuku paused to think if he really wanted to say what he was going to talk about next. He decided he didn't, but would have to. Which brings me to something else. Can we make a deal? Katsuki smirked at him. You know I'm not one to back down on deals, nerd. I know. But this one is different, and won't make sense. Probably not until you're older. Bakugo wanted to make a snarky comment about how Deku just called him stupid, but held back from the serious look in his friend's eyes. I'm sure. Now just spit it out already. Izuku gulped. He hated this, but it would protect Kacchan. Ignore me at school. Heck, you don't even have to act friendly to me. Just whatever you do, don't say we're friends, act like we're friends, or even imply we're friends. We can hang out anywhere outside of school just as long the other kids don't see us. Katsuki had a hard time hiding his surprise, which quickly turned into anger. So you're embarrassed to be around me now, nerd? Asking me to avoid you and crap. That's pretty low. Izuku felt and looked absolutely horrified at this. No, of course not. In fact, never mind. He didn't want to tell Kacchan that he should be the one embarrassed to be around him. You just have to trust me, Kay? I can't tell you why because then you won't listen. You'll benefit from this, promise. Bakugo wanted to ask him how in the hell he would benefit from not talking to his best friend, but Izuku was smart. Smarter than him, not that he'd ever admit that out loud. So he knew that the green-haired boy had to have some reason behind this idiotic request. Fine. Just as long as we get to hang out after school. Katsuki muttered that last sentence, not wanting to admit that he actually liked to spend time with Deku. Izuku didn't was to tell Kacchan that adults could be cruel and kids could be even crueler. If the children at his school found out that him and Kacchan were still friends after he was declared quirkless, well, that won't go down so well. He doesn't want other kids to avoid Kacchan because they were still friends. No, that's the last thing he wanted. So that's why he'll go through the years of torment all over again. Alone. And yes, he could probably beat up all the kids this time, but he didn't see the point. He's gone through it once, he can do it again. He just hopes that Kacchan will never find out. Midoriya smiled at Katsuki. Thanks, Kacchan. That means a lot to me. Izuku took a quick sniff of the air and silently winced. The amount of smells that invaded his nostrils made him slightly nauseous, but he was getting better at controlling it. If only slightly. Dinner's ready. Izuku announced and started to walk towards the door only to stop and wait for Bakugo. And how do you know, Deku? Katsuki yelled as he walked more like marched towards the door. Izuku smirked, I just do. And walked out of the room with Kacchan in tow. Timon nerd. Where did you get all of those bruises, Deku? It's been 6 months since Izuku was declared quirkless again and 5 months since the bullying has started. Izuku thought that ignoring the words would be easy. It was easy for him last time, so why should he be having a harder time now? He remembered that in his last life, he had a lot more difficulty getting over the punches that were thrown at him than the cruel words that people had spit at him. The punches were no big deal. In fact, they distracted him from the whirlwind that was beginning to form in his mind. Perhaps it was because he was a lot more optimistic and cheerful last time than he was now. He never believed them when they told him that he was worthless, useless, a waste of space. But now, it was harder. Sure, he had been telling himself how useless he was for a while now, but when you actually hear it from other people it makes it seem so much more real and true. So yes, he was struggling, but he was doing okay, and that was the truth. He had his mom and Kacchan to help him get through it even if they didn't know they were. Izuku tried to cheer himself up when the words got to him a little too much by thinking that he had almost mastered his new quirk. All of his senses were always slightly enchanted now, so he could always be alert. Izuku still gets shocked by the sheer intensity of it when he chooses to focus his quirk on a single sense at full power, but he was slowly getting used to it. He hardly ever focused solely on his hearing unless he absolutely had to. The screams he would hear just became too much, especially since he knew there was nothing he could do about it. He hasn't told anyone about this quirk, not even his mother. He knew that this wasn't normal and could scare people. This could mean he might be experimented on, and Midoriya didn't think he could go through that again. Hey nerd. Are you even listening to me? Kacchan and him were at the park when Katsuki noticed some of the bruises that adorned Izuku's arms. Something he had tried so hard to hide. Oh, sorry Kacchan. I guess I spaced out. What were you saying? Izuku knew that Katsuki hated the promise that they made half a year ago, and that he was slowly losing his patience. Izuku really wanted to keep him from finding out about the truth behind the bruises, but it was only a matter of time and he knew it. I said, where the hell did you get those bruises? Izuku frantically waved his hands through the air and looked anywhere but Katsuki, a bad habit when he was lying. Oh, you know, I was just being my clumsy self. Nothing to worry about. Izuku internally winced at how obvious the lie was and just hoped that Bakugo would let go. Of course, he didn't. Stop lying, idiot. You're not even good at it. Most of the time. And who said I was worried? I'm just wondering. Izuku saw Kacchan's eyes widen before he spoke, more like yelled, again, don't tell me someone is doing this to you. Just tell me who and I'll beat them to a pulp. And no one did this to me, I swear. It doesn't matter anymore. He tried desperately to make Kacchan forget about this and move on to something else, but he knew that Katsuki wasn't going to let it go no matter how much he wanted him to. Izu, why aren't you telling me the truth? Do you not trust me anymore? Izuku gasped at the statement and frantically shook his head. No, of course not. Kacchan, I trust you with my life. Some things were just better left unsaid, that's all. Then why aren't you telling me the truth? Izuku was now at a loss for words. Bakugo had him backed into a corner with no way out. He just stood there, refusing to tell the truth because he couldn't risk his friend's reputation over his own selfishness. There's no way. Fine, don't talk to me until you tell me the truth. Izuku could only desperately watch as his only friend turned around and walked away from him. Izuku reached an arm out towards him, but what was the point? Kacchan wasn't going to talk to him until Izuku told him the truth, and that was not going to happen no matter what. Maybe their friendship would always be cracking during this time no matter how he tried to change it. Maybe. This was for the best. I'm sorry, Kacchan. Today was a horrible day. Kacchan found out. It had been a month after their fight and neither of them have talked since then. The bullying had expectedly gotten worse and the kids were pushing it by doing things to him in the classroom now and not where nobody would notice. They must have figured out that even the teachers didn't care what happened to the quirkless kid, and the cruel kids took full advantage of that. It was the end of the school day and he and Kacchan were the only ones in the classroom since they had to clean up. They, of course, didn't acknowledge each other the whole time. They were just beginning to pack up when Izuku's main tormentors came into the classroom. Izuku visibly tensed up and started to pack up faster. He had just slung his yellow backpack over his shoulders when they called him out. Izuku noticed how Katsuki slowed down his packing, probably because he sensed the tension in the air. Midoriya cursed his luck. Why did Kacchan have to be here out of all times? Well, if it isn't quirkless little Deku. The leader of the group, Craig said. Izuku just ignored them and tried to walk past them with his head down. He was close too, but when his quirk whispered to him that a hit was coming, Izuku knew that he would be coming home with new bruises. Bruises that were starting to get really hard to hide from his mother. The time traveler forced himself to ignore his instincts and not dodge, since that would only make them angrier. A few seconds later, he was falling and hit the ground with a thud. He held in a groan when his shoulder met the brunt of the impact. The worst was that he knew that Kacchan was still there. He knew that Kacchan found out the secret he tried so hard to hide from him. All that hard work and pain had gone to waste. You really are useless, aren't you? Benjiro stated as if it was a pure, well-known fact. He kicked Izuku's stomach a few times before he suddenly just stopped. Izuku looked up from his fetal position to see Benjiro on the ground holding his cheek with tears in his eyes. He slowly moved his head to see Katsuki giving all of them a death glare with his fists clenched. "Get out of my sight or die." He heard Kacchan scream at them and then the scurrying of his bully's feet running out of the room. Right now, Izuku was having a hard time focusing on anything but the pain in his stomach. Benjiro had really upped his game with the beating because his stomach really hurt. If only he had the same level of pain tolerance as his last life. He guessed he'd just have to work on that. Midoriya's noticed Kacchan come over to him, and he felt himself get lift up as Katsuki started to carry him on his back. God, Izuku was so tired. This month he had hardly gotten any sleep. The stress of the argument with Bakugo only added fuel to his nightmares, preventing him from getting little to no sleep. He woke up a while later in his room to someone gently pushing him. He opened his eyes to only meet Kacchan's red ones. The explosion quirk user had a really serious expression on his face, and Izuku could feel the dread settling in for the upcoming conversation. Izuku sat up on his bed while letting out a wince as the action sent a jolt of pain in his stomach. Once he was situated, he took a deep breath and looked at Kacchan, who hadn't said anything the whole time. "But why wouldn't you tell me you were getting bullied?" Izuku knew that Bakugo was desperate for an answer. He deserved one. "I have multiple reasons. Why you just wouldn't understand." The green-haired boy answered in barely above a whisper. "I won't understand unless you tell me, idiot." Bakugo snapped. "I didn't want to ruin your reputation, okay?" Izuku cried out. There was no point in hiding it anymore, so might as well get it out. It. He could tell that Kacchan was shocked and didn't really blame him. Katsuki probably just thought it was a stupid reason, but it wasn't. Not to Izuku. Imagine if the kids at school found out that the Bakugo Katsuki was best friends with a pathetic quirkless kid. They'd turn on you, that's what. They'll bully you like they bully me. It might not be as much as physical, but sometimes the words hurt more than the punches ever will. Trust me, Kacchan, you need a good reputation and lots of friends for your confidence of becoming a hero to be strong and unbreakable. You need all of the support you can get, because the more you have, the stronger your path to becoming a hero will get. That's why I couldn't tell you. Because no matter how much I want to be selfish and tell you about all the things they say and do, I can't. I can't burden you. By the end, Izuku was out of breath and his emotions were all over the place. He prayed that Katsuki would understand what he just said and continue on with the deal they had made. "I wish you were selfish." That had shocked Izuku. Him being selfish never turned out good, and it never will. "Maybe we can tell a teacher, or what about Auntie? She'd know what to do." Izuku almost felt sorry for Katsuki, but also slightly relieved. Kacchan still had a mind of a child, meaning his problem-solving was simple and uncomplicated. He didn't know the complications that came with living in this world just yet, and that wasn't good nor was it bad. "Kacchan, you don't understand. There's no way the teachers would believe me. They'd probably blame me and say that I was provoking them, or that it's just teasing. Because as much as they try to hide it, I know they don't care about me. They could care less about what happened to me. And my mom is out the question. I don't want to burden her more than I already am." Izuku let out a sigh at Katsuki's expression. It was a look of total disbelief and denial. Izuku had to remind himself that Bakugo has just only turned 5 and probably hasn't heard of discrimination, let alone know what it is. "Kacchan, I'm fine really. Just forget this day ever happened and let's just go back to our deal, okay?" Katsuki frantically shook his head and stomped a foot on the ground. Izuku felt a wave of anger develop in him because Kacchan was not listening to him. Couldn't he see that he was fine? Couldn't he just let this go, just this once? Well, apparently not. "I won't go back to that so-called deal we made, dim and nerd. Why would I want to be friends with them extras anyways? They're all fakes." Katsuki's tone made it final. He was not going to change his mind no matter what Izuku said. This couldn't be happening. He couldn't let his only friend get bullied too. Izuku was so frustrated. Why couldn't he do anything right? All he wanted was to not burden someone for once, but here he was, putting unnecessary weight on his friend's shoulders. Izuku didn't even realize he was crying until he felt a teardrop hit his hand. He hardly ever cried anymore. Izuku has learned that when people see you cry, they label you as someone who is fragile and weak, so he's tried his hardest to stop crying. But sometimes the tears slip by unnoticed until it's too late to stop them. Please Kacchan. I can't let them hurt you. You're one of the most important people to me and I can't burden you. God, I'm so sorry. I'm pretty weak, aren't I? He wiped his face with his hands, trying to will the tears to stop falling, but they wouldn't stop. They just kept falling and falling and falling and they wouldn't stop. You really think so lowly of me, Deku? Izuku snapped his head up to face Bakugo. Had he really implied it like that? Those kids are probably too scared to even think about hurting me, let alone actually doing it. It's pretty rude of you to think of me so low. Kacchan. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to imply it like that, honest. You're the strongest person I know, and I didn't mean to be rude. I'm super sorry. I wasn't finished, nerd, and stop saying sorry. Sordash. Stop. Don't you know how to listen, or are you deaf? And stop saying you're burdening me like it's a fact. You're not burdening me or bothering me, so stop saying you are. If you're bothering me, I'll tell you. And you're not weak. You seem to forget that you take martial art classes 4 times a week. At this, Izuku's tears stopped flowing and it was replaced with a rare blinding smile. He never thought to ask Kacchan what he thought about the deal they made. Izuku assumed that it would be for the best. Turns out it wasn't. Midoriya still felt the weight of the guilt for letting Kacchan find out though. No matter what Katsuki said, there will always be a place in his mind that would think that he is a burden. Thank you, Kacchan. I needed that. Yeah, whatever. Now get some rest, nerd. You look like you haven't slept in forever. And if you're wondering, Auntie isn't home. Probably at work. Just as Kacchan was about to leave, Izuku called out, Wait, how about we have a sleepover today? My mom is making Zara soba for dinner. The mention of the cold soba dish made his mind flash back to both good and bad memories of a friend with a cruel life. A friend that he should have helped more. Sure. It was 2 weeks after Kacchan found out and Izuku was sitting on the swings all alone. The clouds were setting in, threatening to devour the only warmth Izuku had. Katsuki had the flu and wasn't allowed to come to school today. That just meant his so-called peers had no restraints to hold back. No one ever bullied Katsuki after they found out he was still friends with Izuku. But they weren't exactly friendly either. No one talked to him unless they had to, and the guilt was slowly eating away at Izuku. It didn't seem to bother the explosion user, though. He seemed like he kind of enjoyed never being bothered anymore. Midoriya knew that he must have at least missed the praise he got, so he tried his best to always bring confidence to his friend. Just not to an insufferable amount like last time. Not only that, but Kacchan helped ward off the bullies that had haunted him. That didn't mean it totally stopped, though. So here he was, sitting on a swing with a bruised face and shattered heart. It was times like these when he realized just how truly alone he was. No one knows what Izuku knows and no one has ever gone through what he has. No one will know the real him. No one will ever fully understand him. Izuku clenched the chains of the swing until he feels his skin break. He squeezes his eyes shut as if to will the loneliness out of him. I have a gift for you, son. You will be the perfect puppet. Can you promise to save me in the next life? I love you. And what are you doing out here all alone? Izuku snaps his eyes open and is met with very familiar blue eyes. Just seeing his bright eyes filled with kindness bring a sense of home in Izuku. He's exactly as he remembers, if not only a little younger and more alive. He's in his original form, with his face slightly sunken but not as bad as before, and his blonde hair was slowly dancing in the wind. Izuku wants to hug him and never let go, but he knows he can't. He doesn't know him yet and won't for another 9.5 years. Just a bad day is all. Izuku says as Yagi takes a seat on the other swing next to him. That's perfectly normal. I have bad days from time to time as well. May I ask what your name is? His voice was calm and reassuring, just like it had always been. Izuku Midoriya. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's a pleasure to meet you as well, young Midoriya. Oh, how Izuku missed that name. My name is Yagi Toshinori. They sat in peaceful silence. Izuku couldn't believe how lucky he was to finally be able to meet the person he looked up to like a father this early on. Maybe he had a chance at warning him about his battle. That's the least he could do after all the amazing chances Yagi had given him. Hey, Toshinori-san? Is it okay if I tell you something that will make absolute no sense but might help you later on? I'm all ears. Just promise me when you go up against the one you fear most. Please don't shoulder the weight of doing it by yourself. Ask for help. It's okay to do that sometimes. Izuku silently berated himself for being such a hypocrite. Toshinori looked slightly startled and apprehensive. Young Midoriya, I'm afraid I have no idea what you're talking about. Midoriya smiles and hops off his swing. It's okay, you don't have to. Just promise me you'll think about what I said, alright? Yagi stood up and slowly nodded. This time Izuku didn't hold back and ran up to the man's leg and hugged him. It was truly nice met you, Toshinori-san. I hope I'll get to see you again someday. Stay safe. And with that, Izuku reluctantly walked away and didn't even dare look back. He just hoped that All Might had listened to him. End of Arc 1. New Beginnings. The sky was a piece of art, stroked with pinks, oranges, reds and purples. The beautiful colors were caressing the faces of the two inseparable best friends. Everything that happened that day had been perfect, nothing had went wrong. Izuku ignores the feeling that it was too perfect. That someone like him should find it impossible to have such a wonderful day like this one. Happy birthday, Izu. They had spent the entire day together. That was all Izuku had wanted for his 5th birthday. The day had been full of laughter and smiles and everything had just felt so light. Izuku couldn't remember the last time he felt like this, like his old self. He had to remind himself not to get lost in it because as soon as he's alone, this feeling will be wiped away from him. But is it really that bad? To get lost in the feeling of happiness? Izuku tells himself that, yes, it is bad. Katsuki couldn't believe how his friend shined. He's seen how Izuku sometimes lets out that delicate light of his, but he never knew that Izuku could put the sun to shame. Today, Deku was nothing like that anxiety-ridden boy who flinched at anything too sudden. Today he acted like he should. A child. Izuku talked Katsuki's ear off, but it was nothing like his worry-induced muttering. As much as it made him happy to see his best friend, only friend, like this, it also saddened him. He worried about when the next time he would be able to see Izuku like this, or if this might be the first and last time. Thank you, Kacchan, for hanging out with me. You're the best. They were just walking out of the park to Inko's house where they were to have yet another sleepover. They talked about staying up the whole night eating junk food and watching hero movies, but both secretly knew that they wouldn't make it past midnight. Couldn't stop them from trying. Over the months, the two had become closer than ever. They hardly ever separated unless they absolutely had to. They always knew when the other was upset even when they tried to hide it. They were each other's comfort against the unknown. They knew each other, though, and they knew that they would never leave the other behind. It was an unspoken promise between the two. Never having to be said, never having to be talked about. They were enough to each other and will always be. Katsuki blushed. Yeah, whatever. It's not like I had anything else to do. Izuku laughed, but it was quickly silenced by his Quirk telling him something bad was about to happen. The soft prickling up his neck, the clear indicator. He quickly looks around and sets his eyes upon a tall man. He had black hair that just passed his shoulders and ice-cold blue eyes. This man immediately sent off alarms inside Izuku's head. He needed to get out. Grab Kacchan and run. Run far, far away from the man. He just had to move and go somewhere safe. Somewhere with people. They had to leave. Kacchan. The explosion user glances at Izuku and tenses. Midoriya's face is calm and relaxed, but his eyes scream panic. Let's go somewhere else, okay? My marital arts dojo is close and I've been meaning to take you there. His voice left no room for argument. Yeah. Seems like fun. And just like that, Izuku grabbed his arm in a death grip and told him to run. The man was slowly walking towards them, with his aura darkening into something dark and malicious. As they were running, Izuku suddenly loses feelings in his body and falls to the ground, dragging Katsuki with him. It was the man's quirk, Izuku soon realizes. His mouth was full of grass and he's pretty sure he twisted an ankle, but Katsuki was unaffected. His quirk must only be allowed to affect one person at a time. The man sent him a bone-chilling smirk and Katsuki was frozen in place as fear slowly took over him. Kacchan, run. When Katsuki didn't listen to him, Izuku only screamed louder. The man was so close. Are you deaf? I'll be okay, I promise. I'll find you again. Deku. Kacchan got up and ran. He was too weak. That man. Katsuki knew he didn't stand a chance against him. So he ran, hoping against all the bad that he could get help in time. I'll save you, Izuku. I promise, I will always save you. Bakugo had screamed with all his might. Everything would be alright. It had to be. By the time Katsuki had came back with a hero, they were gone. This couldn't be happening again. Stuck in the back of a black truck, not being able to see anything. The man had put quirk-canceling cuffs on him, so all of his enchanted senses had gone back to what they used to be. The cuffs were digging into his wrists, making them bleed, but the pain didn't faze him at all. All Izuku could do was to keep track on how long it had been since. He was pulled back into this nightmare. How far he was getting away from Kacchan. He tried his hardest to ignore the flashbacks, or how his breathing was getting faster the more he thinks about what was happening. The black van with scratched nail marks from past victims. The feeling of total uselessness. Not being able to see anything. The overwhelming sense of total and complete loneliness. I promise I will always save you. Kacchan. Katsuki was safe. He had promised to save him and just those words alone meant the world to him, even if the probability of him being saved by a 5-year-old was low. But those words brought hope to Izuku that he could make it out of this. No matter how long it took him, no matter what happened to him, he will escape. He promises himself that he will reunite with Bakugo someday, even if he forgets about him. Izuku wouldn't care because Katsuki is everything to him, he is his lifeline. Because no matter what, Izuku will. He will always. Midoriya suddenly topples over when the truck comes to an abrupt stop. Izuku can't help but think that whoever kidnapped him was pretty stupid since they were only 95 minutes away from Yuzudafu. Heroes could easily track him down at this distance, but Izuku knew that these were just false hopes. That there had to be something else that would make it harder to find him. He shuddered when he thinks of the man's icy eyes and menacing aura. This man was not to be taken lightly, and even without his quirk telling him, Izuku knew that things were just going to get harder from here on out. The doors to the van are busted open and Izuku is momentarily blinded by artificial light. He isn't given the time to adjust because he is harshly pulled out of the van and falls to the cement ground. By the earthy smell, Izuku knows that they are underground, which will only make it that much harder to find him. Izuku thinks heroes shouldn't waste their time trying to save him when there are a lot more people out there worth saving more than him. The man grabs him by his hair and forces Izuku to his knees. The time traveler tries with all of his might to keep a calm facade, and so far, it's working. Even when the kidnapper puts a blindfold over his green eyes and forces him to stand up by his hair, he doesn't even wince, let alone show his rising panic. The man pushes him roughly and drags him somewhere. They stop for a moment when Izuku hears another set of footsteps. Is this the new kid, Carice? What sounds like a woman with a deep voice questions. The profile says he's quirkless, but I didn't want to take any chances. The little beach hasn't even cried out yet. It sounded like he was stating a challenge to Izuku. Like he couldn't wait to see just how long it would take for him to break. Too bad he was already broken. Oh, I'm sure he'll crack soon. Young ones tend to do it earlier. Who's he caging with? Boss said to cage him with that fucking creepy kid. Whoever this kid was, the man clearly didn't like him. That ought to be interesting. Yeah, think the kid's going to kill him before he even gets a chance. Not something Izuku is practically worried about, but not something he's going to brush off. Kid's smart enough to know he'll be punished for that. After our shift, do you want to have another one of our sessions? Izuku tries his best to not think about what sessions mean, but it's pretty clear to how Carice's voice gets deeper as he says it. Whatever. I'll meet you at our normal spot. He hears her footsteps start top walk off and then Izuku is shoved once again. It takes about 5 minutes until the man pushes him to the ground and takes the blind fold off as long as the chain connecting the cuffs. To his disappointment though, the cuffs stay on. The man walks out of the cage and shuts the door. Welcome to the arena, kid. The greeting is dark and it signals that it isn't a welcome, but more like a sentence. His cage is one of many. He sees people in separate cages that all look vastly different. Some have absolutely no hope in their eyes while some have a glint of murder. It makes Izuku so sad to see children just a little bit older than him, half starved to death with too many scars to count. There are people who look like they've been here for years upon years and some who look like they've been here for a couple of weeks. So you're my roomie. You look pretty weak. Izuku looks over to see a kid only a few years older than him. His light blue hair and chapped lips strike a familiarity in him, but he can't find it in himself to make the connection. Where am I? Izuku must have shocked the other boy with his calmness. He was on a verge of a panic attack, but he's learned how to hide that over the years, because it takes a moment for the blue-haired boy to answer. Like Curry said, you're at the arena. It's where they force people to fight each other, and depending on the level you're on, it could even be to the death. What are the levels? The kid signs before speaking again. Listen up, because I'm only going to explain this once. There are 7 levels to this hellhole. The first one, the one you'll be starting soon, is called Pawn. This one's simple. It's a one-on-one battle with no quirks. Person standing at the end wins and moves on to the next round. The second one is Beta. Here there will be 10 contestants put into a maze. There are traps of various degrees, so stay on guard. Always stay on guard. First one out moves on to the next level. The next one is Hunter, the stage I'm on. The amount of people put into this round is always random. I think the most I've seen is 25. It's basically like the first one except weapons are involved. The only things I know about the other 4 is that their names are Knights, Assassins, Serpent, and Crow. Those are when they get more deadly. What happens when you complete all of them? People say you get released, but I think that's BS. The arena probably just sends you off somewhere else or they kill you. Izuku nods his head. So all I have to do is get through all the levels and then I might be able to leave? It sounds too easy, and just like you said, I doubt they'd actually let you go. There would be too many risks behind that. If we wanted to escape, we would have to work together. That way we could get everyone out. The only chance we have to get everyone out is probably when we complete the last level. Yeah, that could work. I just need to be Patty Dash. Would you just shut it? I've been here for 9 months and I'm only on the Hunter stage. Do you have any idea how many times I've almost died? And it's only the 3rd level. Besides, you don't even know who the boss is. All I know is that he's a monster, and if you want to get past him, you'll have to find out what his quirk is and how you can work around it. Just face it, your little idea, or whatever, is as good as dead. There's no way you're going to escape, let alone help free everyone here. Izuku brushes off the stranger's rant with ease. Don't worry. I'll be able to do it, but we'll have to get along. Teamwork is essential. And by the way, my name's Izuku. He gets cut off once again. Hold it. We don't do real names here. It's too personal and no one wants their before arena life to be stuck in the during arena times. I want you to call me Tamura. I am 9 years old and my quirk is disintegration. Promise to save me in the next life. I promise. I'll save you. It was him. It was Shigaraki Tamura. The one he had promised to save from the League. The one he had to inevitably kill. He couldn't believe that Tamura had been here for who knows how long. How long had he suffered? First it was this, and then he had to venture out to a whole new hell. Why had life been so cruel to him? Why wasn't anything fair? Still, no matter how well he thought he knew Tamura, he didn't know this one. This one was still a kid who hadn't yet been corrupted by society's evil. Tamura scratched his neck before continuing, I'm not saying your little idea will work, 'cause there's a lot of holes in it and is next to impossible, but I will cooperate with you. That doesn't mean I won't fight you if it comes down to it, so don't start to get all buddy-buddy on me. Izuku smiled brightly at him. Thank you, Tamura. Now, what should I have people calling me? Something simple and easy to remember. I can't do Deku, maybe Zuku? No, that's too close to my own name. Hato. Izuku tilts his head. Hato? Like a dove. Tamura nods. Yeah. Doves symbolize peace and hope, and I think out of everyone here, you have the best chance to bring that to us. Izuku brings out his hand. It's nice to meet you. My name is Hato and I am 5 years old. Well, I'm kind of complicated when it comes to having a quirk. Tamura smirks and shakes Hato's hand. It's nice to meet you, Hato. Complicated is fine. It just makes things more interesting. Now that his mind had finally gotten a chance to process everything, Izuku was finally starting to feel the panic. As he laid on the cold cement floor, the cage was too familiar to his liking and only seemed to increase his panic, with it being too dark to barely see, struggling to breathe. Everyone was sleeping, or at least, pretending to dash, and Tamura was hunched against the wall across the small cell. He remembered back to the old Tamura and how he always seemed slightly too childish for his age. Izuku finally understood that it was because he never had the chance to be a child, and to Izuku, that was really sad. He probably never experienced childlike curiosity, or the feeling like everything's going to be okay, no matter what happens. Izuku promised that he would save him in the next life, and he intends to keep it. He hoped that whenever they escape this place, he wants it to be soon, but feels as though it's going to be a lot longer, that he will be able to take Tamura with him, to his mother. So he can experience love and warmth for possibly the first time. He never wants him to gain the name Shigaraki in this life, because that'll just mean he'll be in the clutches of All for One again. Then it'll just be so much harder than it already was. He wondered how his mother was doing. She's probably gotten word of his kidnapping and is probably worrying and stressing about him. What if she starts losing sleep? Or stops eating healthily? Aunt Mitsuki will be there for her, so she won't be alone. Hato finds some comfort in that, because he knows how much his mother craves company. He's the same after all. Izuku tells himself that before he knows it, he'll be out of here. So will everybody else trapped here. Yes, he'll probably have a little bit more trauma, but he already has so much of it, so what's the harm in adding some more? Izuku most of all wants his Kacchan. Katsuki better not be feeling guilty about what happened, because he simply shouldn't. It wasn't his fault, and it never will be. Izuku wishes desperately to tell him that, to hug him, and cuddle with him like they always do when one of them, or both, are having a bad day. Izuku won't even pretend this isn't a bad day. It'd be stupid. Thinking about Kacchan and his mom makes his breathing calm, even though thinking about them just causes him to worry about what they're doing right now. He tells himself that he can do this, that he'll beat every single level no matter how injured or scared he gets. He ignores the inevitable future where he will have to kill someone because right now that's too much for his brain to handle and it's starting to get harder to breathe again and he just needs to ignore everything and go to sleep. But he can't, because then he'll have nightmares, and Izuku is smart enough to know that the prisoners and guards won't be happy with his screaming, even though he's starting to get better at staying completely silent when asleep. Just some nightmares will always need to be screamed. So he won't fall asleep, even though he desperately needs it, he won't. He can't. But he's exhausted and ends up falling asleep anyways. Wake up, you piece of shit. Curry bites out as Izuku snaps his eyes open and quickly looks around, forgetting where he was for a second. Soon enough, he remembers his new reality and forces himself to look at the man. It's your turn, kid. Now get your butt up and don't you dare complain or I'll make you regret it. Hato takes a quick glance at Tamura to see him looking the entirely different direction. Izuku sighs and gets up to get whatever is going to happen over with. Carice roughly grabs Izuku by his shirt and pulls him out of cell. He locks the door behind them and then continues to drag Izuku down the dimly lit dungeon. After about 2 minutes of walking, they come to a stop next to a tunnel with an iron gate blocking the entrance to what Izuku assumes to be the arena. He hears loud cheering for what seems to be like hundreds of people and can faintly see the fighting area that's surrounded by huge stone walls. Try not to die yet. It's not as entertaining, Carice says, trying to scare the small boy in front of him, but all he receives is a blank stare. Izuku has over a decade of fighting experience and isn't exactly worried about going up against one opponent. He's terrified, yes, but it's not the fighting that scares him. It's that someday he's going to have to kill again. Memories of blood on his hands. Choking and choking someone to death. Feeling the crunch of a skull against his fists. He couldn't feel his body. He didn't want this. Why did everything have to go so wrong? Hato takes a deep breath as the gate opens just as the one across the arena does. Without needing the extra push that Karish sure wants to give him, Izuku walks forward into the arena. Across from him, he sees a woman in her late teens with dark red hair and brown eyes. Her arms are covered in scars and bruises and her eyes shine determination, but the fear in them is as plain as day to Izuku. She must be new like him, and Izuku desperately hopes that she survives long enough for him to save her. Start! At the loud sound, Izuku flinches but quickly recovers. Hato dashes forward before the woman even has time to register. Once Hato gets close enough, on instinct, the woman quickly jumps back on her bare feet. Hato just continues to run forward and, too quick for the woman to act, ducks down and swipes her feet from under her. The redhead quickly gets up with a grunt and swings her fist forward sloppily. Izuku dodges it by pivoting his also bare feet. They must have stolen his shoes when he was sleeping. Knowing it would probably be the least painful way, Izuku jumps onto her back and hits a pressure point on her neck. She's out like a light and they both fall to the hard ground. Number 88 wins and moves on to the next round. It seemed like this was pretty easy for him. I wonder what the next round will be like for him. The announcer speaks like it's an annual football game and not an illegal fighting arena. Izuku gets up from on top of the lady and moves back to the tunnel. He still feels the rush of adrenaline from that fight that couldn't have been more than a minute. He finds the adrenaline welcoming because it keeps his mind away from the onslaught of worries that have been consuming him endlessly since he got here. It scares him how much he's willing to do to see him Mom and Kacchan again. Because he's willing to do everything if it means he can even get the chance to see them again. He wants to save, but he won't hesitate to kill the people that get in his way. That was fast. Tamura says with a light voice. He wasn't so sure about this kid at first. He just looked so weak and fragile, but Hato just keeps on surprising him with all those tricks up his sleeves. Hato shrugs. I just got lucky. She was clearly new and lacked the experience of fighting. Things are probably going to get harder during the beta stage. So you know how to fight? How did you learn? I started martial arts right when I turned 3. I want to be a hero and thought it would be helpful. I ended up mastering several different types within months. I know the easiest to the most painful ways to take someone down. I can analyze and find their weaknesses in mere seconds, and I will use that to my every advantage. Izuku's eyes hardened with wisdom that spoke years beyond his supposed age. Tamura could feel goosebumps raise up and down his arms at the aura surrounding the kid. A kid that could probably take Tamura, someone who has trained himself to speed up his reflexes and show no mercy, in seconds. Tamura hates to admit it, but he's glad that Hato is here. It's incredibly selfish, but Tamura believes that this kid, whose eyes shine with the most determination he has ever seen, will be the one to help free everyone. Tamura swears that he will help Hato with everything he has, because no matter how long it takes, they will escape. He's certain of it. Hey Tamura? Izuku says from across the cell. It's nighttime and all Tamura wants is to sleep since he has a match tomorrow, but this kid is obviously an insomniac who can't contain his curiosity. What, Hato? I want to get some sleep. Oh, sorry about that. You don't have to answer my question. You should go to sleep since you have a match tomorrow, and I'm so sorry about bothering you and dash, Izuku muttered in a hushed voice. Hato, just ask the DMN question. Tamura hoped that this is only because Izuku is still panicky about the whole being kidnapped and forced into an illegal fighting arena, but something is telling him that Hato is like this even without the added kidnapping part. Okay, I was just wondering, you don't have to, of course. But I just wanted to ask if you wanted to stay with my mom and I after we escape. Unless you have somewhere safe you can go to after this. And I bet my mom would love you and spoil you lots. Hato, I'm a downcast to society. I was abused by my dad and then my quirk came out late and I lost all control of it. I killed my family. I doubt you want someone like me living with you. Izuku wasn't even fazed by this. He had learned Tamura's history years ago. Well, technically we're staying in the same cell. Which means that we're also technically already living together. And you lost control of your quirk, so it wasn't your fault. You must have been really scared, upset, and probably even angry. Nobody would accept me. People would probably fear me with the kind of villain quirk I have. A quirk that kills people. I was diagnosed as quirkless. This might have seemed to have nothing with what they were talking about to some people, but it had everything to do with what they were talking about. And Izuku wasn't lying. He was diagnosed as quirkless. What? Tamura knew how the quirkless was treated. He had seen it himself. And yet I have people who accept my and love me for who I am and not for what I don't have. Tamura, there will always be people who will accept you for who you are. And for those who think you're better off to be ignored, you'll just have to prove them wrong. To show them that you are worth it. Tamura has never heard anything so beautiful before. No one had ever been like this to him. No one had ever treated him with such pure-hearted kindness. Tamura let a small smile grace his lips at the thought at someone finally believing him. I'll think about it. Really? That's great. Sorry again for keeping you up, but I thought that I had to really say that, you know. Tamura nods, even though Izuku can't see it. Good night, Tamura. If for some reason I can't say it tomorrow, I want to wish you good luck on your match. Tamura closes his eyes and drifts off to perhaps the most peaceful sleep he's had in years. Izuku was interrupted from his sleep by a loud thud. He opened his eyes to see Tamura on the ground breathing heavily and hugging his stomach. Tamura, are you okay? What happened? Izuku questioned while helping the blue-haired boy sit up against the wall. Got punched. Tamura said while in between gasps, in the kidney. Izuku winced. He's been punched in the kidney before, definitely something he didn't want to experience again. But I won. I'm a knight now. That's great. It doesn't really matter if we're on the same level for now. The only one we need to be the same on is the last one. Whatever that is. Taking in Tamura's look of exhaustion, you should probably sleep. I'll wake you up when they serve us food. They do serve us food, right? Yeah, it's not a lot though. Probably just enough to keep you stable. Tamura said as he passed out from overexertion. The fight was difficult, and like all the other times he had done the hunter stage, he had almost died. He was one more step to freedom, and he knew that Hato would help him. It scared him how much he trusted the kid when they barely even knew each other. But something about Hato was welcoming and friendly. He knew Hato would live up to his name. As soon as everybody got to their places in the cement wall maze, Hato ran. He ran with the sole purpose to be the one to find his way out first. He knew he couldn't climb over the walls, they were too smooth and he was pretty sure he would get killed if he tried to do that. So he decided to just wing it and take random turns in the maze. He made sure to keep track of all the ways he's gone so he doesn't do any repeats, but it was hard to concentrate on anything else other than the need to survive and win. The maze is filled with traps, so you have to always be aware, like Izuku already wasn't. One wrong step and you're dead. He needed to get out, and soon. Each second he wasted was another second he could be one step closer to getting out. He had to be the first one out, or he would have to do this again. Izuku couldn't afford that. He needed to move on to the next stages. Izuku tripped from a piece of pavement that had gotten pushed down due to his weight. Acting on natural instinct, he tucked and rolled towards the ground, nearly getting his head cut off by a swinging axe. At the corner of his eyes he saw a body laying on the ground with his head barely attached to his neck. Hato looked away quickly, but the image was already ingrained into his mind. Having the extra adrenaline from another near death, he surged forward, engraving himself more into the maze. If at all, the near death seemed to motivate Hato, for he was numb to the fear of dying. The feeling excited him, in a twisted, sick way. They don't care if you die or not. This is all for their entertainment. Your pain is their laughter. Always remember that. He was seated near a corner to take a short break. He couldn't afford to mess this up, because if he did, Izuku would be failing so many people that needed him to escape. The maze was a mix of dead ends and turns that just made you fall deeper into the maze. Izuku must have already ran a mile from how his short legs were starting to ache. But Izuku was used to ache, he was used to pushing past the pain. There is something you must always swear by. Tamura waited for Hato to nod before continuing. You must never try to form connections with anyone here. I am the only exception to this rule. Everyone else will either die or betray you. In the arena, we can trust only each other and no one else. Izuku almost fell into a pit of spikes before skidding to a stop and swiftly turning toward the other direction. As he was turning into the opposite side from before, he went right and almost died. Might as well go left. He saw a little girl around his age with dark purple hair go in the direction of the spikes. Stop! The word was ripped from his throat before Izuku could even register what he was doing. The yell had worked, and the girl looked over to him with her pearl eyes. She had a plain magenta dress on that was ripped throughout the bottom and one sleeve kept falling off her shoulder. Her messy hair was just past her shoulders in delicate waves. She also had a white ribbon tied around her wrist. This was so effed up. She looked like she was just a little younger than him, meaning she was 4 to 5 years old. And here she was, fighting for her life. She was far too young to deal with this shit. Hell, no one should have to deal with this, but here they were. Izuku somehow found his voice again. It's a dead end with a pit of spikes. Trust me, you don't want to go in there. Not to mention the impaled body he had seen. The girl beamed and Izuku almost cried at how innocent she looked. Thank you. She then ran up to him and hugged him. Before he could even register the hug, she let go. People call me Madoka here. May I ask what your name is? Hato noticed how malnourished she looked and wondered how long she had been here. He tried his best to smile. It's Hato. How long have you been here? He knew he shouldn't be talking to her. He's just going to get attached, but Izuku will protect her. It'll be okay. He couldn't let her be alone. About a month. What about you, Onaikan? Onaikan? Where did that come from? Madoka just shrugs. You saved my life. And you remind me of my older brother before he died. Is that okay? She looked so hopeful that Izuku couldn't bring himself to say no. No, it's perfectly fine. I've been here for about 3 weeks. The people who controlled the arena made it so that you had to wait weeks before moving to the next level after you had finished the one before. Izuku hated it. It just added to all of the frustration. We should get going. You can follow me if you want. I promise I'll protect you, Madoka-chan. He hoped they were close. It's been about 30 minutes and he knows there are a lot more people with more experience on this stage than he was. Madoka nods and then they set off to a light jog. Izuku makes sure to always be aware of traps and to go first when changing directions before letting Madoka follow. They settled at a fast walk since Madoka was starting to get tired. Izuku made sure to hold onto her hand so she wouldn't fall behind and get lost. He hardly knew her, but she reminded him so much of Eri. He's already seen Madoka as a little sister just like he saw Eri as one. Where were you before you got brought here? Izuku asked while peeking around a corner to make sure it was safe. He saw a woman pinned onto the wall with a spear through her chest. He covered Madoka's eyes and made sure to avoid the parts of cement that stuck up a tiny bit. I was at an orphanage. They weren't very nice. Hato frowned as he uncovered her eyes. He knew the system was messed up, but how could no one love someone as sweet and innocent as her? And why weren't they nice? Could it have been her family? She did say her brother died. Maybe something happened. Or was it her quirk? I'm quirkless. Madoka whispered as she hunched up her shoulders and winced as if preparing to get yelled out. Izuku barely contained a growl. He knew perfectly well what it was like to be quirkless. He knew every single statistic by heart. He knew how cruel people could be. So, they should treat you with just as much respect and care as they do with the other kids with a quirk. He saw as her shoulders relaxed and how she looked surprised at his words. He would be too if someone had said that to him when he was quirkless. Can you tell me what they did to you? Suddenly, the ground around them started to crumble. Hato gripped Madoka's hand even tighter and ran fast enough that she was lifted off the ground for a split second. They made it to solid ground right as the ground gave out to reveal a tunnel that was too deep to see where it ended. Midoriya gripped his knees as he gasped for air. He looked over to see Madoka trembling and trying not to cry. Izuku smiled over at her. We're fine, see? We're both alive and breathing. Madoka nodded but clung to Izuku's arm in a tight hold. After they had calmed down enough, they continued to walk through the maze. Seeing more dead bodies along the way, Izuku wondered just how many more people were still alive in this maze. At first, I guess they didn't really do anything. Hato was confused as to what she was talking about until he remembered the conversation from earlier. They didn't really pay any attention to me. I was fine with that though. But then the other kids started to tease me and the caretakers made me do all of the harder chores. Then they slowly forgot to give me my portions of a meal, so I had to eat from the scraps. Hato waited patiently as she sorted out her thoughts. All of a sudden, her pearl eyes looked so much older than they should have looked. Then a man came. The caretakers said he was there to take me. I was so excited. I thought I was finally going to get adopted, that someone might love me again. But instead, the man took me here. I promise that once we escape, I'll bring you somewhere safe. Somewhere where you'll be loved. Hato soothed the now crying girl. Thank you, Onaikan. She then lifted up her wrist to show the white ribbon. I don't remember much of my family before they died, but I know they gave me this as a present. I couldn't put it on myself and no one at the orphanage would help me, so I decided to tie it on my wrist instead. If you want, I can tie it in your hair. The way Madoka's smile radiated light almost blinded Midoriya. She quickly untied her ribbon from her wrist and handed it to him. She turned around and waited patiently for Izuku to put it in her hair. Once he did, right in the center of the back of her head, she smiled again and did a little twirl. Does it look good? Does it? Izuku giggled at her childishness. It looks wonderful, Madoka-chan. Thank you so much, Onaikan. She hugged him tight, and this time, Hato returned it. Midoriya heard Madoka gasp. Look, that must be the end. In her excitement, she ran forward, releasing Izuku in the act. Izuku reached an arm towards her. Wait, dash. But before he could say anything else, Madoka stepped on a trap. Before she could turn around, spikes jutted out from the ground and pierced Madoka. She was lifted off the ground with her arms, legs, and head dangling while her back had multiple different spikes go through it. She looked like a rag doll, like she hadn't just been smiling and laughing a second ago. Her blood coated the spikes and the ground like a nightmarish painting. Her eyes were wide open and that innocent light that had shone through them? Gone. Izuku stared at Madoka in horror. He had promised. He had promised to protect her. He failed. This shouldn't have happened. He was doing so good and then he had to mess it up. He should have been more careful. He should have hugged her tighter, because if he had, she would still be by his side. And Madoka. It was a broken whisper, filled to the brim with the feelings of sadness and failure. It wasn't right. This wasn't real, it couldn't be. Life wasn't this cruel to him, right? But it was, and no matter how much Izuku wished against it, this was reality. But if he had just held on tighter. A white ribbon slowly landed next to his feet and all Izuku could do was sob. He gently picked up and tied it onto his wrist, making sure that it would never fall off. I'm so sorry. I couldn't save another person. I could have saved her and yet dash. Izuku slowly made his way to the end. With each step, a sob escaped his mouth. It wasn't fair. It wasn't okay. This wasn't okay. And it never will be. The winner, and the only survivor, made it through stage 2. 88 has yet again gone through a stage with ease. This was far from easy. This was hell. He had promised. And he broke it. Katsuki's world was a blur. Nothing seemed to be right anymore. Everything was chaos. He was chaos. He wished there was an on and off switch in life because right now, everything was just too much. He wondered if he could just disappear until everything was okay again, until he could finally see his Aizu again. He opted to just stay in his head as much as he could, reliving all the memories he had with Deku. He would make anything count, even the not-so-good memories. But sometimes his mind would ignore his pleas to just drown in his memories and would spiral down thoughts that he didn't want to have. What was that scary man doing to Izuku? Was Aizu safe? Of course he wasn't. Did they kill him? He always cried when he thought about that. The possibility that Deku could be dead, it seemed preposterous. Deku was too stubborn to die, but that doesn't mean he could beat it. They're only 5 years old. They're not supposed to be dealing with this sheet. They are supposed to be playing heroes and adventuring out into the woods to catch bugs. Katsuki isn't supposed to be wondering if his friend is dead or alive. They should be playing out in the playground and trying to see who swings the highest. Deku shouldn't have been kidnapped by that monster. Katsuki was supposed to protect him. But he shouldn't have had to protect him from being kidnapped, but maybe the bullies instead. Oh, the things Katsuki would do to have things back to normal. Mitsuki and Masaru Bakugou were at a loss. It seemed like it was going to be like that for a while now. They knew that if Izuku never came back, their son would neither. Not really, not fully. He may learn to accept it. If it may turn out to be that way, they sure hoped not. He might even learn to move on. But they knew for a fact that their son will never be the same unless he sees his best friend again. The Bakugous knew right when the two kids met each other that they were two sides of the same coin. Yin and yang. Izuku was a part of Katsuki just as Katsuki was a part Izuku. One couldn't be themselves without the other, it just wasn't possible. And it's only been 3 weeks and they know they should be patient but they're parents and it's their job to be worried. They can't bear to see their son like this. They couldn't bear to see how he would ask to go to see Izuku and then see the excitement leave his eyes as he remembers. They couldn't stand to hear his shouts from a nightmare that is certainly about that day. They hated to see Katsuki, someone who rarely ever cried, burst into sobs every night because every night he relived the worst day of his life over and over. They were his parents, and they were worried. Inko Midoriya never thought that she would have to deal with this. She hoped, that she would be one of the lucky ones. But she was wrong, and as much as she tried to be positive and think that she would see her son again, it was impossible. Because he could be hurt, bleeding, crying, dead, and she wouldn't be able to do anything about it. All she could do was talk to the police, but it was so hard to find one that would willingly do a good job to find a quirkless child. And then she did, but then the food in her fridge got smaller. She told herself that was okay. Izuku was more important. Even though a part of her brain whispered to her that her son would be mad that she wasn't taking care of herself. But what else was she supposed to do? It was her job to protect him, and she had failed. So screw her health, she needed her baby back. Even if that meant she would have to tear herself up from the inside to do so. Izuku was Inko's entire world. The only one that could bring a smile onto her face even when she thinks it would be impossible to do so. Izuku is her diamond in the rough, her purpose. Without him, the house is too cold, too quiet, too empty. Inko hates it. Hates how sometimes she swears that she hears her son's cute little mumbling or the quiet pitter-pattering of feet. And when she realizes that it's just her mind playing tricks on her, Inko cries until she's too dehydrated to cry anymore. There's only so much she can do, but she's willing to do everything. Midoriya Izuku. Son of Hisashi and Inko Midoriya. 5 years old and diagnosed as quirkless. Last seen at Strawberry Park July 15 around the time 1824 to 18. Was dragged into a black van and was non-ambulatory due to a paralysis quirk being used on him. People working on the case: Tsukachi Naomasa, Aizawa Shoyuta, Pro Hero, Eraserhead, Yamada Hisashi, Pro Hero, Present Mike, and Kayama Nimuri, Pro Hero, Midnight. Naomasa had never seen a case like this one before. And the fact that so few were actually willing to give this case a chance to be solved made it only that much more difficult. Not to mention that the only witness was a 5-year-old boy who was clearly traumatized from the whole ordeal. Still, Tsukachi was mildly impressed by the information the young Bakugu had gathered. A man who looked to be early to mid-30s with black shoulder-length hair and icy blue eyes. And one of the most important factors: his quirk, which allowed him to paralyze people. They didn't know he did it or how many people he could paralyze at once, although the theory is only one. All the other heroes were either too busy with other missions or just straight up didn't think there was any hope to save this kid. It angered Naomasa to know and seeing how one's bias is affecting Izuku's chances on being saved. They had one piece of video evidence showing the car moving out of Mizutofu and then it just disappears. Not a trace whatsoever. They were able to track the car using someone's quirk that could track a specific car as long as they had a license plate number. All they found out is that the car was driving out into the middle of nowhere and then the tracks just stopped. It was like the car took off flying. Tsukachi wasn't willing to give up, he just had to be patient and hope that new evidence comes to light sometime soon. Something was telling him that he was missing a big piece to this puzzle, something critical. It was just buried in between the lines waiting to be found. He knew he had to find it, a kid's life was at stake. Aizawa and Yamada didn't know why they felt so drawn to Midoriya Izuku. All they knew is that they had a connection with this kid and that they needed to save him. It was like they knew the kid, but they also knew for certain that they had never met the boy before. Namuri, Yamada, and Aizawa all agreed that this wasn't a normal kidnapping. The kidnapper left no indications that they wanted something. That meant that the most reasonable explanations for the kidnapping was either that they wanted to kill the kid, they surely hoped that wasn't the case, or they wanted to sell Izuku. Of course, there could be other reasons, but so far, those were the most probable. It was nefarious, to kidnap a kid. They needed to save this kid. It was a desire that went far beyond their job as heroes. Something they couldn't quite fathom yet. They hoped it would be soon, but no matter how long it was, they would save Midoriya Izuku. Izuku, for the first time in a long time, felt numb. It was a coping mechanism he long since abandoned once he got into UA. He nearly forgot about it, but the sensation of not feeling anything was gladly welcomed. Izuku would much rather be dull than to break into millions of pieces. He hardly registered the guard shoving him into the cell. Izuku could barely feel the stinging of his knees that had scraped against the ground. So? Did you win? The rough yet young voice of Tamura was muffled to Izuku. Midoriya wished he listened to Tamura when he told him not to get close with anyone. Maybe he wouldn't feel like this, whatever he was feeling. Was being numb even a feeling? But if he had listened, what would he feel? Either way, Madoka would have died. Would he feel the same even if he hadn't promised? Promised that he would protect her? He could barely get himself to nod at Tamura's question. Yes, he had passed. Shouldn't he feel happy about it? Would he feel proud of himself if it wasn't for the death of Madoka? Or would he still wallow in sorrow at the fact he was the only one to make it out alive? Izuku had so many questions but no answers. You don't seem happy. Shouldn't you be happy? Izuku didn't know. Something happened, right? What was it? So many things happened. But was it really that big of a deal? Shouldn't Izuku be used to death by now? He didn't think he wouldn't ever get used to it. All the blood that seemed to never leave his skin. He clutched onto his wrist with the white ribbon tied to it. His knuckles were turning white and there will no doubt be a bruise there tomorrow. Izuku clutched tighter. I should have listened to you. It's been a month since the maze. Every night Izuku looked at the white ribbon on his wrist. It reminded him of not just the sparkle of Madoka's eyes, how that light slowly faded as the blood emptied from her body, but how many people he might not be able to save. It's almost been over 2 months since he was brought to the arena and he's only on stage 3, the hunters. He's always hungry, which makes his exhaustion ever more present. Izuku says it's okay. Because at least he's being fed, right? He can survive off of 1 meal a day until he gets everybody out. Besides, he's been through worse. Others have been through worse. He tries to ignore the hunger pains that slowly eat away at him in the night. How his movements are getting slightly slower and weaker. But it's okay. He'll get used to it. Just give him another month or 2. Today is his first day as a hunter. Izuku looks over to Tamura, who is still sleeping while cradling his arm that had turned an ugly shade of purple. Luckily, it's just a minor fracture and should heal before his next match. Izuku hopes, that Tamura will make it out of the arena. He has too, even if Midoriya doesn't know how he got out last time. Over the time here, Hato has begun to think of Tamura as some sort of big brother. Even though Izuku had never told him about Madoka, Tamura had been extra kind that week. One moment that stuck out was when Midoriya had a particularly bad nightmare and Tamura allowed Izuku to hug him. They snuggled up against each other that night and it was probably the lightest he had felt since he got here. Even now, Izuku craved human affection. So being able to hug Tamura gave him a sense of grounding, which was almost like when Katsuki and him had cuddled. Although he had to favor Kacchan, Tamura was a little awkward with human affection, which was totally understandable, since he's been touch-starved for who knows how long. Hato had to guess it was a little past 6 in the morning when Carice came to get him. The guard wore his permanent sneer while Izuku kept his face blank. It irritated Carice. Izuku had learned, and it was one of the only bits of fun he got in this place. As he got closer to the arena, he heard the familiar sound of harsh cheers. The cheers that laughed in amusement as Madoka got pierced. If you get past this round, you'll be thinking that these past couple of months were heaven. Izuku doesn't even bother to glance at the man as he walks into the battlefield. He'll just have to deal with it because it'll all be worth it in the end. Just to see everybody smile. He has to be patient. The battlefield had large rocks scattered randomly around the arena, most likely for cover and higher ground. In the very middle was an assortment of weapons that could be used. As Hato looked around, he saw 9 other people. All of them were looking at the weapons hungrily and desperately. Hunters. Start. Everyone but him went straight for the weapons. Izuku thought that the most risk of getting disqualified would be going straight for the weapons. He thought slowly walking towards it while using the rocks as cover would give him the best chances at gaining a weapon safely. As he was crouched behind a rock about 15 feet away, he saw about 4 people knocked out cold. One had a knife in their shoulder but seemed to still be breathing. Izuku let out a sigh of relief when he realized that the other 3 were breathing as well. Hato saw a woman with an axe that had dried blood covering it. He thought he might have seen an intestine wrapped around it, but refused to give himself enough time to find out if there really was or not. There was a crazed look blanketed in her eyes that almost reminded him of Toga. He observed how someone knocked her out by knocking a bow staff against her head. She was probably all looks and 0 bronze. Izuku was too busy observing everyone's fight that he failed to notice someone come up behind him. He was just about to move closer to the weapons when the man decided to make his move. And then he noticed, but his head had already gotten bashed against the ground and he was out cold. Izuku woke up with his head pounding a painful rhythm against his head. He gently placed a hand there and felt dried, crusty blood. Izuku looked around with a groan, realizing he had just lost his first match, and it was because he was being so DMN stupid. Midoriya felt like he was going to throw up from how painful his migraine was. This Esigidi. He definitely didn't want to go through this again. He's learned his lesson. Always pay attention to the people who surround you. Looks like Sleeping Beauty is finally awake. Izuku groaned again. He really didn't feel like dealing with Tamura's snarky attitude right now. How long have I been out? Speaking was a struggle at the moment, he realized. It hurt to even think about the words, let alone speak them. Just a few hours. I'm guessing your next chance will be in a few weeks, so you'll have time to recover from your injury. Hato hummed in reply and closed his eyes, hoping he could sleep off his pain. At least he could be in top shape when he tried again. Just as long as it wasn't longer than a month. Now all he had to do is wait out the feeling of his head exploding and the urge to throw up what little he has had to eat. He's exhausted and is thankful for that. It makes it just a tiny bit more easier to fall asleep. Onaikan, you'll protect me, right? Madoka and him were both in a field with startling green grass and an unburdened blue sky. Izuku was back in his 17-year-old body, and yet he didn't take any notice of the sudden change. He crouched down next to Madoka's level and smiled at her. Of course I will. You won't ever have to worry because I will always be here for you. I promise. Then, like day turned to night, the field started to crumble all around them, but they did not fall. It was like paint chipping off of walls. Soon, Izuku and Madoka were both in a room that was nothing short of a black void. Izuku frantically looked around because they were trapped and he didn't know why. The greenette slowly turned to Madoka only to see the white dress she was wearing was stained in splashes of red. Izuku looked on in horror to see that her pearl eyes were gouged out and left in their place were bloody, black sockets. You promised. Her voice was vacant, as if she wasn't even there. Madoka's eye sockets started to drop blood. Soon her cheeks were stained with the familiar and dreadful color. It made Izuku sick. The blood reminded him of tears, which only in turn made him start to cry. He began shaking his head and hugged Madoka, not caring if he got any blood on him, as if his sanity depended on it. He clung on to her, hoping, wishing, praying to whatever cruel entity that created this reality, that this wasn't real. That Madoka had somehow made it out alive, that he had succeeded in protecting her. But it was real. and there was nothing he could do about it. You promised. You promised, you promised, you promised, you promised, you promised, dash. I know, and I am so sorry. I should have saved you. I failed you, but I promise I'll make sure it won't happen again. I'll try my hardest so it will never happen ever again. Izuku was still hugging Madoka as she stayed motionless. She was like a puppet with their strings cut off. But isn't that what we all were? Puppets. Something to be controlled by someone, and if we disobey, we get our strings cut off. It's a never-ending loop that will never end. And once it does, it'll start again and again and again. You will. Madoka didn't state it as a question, but more like a statement that no one could change. Once Izuku let go of her, Madoka started to crack. In that one moment, she was glass. Seconds away from shattering. And she did, and so did Izuku. And he was left to rebuild the pieces. When Izuku woke up, he did not scream. He didn't even move. He didn't even dare to. His chest felt heavy with the guilt ever so present. But he had realized something, realized why he made the mistake he did in the arena. Guilt. The guilt of Madoka's death had gotten him tangled in a never-ending sea of self-depreciation and disassociation. If Hato wanted to win, he needed to free himself from that. Not to say that he still won't feel guilt. No, he will definitely still feel the culpability, but he needed to accept what had happened. He needed to accept the fact that he won't be able to save everyone. That didn't mean he wouldn't try, of course not. But there will always be someone you can't save, and if there isn't, then the person you won't be able to save will be yourself. No one can't save everyone, but they can try. And maybe that's enough. Izuku will still feel at fault for Madoka's death, for everyone's. He'll probably feel like this for forever. But maybe he can learn to accept it. Maybe that alone will be enough. Izuku can try and he can hope, but when it all comes down to it, he's not responsible for everyone's lives. Having that burden will only enable him to save the people that he can save. He hasn't fully accepted it, Izuku doesn't know if he ever will. But for now, this is enough. Even if the weight in his chest hasn't gone away. Even if there's still something missing in the depths of his heart. This time, Izuku did not try to get a weapon. He didn't need one. At least, not at the beginning. Instead of thinking on how to get to the weapons, Hato analyzed his opponents. The women closest to him obviously had an injured foot by the way she was carrying herself. He knew it was unfair, but Midoriya would have to take her down first. The easy pickings always go down first, just like he did last time. As far as Izuku could tell, she was the only one who was injured. It would make it harder, but Hato's trained for this. All he needs to do is rely on his speed, which hasn't been so great lately, and his years of knowledge in the art of fighting. He let his feet carry him towards the woman who was having trouble even taking a step. He jabbed a few vital points in her legs to make her fall to the ground and then swiftly strikes the back of her neck without even giving her time to process. It might have been an act of pity on Izuku's part. He knew how cruel these people could get for the desperation of winning. But the crazed look in some of their eyes unsettled Izuku. He wondered if they gave up on ever escaping and succumbed to their supposed fates. Was learning, pretending, to like hurting and killing other people really helping them? Without wasting a beat, Hato delved under the protection of a rock and hid. He saw 2 other people who were down, which meant there were 7 more people counting himself. He made sure to glance back behind him every few seconds just in case, even though he could see the others all fighting one another. Izuku clenched his teeth and tried to ease the churning in his stomach as he saw someone stick a knife in someone's eye and twist it. Once he took the knife out, the eyeball had popped right out as the victim of it all started to scream. He was going into shock, Izuku realized, and soon enough he passed out. Tearing his eyes away, he saw 2 other people passed out, which meant there were only 4 people left. Hato looked around to see a young teen being cornered by the guy who had seemed to be obsessed with knives, if the way he liked the knife covered in blood from his last victim was anything to go by. Quickly, Hato sped towards the man. The greenette grabbed a bow staff that was laying next to someone who was already out, and seconds before the knife man could do anything to the teen, Hato jumped as high as he could and whacked the staff right on top of the man's head. It caused the light-blued hair man to become disoriented, but not enough to stop him from lazily slicing Izuku's shoulder. Izuku ignored the wetness dripping from his shoulder, his first scar, Izuku muses, and swings the staff and hits the man where it hurts. The blueonette collapses to his knee and Hato takes the final swing aimed at his head, taking the man out. Izuku knows the knife man is going to wake up with a headache, maybe a concussion, and he's glad. After making sure the man won't be getting up anytime soon, Midoriya looks up to the boy he saved only to have the color drain from his face at the image. The young teen is laying on his stomach with an arrow stuck in his back. Izuku quickly checks for a pulse and lets the tension leave his shoulders as he feels one. Before Izuku can relax, he hears a whistling and quickly moves his head to the side. An arrow flies by him, cutting a few strands off of his hair. Hato swiftly looks to the direction of where the arrow came from and sees a woman with buzzed golden hair with a bow and arrow standing on top of a rock. All he had to do was defeat her and then he could move on to the next round. So as the woman shoots another arrow, Hato grabs the knife from the knife man and throws it. Izuku quickly sidesteps and barely misses the arrow from piercing his leg. However, it does give him another cut that will not doubt be a nuisance later. Izuku snaps his head up to see if he got the blonde-haired woman, but noticed that as she went to dodge the knife, she slipped and fell. The blonde hit her head on the dirt ground and didn't get up. Hato Izuku did it. Satisfaction with himself welled up in his chest as he chugged down air. He was a knight now, and he was proud about that. Happy to know that he was one step closer to being free from this god-awful place. But it took him about 3 months to finish just 3 stages. How long would it take him to do 7 more? Especially when they just get more difficult and deadly. And he knew nothing about this place. Izuku hasn't even heard whoever this boss's name is. Izuku tried to quell the anxiety in his stomach at the thought, the calculation of just how long it would take to get out of here. Because with each new difficulty in the arena, each new stage, Izuku estimated that he would be here for at least 2 years. That if he somehow got lucky and escaped the evil that was sure to be lurking, it would still take him 2 years to escape. Izuku wakes up being dragged out of his cell. Not a very pleasant thing to wake up to, but who is he to complain? Izuku starts to panic when he realizes he can't move. He glances up behind him to see Quirk is the one dragging him, which means he probably used his paralysis quirk on him. Quirk is holding him where he got the cut from yesterday's battle, and it stings. He'd be lucky if it doesn't get infected, if it isn't already. Where are you taking me? It's hard to maintain his monotone facade when Izuku knows that whatever this is, isn't going to be good. Quirk doesn't answer. Doesn't even glance at him. The man drags him upstairs, which isn't fun, and he will probably have bruises on his back later. They arrive at a door and Izuku can finally feel his limbs again. Quirk lets go of him, making Izuku's head thud against the cold cement ground. Hato quickly gets up only to be pushed inside the room. The room is bigger than expected, and much more fancier. By fancier he means that there's just so much stuff cramped in this room that besides decoration, it's completely useless. Except for the select few weapons on the walls. Izuku makes a mental note to remember that there are weapons in here. It might be useful in the far future. In the far middle of the room he sees a man sitting at his desk, a desk that Izuku's hand twitches in the need to clean. The man is big and looks to be mid-60s with graying blonde hair that goes to his shoulders and a long beard as well. His charcoal eyes aren't empty like Quirk's, but replete with evil and the intent to hurt. Standing next to the man is a person with electric short blue hair, a black, scruffy beard, and has their face caked with makeup. The man smiles. It almost looks heartwarming in a wicked sort of way. Ah, number 8080. You must be wondering why you are here. Each word that leaves the man's mouth sends cold shivers down Izuku's spine. He tenses his shoulder in attempt to guard himself. Well, you see, you have impressed us with the skills you have shown. The person that stood next to him began to move to a fireplace and picked up a metal brander with the number 88 on it. Izuku tried to back away, but Quirk must have activated his quirk again, because all of a sudden he's on the ground with his cheek throbbing from the impact. He sees the blue-haired person come closer with a smirk as Izuku fails to repress his sob. And you're like, what? 6'5". You're a prize to the arena, 88. And you know what we like to do with our prizes. The electric brunette slowly lifts his shirt until his whole back is showing. Izuku tries to move, tries so hard, but he can't. We brand them. And then Izuku's right shoulder blade explodes with pain. It's like his skin is melting, which in a way it is. Midoriya lets out a silent scream at the sheer pain flowing through his body. He hasn't felt pain like this in such a long time. It's agonizing. He smells his own flesh burning. Izuku almost chokes on his own bile at the smell, at the pain. It only makes his throat burn as well. Finally, they release the brander off of his skin and walk back to stand next to the desk. Izuku feels himself losing consciousness as the pain had drained all of his existing energy, leaving him exhausted. Put him back in his cell. Yes, boss. He had heard it. He had heard Carice call this man boss. That means this is the man who controls the arena. The man Izuku needs to defeat. His eyes were so close to closing, and they did. But before he let himself succumb to the darkness, he caught a glimpse of an old-fashioned phone that was connected to an outlet. Before he could process his discovery, Izuku let himself slip into unconsciousness. Izuku woke up for the second time that day. His back was throbbing in pain, and it was near impossible to move without it feeling like his skin was being raked off with sharp fingernails. It's happened to him before. Long, long ago by a measly middle school bully. What did they do? Tamura rumbles out, his anger flowing into his shaking fists. Izuku hasn't seen Tamura like this in a long time, but even back then, his anger was expressed in a different way. This vexation was silent, translating into something different that wasn't lashing out on others. Izuku didn't know what the outcome of his feelings would be, especially since his anger is new, untrained in ways that make it dangerous yet reliable. Trust me, it's not important. I'll be better in a few weeks. Izuku tried to ignore the feeling of, what was it? Something akin to dread towards the future. On the day he looks in the mirror and sees a scar that will never leave him. Never fading away, always brining memories with it. Hato shakes his head. It's not worth worrying about things that will always be there. What's important is that I found out who the boss is. And I know where he stays as well. Hato tries to sit up, and he does. It just takes him several minutes to get used to the pain before he could push past it. Tamura's eyes widen comically. Really? Do you know what his quirk is? No. It's not something based off of appearances as far as I know, but at least we know what he actually looks like now. Izuku contemplates what he's going to say next. It's important and needs to be told. Tamura, you do know that it's still going to take a while to get out, right? In order to even have a chance at getting out, we're both going to need to be at the final round at the same time. That's going to take over a year, probably 2. Midoriya didn't want to bring false hope into getting out soon, because that's just not realistic. Not with how dangerous these games were. To his surprise, however, Tamura nods. Yeah, I know. He reaches to scratch his neck, but a glare from Hato makes his hand drop. We need to take our time with this. It would be stupid to think we could get out of this cage so soon. They were moving slowly, but they were still walking. They were getting closer to their goal. But something came to Izuku's mind today. The fact is that even if they get out, they will always have the memories of this place. Some will even come with permanent scars. Some might never fully escape the arena. It will never fully leave their minds. Haruki Neo. A 4-year-old girl who went missing not too long before Midoriya Izuku. She's diagnosed as quirkless and stayed at an orphanage after her family passed away in a car accident. Tsukachi looked at the file as if it had some hidden secret between the words. He has to admit, there wasn't much to go off of. The orphanage got shut down not too long ago due to abuse and child labor, so he couldn't go there to question them about Haruki. They had admitted that they would let people illegally adopt kids without any background checks. Tsukachi had suspicions that the orphanage sold a few kids to human traffickers since some children were almost impossible to track down and were now deemed missing. And this is where Haruki Neo comes into place. They had unnamed witnesses say that they saw her with a man that had the exact same description the Bakugo kid had given them. That was huge, and it could mean so many possible things that it would take a while to limit them. Naomasa had tasked Aizawa with interrogating past human traffickers to see if they know anything at all. This was their biggest lead, and it took them over 3 months to find it. Naomasa and his team had to hold on to this with everything they had. Now they knew that it wasn't just one child that needed help, but more. The tired detective took a sip of his third, or was it fourth, cup of coffee and started to dive deeper and deeper into the connections of the past that could possibly be linked to this man. It wasn't much, but it was a start. So what's this whole process of being a knight? Izuku questioned. It's been 3 weeks since the arena had branded him and his back was only a tiny bit tender. He and Tamura were both scheduled to fight tomorrow. Their first time being in a round together. It was too bad that they couldn't exactly work together. Think of it as a game of hide and seek. Izuku raises an eyebrow. Really? A game of hide and seek? It's not as fun as you may think it is. There's this big, run-down mansion set up in the arena. Seriously, I don't know how they set these things up so fast. You have 5 minutes to hide, and can even attack the other people as well. That's how I keep on losing. People gang up on you and beat the shit out of you. If you can get past those people and find a good place to hide, you have to somehow manage to stay hidden for 30 minutes. Who comes to find you? What happens if you're found? Quite yapping, I'm getting there. The finder is this huge guy that works for the arena. He knows every square inch of the place and knows the best hiding spots. And what he does if he finds you? Well, it's not pretty. I've witnessed people who were found by him, and you'd wish the other players would have ganged up on you instead. This guy electrocutes you with his quirk. Enough for you to get burns and pass out. Whoever isn't found by the 30 minutes moves on to the next round. Can you attack him? Hato asks. What? Izuku goes off to explain. Can we attack him? It would only be fair, right? He's hunting us, so why not hunt him instead? Although, I guess it would be hard. Since we don't know how his quirk works, and we would definitely need a lot of people so we can jump him. Exactly. What you're saying is completely nuts. You'd be crazy to go along with it. But Izuku wasn't done yet, so that means I'll have to purposely get electrocuted by him, and you'd have to talk to everybody else about the plan. And then we can follow through with it next time. The only problem would be the aftermath, but technically nobody ever said that we couldn't just switch the roles around. Tamura nods. Yeah. You're crazy. He honestly should have already known that Hato wasn't, how should he say it? Normal. No sane person could think of this, let alone follow through with it. But you're right. It could work. And I would love to see his reaction once he realizes he's f'd. Yeah, never mind. This was a great idea. Hato smirks devilishly as a sparkle mischievously develops in his eyes. A part of him thinks that this might even be fun. Or at least the most amount of fun when you're in the situation he's in. Being electrocuted won't be fun, not at all. But who knows, maybe someday he could develop some kind of resistance to it. Katsuki felt homesick. That was the best way he could describe it. He missed his best friend so much. It made his entire body physically ache. To him, Deku was his home, a part of him that would always be here. When Deku was kidnapped, a part of him had been ripped out, and Katsuki knew that it wouldn't come back until Aiza did. Aiza had to come back. Not just for him, but for Auntie as well. Every time he and his parents visited her, she looked worse. Way older and paler than she used to be. Katsuki was smart, and he knew that she wouldn't last long at this rate. He always made sure to be the sweetest little demon angel that Inko would ever have the pleasure of meeting. If only to make her day just a little brighter. Lately, though, it was getting hard to even get her to crack a smile. School was hard. Sure, he had a few friends, but he never let them get too close. That was too dangerous, and he made sure to tell himself that every night. Bakugo tried his best to get the best grades possible. After all, heroes couldn't be stupid, but also he knew for a fact that Izuku would scold him for studying too much. The thought made Home want to cry and smile at the same time. No one had seemed to even remember Deku. Not even questioning why the little sunshine wasn't in class anymore. It was like he never existed, like he didn't matter. He had vented, screamed, at his parents about how angry he was that no one seemed to care that his favorite person wasn't here anymore. His parents told him that sometimes people Especially children could be like that. That they can be confusing and unpredictable. His parents told him that the best thing to do was accept that and focus on something else. Maybe something more positive. Here's the thing though, Katsuki didn't want to accept it. He didn't get how people, he knew it wasn't just children, but everyone, were so confusing. Why couldn't they be simple? All he wanted was someone to remember his best friend. Was that really too much to ask? The explosion user was smart, and he knew that the invisibility of Izuku was probably because of his status. Of being quirkless. How could they not understand that Izuku was special? He started going to the dojo Izuku went to. He meant all of his teachers, and that alone had lightened him. They talked about Izuku like he was a shining star, which he was. The brightest one in the whole galaxy. They told him about how Izuku always puts in his best and how they made him, on multiple occasions, stop for the day before he overworked himself. Katsuki promised the teachers that he would try his best as well. That he would master every frickin' move perfectly no matter how long it took him. Soon the training wasn't only because he wanted to be a hero, but because maybe if he grew strong enough, he would be able to save Deku someday. The day was starting off to be egregious. First off, he was starving and could really use some of his mom's homemade cooking. But now he was in an arena surrounded by people that would rather rip your throat out than trust you, which will only make it that much harder to put his plan in action. Hato just hoped that Tamura would be able to get through to them. After all, he was almost as scary as they were. Except being about 10 years old definitely put him at a more innocent appearance. Izuku had stopped bothering to remember the date about a month ago. He had no idea what day it was now, and in all honesty, he was unconcerned about it. Remembering only added to the barrel of things he had to do. Tamura wasn't kidding when he said that the mansion was huge. It reminded Izuku of those old, scary rundown houses that you always see in horror movies. Most of the paint was chipping off and he could vaguely see a few holes in the front porch. The place was most likely a death trap, literally or figuratively, Izuku doesn't know. Hato wondered how they set up these up so fast. It had to be some powerful quirk, maybe even multiple. He remembered back to the maze and how detailed that was. It was like it was fake. And now this fake mansion that had as much detail as an actual, handcrafted mansion. Taking a quick glance at Tamura, he nodded. Realistically, Izuku knew that he won't get everybody on their side, especially if some people would be moving to the next round. They only needed a couple of people. Hell, even one would make a difference between winning and losing. How do I get them to join us? Tell them the truth. Maybe if people knew that Izuku was planning on breaking everybody out, they wouldn't be as hesitant to join them. Even if they think that getting everybody out would be impossible, they might gain some hope. And hope was a very, very important thing. Hato didn't waste a single second to run into the house when the announcers started the round. He nearly fell into a hole when he made his way up the front porch. That only spiked the adrenaline in him as Izuku quickly opened the door and rushed into the house. Hato led himself to where he thought the kitchen would be. He kept on bumping into useless furniture that had gotten in his way. It was like the boss's office. He swallowed down his irritation when he finally stumbled across the kitchen. Izuku got to work and rapidly opened all the cabinets in the kitchen, trying to find anything that was made out of rubber. While looking, he tried to turn on the stove and sink to see if it worked. To his surprise, the appliances did. He had found one pair of rubber gloves right under the sink. Hato even found some pots and pans, his favorite being the huge iron skillet. Seriously, for such an elaborate fighting arena, you'd think that they would be smart. Turns out that whoever designed this place was pretty DMN stupid. A loud bell-like sound resonated throughout the mansion, probably meaning that the 5 minutes were up. Izuku didn't even bother to hide, even though every fiber in his body was screaming at him to do so. Hiding wasn't his mission. Not even a minute after the bell had sounded, he heard the door to the main entrance slam open. It was a wonder how the door didn't fall off its hinges. The man seemed like he didn't favor that whole, quiet and sneaky approach as he seemed to announce his whole presence throughout the house. His footsteps were their own thunder as he stomped around. By the sound of his footsteps, the man was getting closer to the kitchen. Hato mentally prepared himself as the door creaked open, not being slammed like the last one. The man came into view, And boy, wasn't he a sight. The man was almost as tall as the boss, if only a little bit more fit. He had bright yellow eyes and slick back hair that went to his mid-back. Just like everybody that worked here, he didn't exactly scream nice. Izuku was standing right in front of the man, impossible to miss. Midoriya mused at the slight confusion in his face. He was probably wondering why Izuku was standing in the middle of a room when he was supposed to hide. The man's confusion turned into a smirk that covered half of his face. Well, aren't you a stupid one? His voice was full with ignorance. Something that will only make it that much sweeter to take him down. Izuku smiled back in greeting. I guess you could say that. Before Izuku could say anything else, the man was right in front of him grabbing his neck. The man was faster than he expected, and Izuku couldn't help but ponder if that was the cause of the man's quirk. Hato noticed how the man's hair began to stick up and become much more frizzier. Was he gathering static electricity? Perhaps charging up, making his hair stand up? If so, then that means he wasn't always supplied with electricity and there had to be a charge. It took exactly 15 seconds for what Izuku presumed to be the charge. After that, everything burned. Hato's muscles were spasmodic as he continued to get electrocuted. Screams tore through his throat at the man's onslaught of pain. 10 seconds. 15 seconds. 25 seconds. At the 30-second mark, the man's black hair went down as the electricity stopped and Izuku was dropped on the ground. His whole body covered in crooked red lines as every few seconds or so his muscles would jerk, only causing more pain. His bottom lip was split open, dripping with blood. Some of his skin had been torn up, leaving chunks of bright red flesh visible. Some skin had turned black and charred, only making the areas where his skin had melted off even more visible. The man kicked him for good measure before walking off to find more victims. Hato's vision started to darken around the edges as the pain began to numb. Izuku didn't even try to fight it. Once his eyes had closed, he was out like a light. The buzzing in his ears the only thing he could hear. As he fell deeper into unconsciousness, Midoriya was greeted with an image of a smiling Kacchan and Inko. He smiled. Tamura had gained 3 people who wanted to be a part of the plan. They were all desperate for some kind of hope to get out of this shitty place, and they thought that this could help. The other 5, however, did not take it so well. Whether it was because they were afraid of fighting this mini-boss or they just thought he was being stupid, they turned those feelings into anger. And just like the other 2 times, Tamura got gained up on, as did his team. Tamura's team had tried to fight back, but in all honesty, they were all pretty weak. Tamura had to fight the instinct to fight back as they started to attack him. It was essential to the plan that he would have to lose this round. To hell with his pride, it was already pretty low due to being here for so long. He had to trust that their plan would work, that it would be worth the busted lip and bruises. He couldn't believe that he had put all of his trust into a kid that was younger than him. When had he even started to trust this kid? Tamura forgot that he too was a kid? Tamura supposed it didn't matter in the end. It wouldn't change the fact that Hato was the most trustworthy person that Tamura had ever met. And for the first time in forever, Tamura knew that someone cared about him. Even if it was just some stupid brat. Izuku disregarded the idea of building a tolerance to being electrocuted. Yeah, he never wanted to go through that again. Izuku was out for a full 48 hours. Not that Izuku was complaining. Who knows when he'll be able to get a full night's rest again. Although, when he woke up he felt even more tired than before. He just couldn't win, could he? Tamura, who only attained a bump to the head and a dozen bruises, was not happy about Izuku's little break in life. Izuku couldn't tell if he was mad at him or for him, but either way, Izuku made sure to keep his distance. His injuries must have been pretty bad, because they had to get their doctor to heal them. Midoriya could tell it was to the bare minimum since everything still hurt and moving too much made it feel like his healed skin would rip. The greenette took a glance at his right palm to see a star-shaped scar right in the center. He vaguely remembered seeing a glimpse of bone there before passing out. Izuku thought about how beautiful it looked. The shape reminded Izuku of Kacchan's explosions, which only brought the familiar feeling of flutters in his stomach. Hato looked up to Tamura, who was studying him carefully. So, how many people did we get? We got 3. They're all pretty weak though. Hardly even know the basics of fighting. Must have gotten through the other rounds out of pure luck. Izuku nods. That's great. 3 is more than I expected, and it's okay if they aren't super strong. I don't think they will need to do too much fighting anyways. Did you figure out what you needed to? Or was being electrocuted a waste? Hato lets his cheeks lift, revealing a mischievous smirk. Oh, I got all the information I needed. It really should be rather simple to bring him down. Tamura gives a smirk of his own. So what's the plan? Izuku moves into a more comfortable position and begins to explain. He ignores the stretch of his skin and focuses on the new hope settling into his heart. After all these years, Izuku still finds that hope is one's greatest friend. Hope is often what keeps people going when the odds are stacked against them. It saves people from giving up. If Izuku is certain of one thing, it's that hope is something that will never be evil. He hopes he'll never forget that. Inko tried her best. At what, she didn't know. The days were blurring together and it was getting harder to tell left from right. She tried her best to get out of bed, and sometimes that was all she could do. There were days where she couldn't even do that, but Inko couldn't find it in herself to care. She hasn't taken a shower in a week and couldn't even remember when her last full meal was. She was trying so hard at surviving each and every day. Inko had stopped living such a long time ago that she forgot what it felt like. Inko had worse bags under eyes than her son did. They just never seemed to go away no matter how much she slept the day away. She was always exhausted and Inko was getting so tired of it. Inko wondered what her son looked like now. It had been a little over half a year since his kidnapping. Had it really only been half a year? It felt like an eternity. She refused the thought that her son might be dead, decomposing into the ground with his skeleton being the only remains of him. That was impossible, because Inko knew her son, and she knew that Izuku was one who could spit death in the face without an ounce of fear in his tiny body. So no, her son was not dead. And to help her with this belief, she imagined what he might look like. Could he be a tad bit taller? Maybe longer hair? Inko wondered if her son would like his hair to be longer. Probably not. It would get in the way and distract him, and Izuku wasn't a big fan of distractions. Did Izuku think of her as often as she thought him? Again, probably not. She knew that her Aizu was probably also thinking of a way to get out of wherever he was. Was he all alone? A sick part of Inko hoped not. Hoped that there was someone else who fell into the same fate. She hoped that Izuku had someone to talk to, someone who could understand what he was going through. She never knew that you could miss someone so much that it caused a physical ache, and by the way she was looking more and more sick every day, Inko doubted she would last much longer. She was way too thin. Thin enough where her hair would fall out in clumps like tangled up ribbons. Her body felt weaker and she no longer had an appetite, not that she even had any food on her fridge. The money for the investigation had took up most of her savings. Inko wondered what her son, her baby, would think of her now. He would probably be so worried and tell her to take better care of herself, but how can she do that when her whole life was ripped away from her? Inko lasted 9 months without her son. She thought she could have lasted longer than that. Longer to finally see her son again, but life wasn't having it. Inko had a heart attack because of the lack of care towards her body. By the time the paramedics got there, it was already too late. Inko was dead and nothing could change that. For a mother's heart is always stronger when the love of her life is by her side. Her funeral was a week later. The clouds along with the Bakugus, the only ones who truly knew her, had cried for her that day. They wished they could have been there for her more, but they can't bring back the dead. No one can. They promised her that they would take care of her son once he returns. That was the least they could do. A part of them, all of them, needed to do this. Not just for Inko, but for Izuku as well. Izuku is a part of his mother, as was Izuku a part of Inko. Izuku was the last remnant of Merodia Inko. The Bakugus needed Inko's memory to stay alive. They couldn't lose him no matter what. Inko was swallowed up by sadness and never found an escape, but the Bakugus hoped that they could help Izuku escape that fate. For a heart can only beat so long in the sound of sorrow before it gives out. Izuku's hair was getting long. It was nothing compared to Tamura's, whose hair was past his shoulders and looked like it did in the last timeline. Izuku's was just long enough where he would have to keep moving it out of the way or it would cover his eyes. It was distracting and he wanted to cut it back to its original length. That was just idle wishing, but maybe he would get lucky and have someone accidentally cut it. That would be too risky though. Especially since the person who would be cutting his hair would be trying to impale him. Probably not the smartest idea he's had. Remember the plan? Izuku whispered as he saw Carice walk up to their cage. Tamura gave an eye roll in return. As if to say, "Of course I do, idiot." Hato just smirked at him. It seemed like Tamura will always have that snarky attitude no matter what. In a way, that was kind of reassuring. Something that will never change no matter how many differences Izuku makes. Once they get to the arena, they both find the people they're working with. They may not know the plan, but it will be easy to explain what they need to do. As soon as the match started, all of them ran into the mansion and stopped at the living room. Everyone but Hato and Tamura looked nervous and a little scared, but their eyes held determination. "I need to make this quick. First off, call me Hato and thank you for helping us." Everyone nodded, their shakiness slowing down as adrenaline overtook their systems. "Now, here's what we need you to do. Find any place where you can turn the water on. Turn it to the hottest temperature you can and leave it running. After that, head to the kitchen." Izuku pointed to the doors to where the kitchen is. "If you need to hide and can't make it to the kitchen, then that's fine. All you need to do is get the steam going and make it through this round." With that, they all went their separate directions. Tamura and Hato rushed towards the kitchen to get ready. They quickly turned on the sink to the highest temperature and even the dishwasher as well, leaving it cracked so the steam from the hot water would escape. His power is based off of static electricity. The only thing we can really do to counter it is to make it as humid as possible. Hato put on the rubber gloves, even though he probably didn't need them. Izuku didn't want to take any chances, while Tamura went off to find a weapon to use. Izuku froze for half a second when the broken bell screeched out the end of the 5 minutes. It was beginning to get hot and humid in the confined kitchen and was most likely starting to feel like that throughout the whole house if their team had succeeded in doing what they were set to do. Izuku took to a fighting stance when he heard the familiar thunderous footsteps. He must have looked ridiculous. Bright pink rubber gloves that were way too big on him, clothes that were beginning to fall apart, not to mention he must look like an ant to the gigantic man. Just like last time, the man slowly creaked open the door. He didn't seem to take notice of the humidity, or he did and just didn't care. Once he laid his eyes on Izuku, he let out a laugh that was louder than his footsteps. "You must have a death wish, kid," the electricity quirk user stated. Hato could tell that he was trying to activate his quirk, but was having a hard time. The strands of hair on his head started rising and Izuku internally cursed. The humidity wasn't enough to stop his powers entirely. Midoriya just hoped it would be enough to weaken him. Once the 15-second charge was up, he lunged at Izuku. Before the man could grab Hato's neck, Izuku moved his covered hand in front of him. The Seeker grabbed onto his arm and activated his quirk. His quirk was definitely weaker than last time. Izuku could hardly feel the electricity up until the last 10 seconds. The man's electricity had started to burn through the rubber, turning Izuku's arm red. By the time the 30 seconds were up, Midoriya's right arm had blisters as the electricity had burned a hole into the rubber gloves. "Tamura, now!" Before the black-haired man could react, Tamura snuck up behind him and whacked the guy in the head with the frying pan Izuku had saw last time. It was almost comical with how the man's eyes rolled up to the back of his head and fell to the ground face first. Hato and Tamura both shared the same sheet-eating grins at their victory. For good measure, and payback, Izuku kicked the man's stomach before following Tamura out into the living room. "Stop. The games are over. Everyone who is still conscious will be moving on to the next round." The announcer seemed angry at the turn of events. Something that couldn't be good. Hato and Tamura both paled, their fun being sapped away from them. Now came the scary part, the aftermath of their risky decision. As they were both walking out of the mansion, they saw the rest of their team walking out without a scratch on them. Izuku was glad that they got to make it to the next round and hopes that they will survive long enough to make it out of this place. Sadly, it just wasn't something that was in his control. They both met up with Carice, who was so angry that it looked like he forgot how to breathe with how red he was getting. No matter what happens, Izuku will take full blame. It was his whole idea, after all, so it was only fair for him to take the repercussions of his idea. Of course, he didn't tell Tamura this. Hato knew he would try to take the punishment and Izuku just couldn't let that happen. The boss wants to see you too. Carice spat at them. It would have been amusing at how irate he was if it wasn't for what he had said. Izuku tried to will his right hand to stop shaking, but the pain mixed with the anxiety made it near impossible. Instead, Izuku just chose to focus on his breathing and try to distract himself from his blistering skin. They made it to the door that opened up to the boss's room. Carice opened it with a key and shoved both of them into the cluttered room. As Izuku stumbled through, he caught a glimpse of a vase that seemed to disappear. It reappeared a second later as if it never disappeared in the first place. Hato made sure to keep that in mind, even if he was just seeing things. Midoriya glanced to Tamura to see that he looked almost sick. He was about to ask if he was okay until he hears a loud hand smacking a table. Izuku got whiplash from how fast he had turned his head around to look at the boss, his eyes burning. The sight of him sent shivers all throughout Izuku as he got a good glimpse of the man's expression. If Izuku was paying more attention, he would have seen the assistant who had burned him obviously shaking. The boss looked ready to kill. He looked as if he could barely contain all of that red-hot anger and was begging to lash out. Izuku was vaguely aware of the cold sweat running down his neck as he stayed as still as possible, afraid that one small movement could set the man off. Tamura seemed to think the same thing. Izuku wasn't even sure if he was breathing by how still he was. They waited him to finally snap. To do anything that would surely scar the both of them, but the boss didn't. He didn't do anything. That is, until he smiled. It was me. I was the one who came up with the plan. It had slipped out without Tamura even having to think about it. He needed to protect Hato. The brat had been through a lot more than he did during their time at the arena. He despised how Hato was so willing to sacrifice himself as if he didn't matter. He hates how the scars on Hato's body kept on growing in numbers every time he went to fight. So this is why he was willing to accept some pain. Just so he could spare the one person who trusted him less of it. The big man's smile only seemed to grow more. Oh, how badly Tamura wanted to run over and turn him to dust, but he couldn't. All he could do was wait for this to be over. Oh really? Or are you just saying that to protect your friend? 59. Friend. Tamura had never really thought about that before. Were he and Hato really friends? He's never had a friend before. Were there any special qualifications? Tamura shook his head. This was not the time to be thinking about friends. He's lying. I'm the one who planned the whole thing. Blame me, not him. And god damn it, why did Hato have to be so selfless and self-sacrificial? Tamura was trying to do him a favor, something he doesn't do often. Hell, he could almost say he's never given someone a favor before. So, yes, Tamura was a little sad at the fact that he got pushed aside so easily. It didn't seem to matter either way, though. The boss let his smile slip into a deadly serious expression. I already knew that. I've been watching both of you for a long time now, and I knew that 8080 would be able to come up with an idea like that. If this situation were any different, I might be impressed, but it's not. In fact, I'm livid. It was almost like someone had slowed down time. Both Izuku and Tamura watched as the leader slowly opened a drawer from his desk and pulled out an object. That object was a black handgun, and before either could react, a loud bang had echoed throughout the room. Izuku watched with a trained numbness as the leader's assistant got their brains blown out. Blood stained the walls and floor. Chunks of brain flew out of the assistant's head. No doubt the rest of it turned to mush by the impact of the shot. One of their eyes had popped out and rolled across the ground, hitting Izuku's foot. But Izuku didn't look down. He maintained eye contact with the boss the entire time, watching, analyzing the man's movements. Hato wanted to run towards the man, grab his gun, and shoot him himself, but that would be asking for death. Whether it was from the boss, or one of his workers who would bring him to death's door. So Izuku watched, making sure the graying man wouldn't try to shoot them, too. Aren't you an interesting one, number 88? You didn't even bat an eyelash. Quite impressive. Izuku didn't want any compliments from this man. It made him feel sick and disgusting. Chris, you're the one who brought this kid here. As an award, I'll let you replace my assistant. The way he wore all that makeup was horrendous and unnatural. You'd make a fine replacement. Chris firmly nodded and walked to stand by the evil man's side. Thank you, Jude-sama. Luck finally came to him. He just got the leader's name. Izuku was proud of Tamura for keeping a stoic face. He knew it was hard, especially since they just watched someone get their brains blown out. Now, 88. You not only embarrassed me in front of everyone, but you also got one of my strongest men in the infirmary. You need to be punished. I thought for sure that branding would have given you enough of a warning to not go out of line, but apparently I was wrong. The graying blonde smirked, as if he knew something that Hato did not. Before Izuku could react, the boss aimed the gun right at Izuku's head. The second bang was made. Tamura didn't know who was controlling his body, because it sure as hell wasn't him. 1 second, the leader was pointing a gun at Hato's head, and then Izuku was shoved onto the ground and he was bleeding. Tamura looked down to see blood staining his shirt. That BSTRD shot him. He shot him. What did you do? Hato screamed at him. His emotionless facade falling off as anger. For some reason, Tamura knew it wasn't anger though, but deep-rooted concern. His first thought was that his shirt was getting dirtier than it already was. His second thought was that being shot hurt. Luckily he got shot in the left shoulder, so he didn't damage any vital organs. Hato ran over to him when he collapsed, catching him right before his head could hit the wooden floor. Brat, he breathed out, making me save you and Sheet. Jude's smirk only widened even further, covering half of his face. Thank you, 59, for making my plan a success. Killing this greenie over here wouldn't have taught him a lesson, but if his friend had saved him and got hurt, well, that would be more effective, right? It's a shame I didn't kill you though. Tamura's shoulder was throbbing. Why couldn't that sheethole just shut up for just 1 second? He was starting to get a headache. He wasn't sure if it was because of the migraine or the blood loss, but Tamura wanted to sleep. He wasn't too worried about dying. He doesn't think Hato would ever let him take the easy way out. With that strange reassurance in his mind, Tamura let his eyes draw to a close. He needs medical attention. Please. Izuku hated to beg, but he knew that it worked half of the time. Have you learned your lesson yet? Jude's voice was teasing, and oh how bad Izuku wanted to rip his tongue out. Just now help him. He couldn't lose Tamura, not when they've become so close. Not when he has a promise to keep. Jude sighed. It was long and overly extended. He was obviously trying to draw this out as long as possible. Izuku hasn't been this angry in a very, very long time. Izuku's hands were shaking and his eyes were watering. All this rage was just too much to keep inside. It was impossible. Very well. Chris, bring him to the infirmary. And 88, since I don't think you've learned your lesson quite yet, I'm going to have you participate in the next round today. I'll also put you at a disadvantage as well. Instead of having your quirk restraints turned off, you'll have it on. Which means, oh, this is going to be good dash. You'll not only be going up against other people with weapons, but with quirks as well. How does that sound? Izuku snarled at that. That didn't sound good at all. Hato glared at Chris, who roughly slung Tamura over his shoulder, obviously trying to piss him off. Izuku had to do another round in the same day. The thought of it only seemed to exhaust him further. He was already tired and in pain from the last one, and then to add a whole different stage in the same day? Not to mention that he'll be at a major disadvantage. Here, Jude said, walking over to him, I'll even walk you to the arena myself. This is quite an honor, you know. You should be grateful. Hato had to resist the urge to spit in his face, and instead to grind his teeth together. I must ask, how did you learn how to fight so well? You're also quite smart for your age. Izuku's lips remained sealed. He refused to give even the tiniest bit of information about himself. Before Jude could say anything else, they had already made it to the entrance of the arena. I would say good luck, but I really don't want luck to be on your side. So, what about break a leg? Izuku couldn't resist to sigh at that. Was this guy serious? For someone with so much power over people, he sure was an imbecile. Izuku smiled kindly at the man, and I suppose I should say thank you. At Jude's dumbstruck expression, Izuku let out a small risky laugh before entering the arena. He didn't give the man the satisfaction of looking back. Hato glued his face to the front and put one shaky leg in front of the other. He noticed how everyone in the arena had their Quirk restraints turned off. The soft blue glow their cuffs usually had were gone. All of them looked thirsty for bloodshed, something Izuku wasn't keen on being a part of. He noticed how one person looked like they were made out of knives. Their skin covered in small, rugged edges that looked like they could easily draw blood if set out to do so. He noticed a woman who had something akin to lizard skin, presumably a camouflage quirk. Izuku was not able to distinguish the other 5 contenders' quirks since none of the other ones were mutants for as far as he could tell. Just like a few rounds ago, there was a mountain of different weapons in the center of the arena. Midoriya wasn't sure if it was the exhaustion getting to him, but he could have sworn he saw a few guns as well. Turns out, Izuku knew how to shoot a gun. It was a part of his training when he was kidnapped by the League. He hated them, hated how much power a small machine could hold. How easily it could kill. Although Izuku had to admit, if his eyes weren't playing tricks on him, and there were actually guns in the arena, that could be really useful. Izuku's legs shot straight forward when the sounder had went off. His only hope to possibly win this round was in the middle of the arena. He just had to make it there first. Hato ducked and rolled when a series of feathers flew right past him at razor-sharp speeds. He shot straight back up and continued his descent towards the weapons. He was so close. Hato could see a shiny black handgun not even 10 feet away from him. Right as he was about to reach out for the gun, the ground from underneath him began to turn into sand. In a few seconds, he was waist deep into the ground. Izuku turned his hand to see a woman with half of her hair buzzed off staring right at him with her hands into the ground. Izuku grabbed the gun that was right in front of him. He noticed it was a tranquilizer gun. That's good, he didn't want to accidentally kill anyone, and shot it right at her. It hit her shoulder and almost instantly put her to sleep, making the ground stop sinking. He hurriedly pulled himself out of the sand, his limbs shaking with strain. Right as Izuku got up, shards flew into his back. It stung for only a second and then his entire back was numb. He felt the same shards hit the back of his legs, and just like before, a numbing sensation came over him. Hato collapsed to the ground getting a mouth full of dust, biting the inside his cheek in the process. He heard footsteps running towards him. He looked up to the best of his ability to see a woman glaring at him with a scowl. Her fingertips were bleeding. Most likely a side effect of her quirk. Izuku spit out some blood onto her shoes, making her face scrunch up in disgust. Izuku didn't have time to regret his action before a foot made contact with his face, slamming it to the ground, officially knocking him out. When Izuku woke up, he was being dragged to his cell by the collar of his shirt. He hastily clawed at the shirt, trying to stop it from choking. Carice gave a harsh tug, nearly making Izuku GG. You have no idea how set off I am right now. If Izuku could breathe, he might have actually cared. That was a lie. He wouldn't really care unless it had something to do with him. Because of you, Hato nearly rolled his eyes. Everything just had to be about him, didn't it? I have to be the boss's assistant now. Like every other time, Carice roughly threw Izuku into the cell. Hato gasped and coughed, his throat aching. He looked up at Carice, who was glaring daggers at him. You're welcome? Because honestly, Midoriya had no idea what else to say. He didn't necessarily feel bad for him. Why would he? Carice was about to bite back until echoes of footsteps could be heard. Izuku sent Tamura a wary glance, who seemed to be doing okay besides being paler than he usually was. As the footsteps came closer, they could see who it was. They had never seen him here before, and a lot of the other people trapped in the cells were clearly confused as to who this was. One person, however, was not. The man, maybe late 30s with long brown hair and a bushy beard, made the connection within a second. Yuffie, son of a beach. I'll kill you. The man had pressed his forehead so hard against the metal bars that it started to bleed, but he didn't seem to care. Or maybe he just didn't notice. Jude stopped in his tracks right in front of the angry man's cell. He didn't give the man the satisfaction of saying anything, and from the looks of it, he didn't even give the man the time of day to even look in his eyes. "Curice, bring him Demetrius. I'm sure he's getting pretty hungry." Izuku doubted he was talking about the man being hungry, but whoever this Demetrius was. Curice's eyes widened at the request. "Yes, Jude-sama." He ran over to the cell and activated his quirk on the brunette so he wouldn't fight back. The entire time the man was screaming and yelling profanities until his face turned purple. Something told Izuku that he wouldn't be seeing him again. The leader continued his descent down the hallway before making brief eye contact with Hato. "Tomorrow you'll be going down there as well, but don't worry, I'll make sure you don't meet the same fate as number 25. Izuku collapsed to the ground, just realizing that the numbing quirk had worn off. He turned his head to Tamura, who was eyeing him with worry. Hato put up a strained smile. "Don't worry, I'm fine. How are you?" He gave Izuku a skeptical look before answering, "I'm doing fine. No longer bleeding out, so I guess that's good. Do you have any idea who that Demetrius is?" Hato shook his head, too tired to form any words. He guessed he'd just have to find out tomorrow. But for now, he was exhausted and craved sleep. Midoriya let his eyes close, trying to ignore the distant screams of pain in the far background. Izuku tried to brush away the image of the man getting tortured, being pulled apart, being eaten alive. "I'm sure he's hungry." Izuku walked out of his cell at the very early hours of morning. For once, Curice wasn't the one dragging him around like a rag doll. It was a different guard, and he looked new. He was a lot more tense than the other guards, and he always glanced wearily at Izuku as if he might try something. Midoriya eyed the keys that were bouncing lightly on the man's hip. Izuku thinks the man does have a right to be worried. After all, this was too much of an opportunity to pass up. They walk for a long time. This place is a labyrinth of its own, not maze. Mazes are tied to bright smiles and white ribbons. They're connected to nightmare after nightmare of unblinking eyes and a waterfall of blood, with twists and turns and an infinite number of steps. The guard and time traveler make it to the designated area. Izuku notices the door leading up to the boss's room is right across the huge metal one they're standing in front of right now. A new spark of irritation rises as Izuku realizes that they just about went in a full circle. All of that sauntering was only to tire him out. Not that he even needed it. Izuku was already severely debilitated from everything. He wanted his mom. He wanted her sweet smiles and warm hugs. He wanted her loving eyes directed towards him that always made him feel at home. He wanted to hear her beautiful, soothing voice whisper reassurances to him. Izuku knew he was selfish and stupid to wish for such a luxury. Hato watched as the guard pulled out the key ring and grabbed the smallest silver one. He put the keys back to his hip and opened the big metal door. The inside of the door had gigantic claw marks and had dry blood smearing half of it. It looked as if someone had roughly collided with the door and was dragged down against it. As Hato tentatively started to walk towards the door, he pretended to run into the side of the man. With how short he was he 5 or 6 now? It's been so long since he's seen the world. Was it possible to feel claustrophobic in a space so big? It was easy to snag the keys from the man. Izuku swiftly tucked the keys underneath his shirt and fastened up his pace towards the inside of the room. The sound the door made when it closed made Izuku flinch, his ears picking up a soft click of the door automatically locking. Izuku attempted to cease the rising panic that was building up in his chest, but the lone finger and splattered brains next to him did nothing but escalate the feelings of consternation. The room was medium size. The only light were the torches dimly lit on the walls. None of that mattered, though, because the biggest dog Izuku had ever seen was sleeping in a corner of the room with skeletons surrounding it like stuffed animals. The dog was clearly one of those quirked animals. The dog being at least 10 times bigger than himself. The giant hound had a scar the shape of an X over its left eye. The claws looked razor sharp, no doubt used to tear people to shreds. Izuku stayed as close to the door as possible, cautiously taking steps backwards in order to manage a fast escape. He needed to get out and run as fast as he could to Jude's office. He needed to make a phone call, and this may be the only chance he could do that. Right as Izuku was about to turn towards the door, Jude's voice spoke up through the invisible speakers. A spike of fear ran through him when the hound's eye snapped open to reveal a bloodthirsty orange color. "Oh, Demetrius." Jude's voice sounded playful and excited. "I got you a new toy. Don't worry, 88. I won't let him kill you. After all, how would you learn your lesson if you're dead?" Right as Jude finished speaking, the hound bolted right towards Izuku. Hato jumped to the side, missing Demetrius's charge by a landslide. The dog slammed into the door before going at Izuku again. As Hato was trying to run and dodge the animal's onslaughts of attacks, he tried to find the small silver key. This distracted him, however, and gave the dog a chance to slash at his right shoulder. The skin tore and red, inky blood started to ooze out. Thankfully, the wound wasn't deep and would only cause a disturbance for a little while. Izuku didn't even notice the pain as he ran towards the metal door, correct key in hand. Demetrius was charging at him again as Izuku struggled to unlock the door. No one had seemed to notice what exactly he was doing, and right before Demetrius could snap his neck, Hato opened the door and slammed it right in front of the hound's face. Right after the door was shut, Izuku ran. Even when his lungs screamed for air and his shoulder burned, he continued to sprint up the steps to the leader's office. He opened the door and shut it as quietly as he could. Midoriya's eyes instantly locked onto the phone on the boss's desk. It was his only hope to get everyone out of this hellhole. There was only one person that he knew without a doubt would help him and succeed when it came to situations like these. Detective Tsukachi. The man had given Izuku his phone number in the last timeline. He thought it would be good to have since Izuku was always finding himself in sticky situations. Midoriya had never been so thankful for a handful of numbers in his life. It rung 3 times before a click was heard. Izuku was switching between feet, trying to find a way to distribute all the anxiety and adrenaline. He didn't have a lot of time, it wouldn't take long for them to find him. "This is Detective Tsukachi." Before the man could say anything else, Izuku started to talk as audibly and fast as he could. "This is Midoriya Izuku." He heard a choking sound on the other line but quickly continued, "I'm a child that went missing who knows how long ago. Now, I need you to listen to me very carefully because I don't have a lot of time and I don't think I'll get a chance like this one ever again. The person's name who kidnapped me is Carice, and he has some kind of paralysis quirk that can only affect one person at a time. He drove us about 95 minutes away from Yuzudafu. I, along with many others, are trapped at an illegal fighting arena with a man named Jude being the leader of it all. I haven't figured out his quirk yet, but I think it's something really powerful. He's big with blonde graying hair and dash." Izuku heard the door open to reveal a out-of-breath Carice and Jude, glaring daggers at him. Before he had to let go, Izuku quickly spoke into the phone ever again. "Please tell my mom and the Bakugus that I miss them so much and that I promise I'll see them again." With that, Izuku hung up the phone just as the familiar numbing of his limbs came over him. Jude's scrunched-up face looked down on Izuku. Even if he got caught, it was inevitable and just about impossible to do what he just did without getting caught. Izuku still felt proud. Hato smirked at the boss, not needing to say anything. The smile alone sent enough messages to Jude. "I won this round, Jude." The leader turned to Carice and harshly pointed to Hato. "Put him in the night room." 3 months. Izuku knows he shouldn't close his eyes, but the zero sleep and the mental and physical exhaustion of today, it was still the early hours of morning. He wondered if Tamura was awake, wondered when he will see him again, had finally caught up to him. All he needed to do was close his eyes, and everything could fade away. If only for a little while. "Did you find the location?" Naomasa asked one of the police officers. The women had a quirk that could trace anyone from a phone call. It turned out to be very useful in certain situations. The officer nodded and scrambled to write it down on his notepad. His eyebrows furrowed once he saw the location. "Thank you. You may leave now." She nodded and left his messy office. He couldn't believe that the kid called. How did he even know his phone number in the first place? He supposed it didn't matter. The boy had clearly risked his safety to make the call. "Tell my mom and the Bakugus that I miss them so much and that I promise I will see them again." Tsukachi sighed for the 10th time that day. He wasn't looking forward to breaking the news to the kid that his mother died. He had lost count of how many family members have died because of a loved one gone missing or killed. It was hard to save everyone, especially from the monster called loneliness. The detective sat upright and began to get back to work, but first, he had a few phone calls to make. The Bakugus were not expecting the detective to be at their door this morning, but here he was, asking to come in. They ushered him in and prepared some coffee for all of them and a cup of water for Katsuki. The Bakugus were all still mourning the death of Inko, who had passed away just about 2 months ago. They all looked rough around the edges, to say the least. Now, with the detective sitting across from the Bakugus, he pulled out his phone. "I have something to show you. This is major and even gave us an estimate of a destination." He presses play on the recording and lets the family listen to it. When Katsuki heard his lost best friend's voice, he wanted to cry and punch and smile all at the same time. His friend sounded different from what he remembered, dry and scratchy with less feeling woven into it. He's been angry for such a long time. Not knowing how Deku was doing was tearing him apart, and the only way he knew how to deal with it was to turn all of that hurt and pain into anger. It was especially hard on his birthday. His first birthday without Izu. That day was filled with tears and a destroyed room he had been holding in his anger for so long. The bottle of rage had opened with full force and his bedroom had to pay the price for it, and a wish to see his Izu again. When he heard Izuku's rushed voice promise him that he'll be with them soon, that he misses them, Katsuki wanted to shout at the phone and say that he'll be waiting. He wanted to pretend that Deku was still on the other line so he could talk to him and reassure him that everything will be okay. When Izuku came back, Katsuki will hug him for as long as possible. He needed to be there for his best friend, especially since, oh, dear God, Izuku doesn't know, Auntie passed away. Katsuki will save his Izu in any way he can, no matter how hard it is. The recording stops and Tsukachi puts his phone back into his pocket. Midoriya-kun risked his safety for this phone call. He not only gave us enough time to find the perimeter of his location, but he also gave us information on the boss. Although, it's not much, it's still going to be really helpful. Going by what he said, there's a lot more people held there than we thought, so the rescue plan will take longer than what was originally planned. They all nod. Katsuki was already making up scenarios in his head about the moment he's finally reunited with his best friend again. And what does Midoriya mean by fighting arena? Masaru asks warily, his eyes going back and forth between the detective and his son. He wanted to make sure that his son was handling this as well as he could. Masaru couldn't imagine how hard this has been on his son, and is restless to finally get the other half of his son reunited with him. Naomasa pales slightly before speaking up. I don't think Bakugo-kun should hear this part. Katsuki's eyes narrowed at the detective, as if he was daring him to make him leave. Mitsuki nods. Brat, go upstairs. It's grown-up talk time. Katsuki just crosses his arms and sinks further into his chair. No. I'm going to find out sooner or later anyways. Might as well know it now. For being 7, Katsuki was ingenious. Putting all those hours of studying had really expanded his cognitive thinking, which only made his argumentative skills even sharper. Mitsuki and Masaru didn't know if they should be proud or irritated at their son's growing skill at winning arguments. The Bakugus didn't say anything else, so Tsukachi decided to continue on. The illegal fighting arena. Well, it's not good. It's when they force people to fight each other and tons of people watch. Usually the people who are fighting are kept in poor conditions and are given minimal food and water. It's not rare for people being forced to fight to the death, either. The family gasps at that. No one could imagine sweet little Izuku ever killing anyone, but they knew that other people were capable of that. Katsuki knew that the boy would cry over a dead fly, but he also knows that Izuku had seen a dead body before. A long, long time ago. The explosion user didn't want to think of his best friend having to see more. His palms crackled and sizzled at the thought. Naomasa takes his last sip of coffee and begins to stand up. I've only seen one other fighting arena, and that was the whole rundown of how it worked. However, I do know that fighting arenas can become a lot more complex and dangerous as well, and something's telling me that this may be one of the more complicated ones. The Bakugus stiffly nod. The family oddly quiet for being known as loud people, not including Masaru. When do you think you'll get Aiza back? It has to be soon, right? I hope so, kid. I hope so. The detective bows and makes his way towards the door. Thank you for letting me talk to you. I thought you would have wanted to hear his voice and know about the progress we made. Masaru and Mitsuki smiled tightly at the man. Katsuki, however, didn't pay attention to the detective, getting lost in the ideas of what he could do to help Izuku when he finally comes back home. No, thank you, Detective Tsukachi. If anything new comes up, please call us. Masaru expressed gratefully, showing Naomace out. Once the door was shut, the parents looked at each other before staring at their son. He was the calmest that they had seen him in a long time, and they didn't know what to think. They didn't know if they should be worried or concerned or if they should do anything at all. They were nescient about a lot of things these days. They used to be so sure of themselves, but now they were at a loss. So they did the one thing they knew was right and sat next to their son, talking about all the things they could do to support and aid Izuku once he gets back. Even with the severe lack of sleep, Aizawa wasn't tired. His eyes burned from staring at his screen for hours on end, and he couldn't feel his legs from Hisashi sleeping on them, but for the first time in a while, Shoyuta wasn't tired. He had just gotten off of the phone with Nemuri about the newest discovery. She had been in charge of finding info on Jude and finding cases of other missing people that might be linked to the fighting arena. His and Hisashi's jobs were to help find the exact location of the arena. A tracer Quirk could only go so far, and help find other people who may be working for the arena. Of course, they were all going to be a part of the rescue mission, all of them having reliable quirks for this raid. Shoyuta couldn't believe that this kid had risked his safety and potentially life for the sake of this one phone call. He didn't even know this problem child, but he felt a deep-rooted connection with him the day this case had started. It felt like he had a personal connection with the boy, and for the love of God, Aizawa had no clue why. Shoyuta doesn't like not knowing things, and he absolutely despises being uncertain. The feeling is rare and unwelcome. Aizawa sighs and lays down next to his husband. He still wasn't tired, but he'd rather sleep than think about the fact that he knows this problem child even if he's never actually met him before. He wants to avoid the shore to some migraine for as long as he could. Besides, he's been living off of coffee and jelly pouches for the last 2 days, and he deserves to sleep. He can continue with his search tomorrow, when his mind isn't buzzing with questions that always go unanswered. Shoyuta hopes he'll get to meet this kid soon. The night room is pitch black and insanely quiet. Izuku decided that he doesn't like it at all. It's isolating and the quietness is killing him with how loud it is. At least with the cells, he could briefly tell what time of day it was. He knew when the night guards switched with the day guards and vice versa, but here he has no clue. Jude said he was supposed to be in here for 3 months. Which, in Izuku's mind, was absolutely insane. His arms were covered in scratch marks, not that he could see them. It was the only way to keep him grounded and not have a panic attack. It was just so dark, and there were times where Izuku didn't even know if he had closed his eyes or not. He couldn't tell how big the room was, but it seemed so small. It was always so hard to breathe, but no matter how hard he clawed at the door, ripping off his own fingernails out in the process, he couldn't get out. He needed to get out. Hato never knew he would miss Tamura's snarky comments so much, but he did. A lot. He wondered how he was doing if he had fought in the assassin stage yet. Would Tamura use his quirk? Or was he too scared of what would happen if he did? How long has it been? Izuku rubbed a thumb over the white ribbon tied to his wrist. It calmed him down and made him focus. Izuku tried to only let the good memories of Madoka play through his mind, but sometimes the bad ones, covered in blood, always covered. Red, so much red, would slip through and play in his mind as well. That's when Izuku ripped his hand away from the white ribbon like it had burned him. He needed to talk to someone, or else he swears his own mind will swallow him whole. It's been about a month since Tamura has seen Hato. He doesn't know where his friend is, and it's starting to freak him out. He doesn't even know if Hato is even alive, the thought always sending him into a mild panic. He can't lose his first friend. If he does, he might just go crazy. The urges of tearing up his skin raw are back stronger than ever now. His skin itches and all he wants to do is scratch and scratch and scratch. Today's his first day fighting in the assassin stage. He doesn't want to go, He never wants to go dash, especially without Hato there to encourage him or even fight with him. Tamura feels like he's been spoiled with Hato's kindness, and now that it's been ripped away from him, he feels empty and fragile. Before Hato was brought to the arena, Tamura was closed off towards everyone. No one had ever been even remotely kind to him, so as a coping mechanism, he convinced himself that kindness made you weak. It helped in a toxic sort of way. Made it easier to accept that no one has, and ever will, be kind to him. After all, he couldn't afford to be weak. Then Hato came along. His bright, determined eyes and warm smile, the brat's hand were shaking. He said he wasn't scared. Tamura knew he was lying. Made it hard to ignore him. The kid was practically enveloped in kindness that had blinded Tamura before he even had the chance to turn away. Tamura tried his DMN hardest to run away from it. He can't be weak. People get mad when he shows a hint of fragility, but it was futile. He let himself sink into the warm blanket of affection throughout the months that they had known each other. What was surprising was that Tamura didn't feel weaker. No, he felt stronger. Now, stepping into the arena with his power coursing through his veins freely, it's been eons since he's felt his quirk. It both comforts him and terrifies him. Tamura thought that he would feel more powerful before, and in a sense, he does. But the confidence he used to have when Hato was here was gone, nowhere to be seen. He looks around and analyzes his surroundings. What he doesn't expect to see is Hato, right across from him. The sight of him makes him want to cry in relief and throw up at the same time. Hato is standing barely dash, his whole body is shaking in panic. He looks so small and frail. Tamura had no doubt that a leaf could knock him over. His arms are covered in blood and most of his fingernails are messing. For some reason, Tamura knows that none of the guards or Jude did this. The thought only makes the idea of throwing up more appealing. Izuku forgot how painful his quirk was. Having gone almost a whole year without it created overestimation with how sudden the quirk came rushing back. He was already blinded by the light from being in the dark for so long, and now his ears were ringing from all the sounds he could hear and every movement felt like he was scraping his skin against concrete. He knew he was in the arena, which meant Hato was practically a dead man walking. He was struggling to stand and couldn't open his eyes. All Izuku could do was sit there and try to hone in his senses. He had to rely on his sixth sense to tell him when danger was coming while also trying to control his quirk. His heart was beating out of his chest as Izuku tried to remember how to control his quirk. He had to calm his breathing, but his body wasn't listening to him. You're going to die here. This is it. Might as well give up. Maybe death would be enjoyable. Infinite sleep. Doesn't that sound nice? Why won't you give up? A corrupted man asks, almost pleadingly. His neck and hands bleeding from all the picking and scratching. No one's going to save you. Face it, brat, you're a lost cause. Izuku snaps out of his panic attack. Really, Izuku? Just had to have a panic attack in the middle of a battle, when a hand lands on his shoulder with one finger avoiding contact with him. Hato instantly realizes it's Tamura and tries to regain his breathing again. It gets better, and his breathing becomes more even. Midoriya's eyes finally readjust and is able to open his eyes without being bombarded with overwhelming light. He regains some control of his quirk and is able to even sort out all of his senses just like he used to. Soon enough, handling the quirk becomes like second nature as the muscle memory kicks in. Thank you. Hato's voice is rasped for not using it in so long, but he manages so get his gratitude across to Tamura. Sure thing. Izuku and Tamura separate to bring down as many people as possible. This is a stage they can't win together and might even have to fight each other. As Izuku is fighting two kids that look to be in their mid-teens, he sees a man with an axe as an arm creeping up on Tamura. Izuku tries to gain his friend's attention, but Tamura was busy fighting a woman whose skin was literal fire. He takes down the teenager with relative ease, grateful that their quirks weren't helpful in the fight. He turns around to see the man with the axe quirk raise his arm right above Tamura's back. Hato doesn't remember much of what happened after that. All he recalls is him screaming out Tamura's name and then everyone on the ground passed out near the walls of the arena. He sees the man who was trying to attack Tamura with a knife sticking out of his mouth and poking out at the back of his head. 88 wins with startling ease. He even managed to kill someone. How impressive is that? Suddenly the blank splotches of his memories become clear again. He remembers feeling light as he grabbed onto what seemed like multiple threads in his mind. Hato remembers pushing everyone back, including Tamura, into the wall and levitating a knife. He remembers throwing the sharp object into the man's head. Izuku unlocked another quirk. He hurt Tamura. He had killed someone. The very little food he has eaten is deposited as Izuku throws up. He lets the guards turn on the quirk represents and throw him back in the night room. Izuku is still in shock as he squeezes his knees tight to his chest, making it hard to breathe. The burn in his chest grounds him, but that somehow makes it worse. He becomes more aware of what happened, of what he just did. He had lost control and killed someone. Hato represses the urge to throw up again and opts to let out choke sobs that only limit his breathing further. New memories of the time before this one come rushing back before he could even comprehend them. Since you handled the last one so well, I decided that I am going to give a new one. This one much more powerful than the last. Izuku turns away from Dabi, who had previously been training him to meet all for one's face. Please, Izuku begged. He hated how weak he sounded, but it was the only thing he could do at the moment. Don't give me another one. I'll do anything else. The villain smirked. Like it or not, you will get another quirk. You should be happy I have taken such an interest in you, son. Soon enough you'll become the perfect puppet. Izuku is met with blinding pain as his supposed father forces another quirk on him. The process lasts only 10 seconds, but it feels like hours to Izuku. He receives the quirk, and it disgusts him how good it feels to have a new quirk. It's hard to describe what it exactly feels like, but it's similar to having a warm blanket cover you while you sit next to a fireplace after a long day of playing in the snow. Midoriya doesn't know how to control his new quirk, and because of that, he sends himself flying into the wall and knocks himself out. Midoriya takes big gulps of air as the memories come to a halt. He's dangerous. Izuku has always been a danger, but it took him this long to find out. He just unlocked a highly powerful telekinesis quirk and has very little time to practice it. He doesn't know anything about this quirk. Not if there's any possible drawbacks or if there's any requirement in order to use it. He just took someone's life with it. He's a monster. The man didn't deserve death. The image of the man laying on the ground with blood leaking from his eyes. A puddle of blood forming around his head. Why couldn't Izuku pushed him back like he did with everybody else? Izuku had almost forgotten the feeling of fearing himself, but now it was fresh. The sentiment rushing back in wave, each one bigger than the one before. He just couldn't do anything right, could he? Maybe staying in the night room was for the best. He wouldn't have to watch Tamura's trusting gaze get twisted into one of fear and disgust. It hurt Izuku to be alone, but at least it didn't hurt anybody else. What? Tamura expected a lot of things from the assassin stage. Being thrown into a wall by his friend? Not one of them. His entire body throbbed and his head was beginning to pound from an oncoming migraine. It wasn't from the collision with the wall, but from all of the confusion. It had entirely rattled his brain to a mess of incomplete thoughts and worries. He found himself being scared for Hato. Something wasn't right, something was never right with the kid. Tamura shivered at the memory of his friend's panicked eyes and shaky limbs. Wherever Jude is keeping him is not faring well on Hato's mental health, not to say it was good before. Then for some reason he had lost control of his quirk. Even Tamura, who hadn't been able to use his for a lot longer, controlled his with relative ease. Although, it did shock him at the power of his own quirk. It had seemed to grow in power. He was going to hurt someone again. What if he killed Hato, even when he hadn't used it in over a year? The last thing he remembers is Hato yelling out his name and then being slammed into the wall. When he awoke, he was back in his cell with Hato nowhere to be seen. Tamura was growing more and more restless as the days passed on with no sight of Hato. What if they were making him do extra rounds in the arena? Or torturing him? He hated not knowing where the brat was. His mind gifted him with new anxieties every time he thought about the greenette. Tamura humors himself by being thankful for having grayish hair, or else he was sure he would have half a head of gray hairs from all the stress he's endured. Tamura wanted all of this to be over. He wanted to find out Heido's real name and meet his mom that he so fondly talks about. Most of all, Tamura wants to have a normal life with Heido as his little brother. He doesn't think that'll ever happen. At least, not for a very long time. Tamura will wait. After all, some things are worth waiting for. He was standing in his classroom, only it was filled with unrecognizable faces. These weren't his kids that he was teaching, he had expelled all but 2 this year. All of their faces were blurry, but he could still make out some of their features. One had pink fluffy hair, while someone else had red spiky hair. He could see angry but warm red eyes that confused and bothered Aizawa. There was what seemed to be a floating uniform, and another kid had heterochromatic eye that seemed to be freezing. Out of all of them, one stood out the most to Shoyuta. He wasn't blurred like all the others, but instead crystal clear. The problem child, where did that nickname come from, had green curly hair and the biggest, most determined eyes the hero had ever seen. His smile was bright and wide, as if he was still getting used to it. Aizawa felt a special connection with the child, with all of them, really, but that didn't make any sense. He had never met these students before, plus he had sworn to himself that he would never get close to his students. It was too perilous. He didn't get to ponder it for much longer because the room started to blur and turn, and soon he was somewhere else. When everything stopped turning, Shoyuta realized that he was in the middle of a war zone. The sky was red and the smoke could be mistaken for rain clouds. It smelled like blood, death, and the foul smell of decaying flesh. A hand suddenly grabbed his right arm and he was face to face with a man. He had a hand covering his face, but Aizawa could distinctly see the almost black-red eyes. The eyes were replete with detestation, but Shoyuta strangely didn't think it was directed towards him. As he was slowly starting to decay, the pain was unbearable. He couldn't handle it. It was crawling up his arm, and oh shit, he was going to die, wasn't he? He made eye contact with the problem child. The teacher's heart all but broke at the sight of the child. The greenette was dressed in an all-black baggy jumpsuit that almost looked like it came from sort of army. His face was as blank and empty as his eyes. The kid was standing there as Aizawa slowly died, but something in Shoyuta knew that the kid was trying his hardest to move, to save. Right as the decaying was about to reach his heart, Aizawa woke up with a startled gasp. He gripped the side of his shirt where his heart was until his knuckles turned white. He was still trying to regain his breath when Hisashi woke up. "What's wrong, Sho? Bad dream?" Shoyuta released his hand from his shirt and opted to hold his husband's hand in a vice-like grip. The memories of the night terror were already fading. The only things he could remember was the kids, problem child he had called him, bright smile, and how connected he felt towards all the students. It just all felt so real. Like it wasn't a dream at all, but a jumble of memories. That couldn't be possible, though. He had never seen a smile like the teens, and he definitely had not been disintegrated before. Aizawa tries his best to forget about the dream and snuggle closer to his husband for comfort. He was still slightly shaky and his hand throbbed. Did nightmares really cause phantom pains? Shoyuta supposed it was a possibility. Something like that. He was chasing something. Some sort of villain. He had to hurry, his time was running out. Time? Since when did he have a limit? He dashed through a tunnel to see some sort of sludge villain suffocating a plain-looking boy. Like his body was being controlled, All Might used his power to blow the villain into 2 empty plastic water bottles. Yagi looked over to see the boy had passed out next to a notebook of sorts. With the villain stuffed in his pockets, the hero walked over and signed the greenette's notebook before slightly slapping and shaking him. He knew it wasn't the most adequate thing to do, but he was going to transform back soon. The kid's eyes immediately widened at the sight of him, sputtering out a thank you. They had exchanged a few words before All Might had to leave. Except, the boy grabbed onto his leg and now they were hundreds of feet in the air. Did this boy had a death wish, or was he just some crazy fanboy? They landed on a roof and All Might had to explain his injury. When did he get that? He's pretty sure he still had his stomach a few hours ago. He also got to have a good look at the antsy teen now. For some reason, he felt oddly protective of this kid. He seemed so familiar that it was driving him insane. A few hours later, he had given the kid his quirk. Young Midoriya was a ray of sunshine and practically any other thing that was warm and kind. Yagi felt as if he knew every corner of this boy, but he had just met him today. So why did it feel like he had known him for a few years instead of a few hours? Toshinori closed his eyes, and once he opened them again, he was face to face with his mortal enemy. Isn't he supposed to fight him in a few days? And why did All for One not have a face? The most shocking of it all was the boy standing next to him. It was young Midoriya, who had one of the most pained yet empty expressions he had ever seen on anybody. Yagi knew he had lost his power a long time ago, had he? When? Which meant he was already dead. Right before All for One could do anything, Yagi smiled at the kid who he thought of as a son. Toshinori had never felt that way about anyone. Why was he feeling this connection towards somebody he hardly even knows? He wakes up before the multiple black spears could pierce his chest. For some reason, Yagi tries to cling on to the boy with the vibrant green hair. What was his name again? Again, it seemed so familiar, but in a different sense. Hadn't he met a kid with green hair a few years ago? He had told Toshinori his name, but he couldn't remember it. Didn't the kid say something to him? It was important, like a hidden warning. He had felt the same connection towards the young kid as he did with the teen in his dream. Why couldn't he remember? Today was the day Izuku would be brought back to his cell. It had been 2 months since he gained his new quirk, and ever since then he's been dissociating on and off. It was the only way to keep the panic at bay. Whenever he was in the right mind, all Izuku could think about was how he was a monster and how he had taken away someone's life like it was easy. It was easy. That man hadn't been the first one Izuku killed. Midoriya lost count of how many people he killed during his last life, but it had been so many. What he did remember, however, were their faces right before they took their last breath. Some terrified, some heartbroken, some telling him it was okay. Everything will be okay. He never believed them. When Izuku woke up from his sleep, he didn't even remember closing his eyes. He let himself be vulnerable. He was so weak. He was back in his cell. Even though it was dark, the small flicker of the torches hung up on the walls burned his eyes. He hadn't seen light in so long. "Hato? Is that you?" Tamura rasped, his voice dry and scratchy from having just woken up. Midoriya slightly cringed at the blood he could see dripping off of the other's neck. Izuku crawled away from Tamura as far as he could, bumping his back into the wall. He had to get away from him. What if Izuku hurt him? Tamura either ignored his friend's panic or was too tired to notice as he got up to sit next to Izuku, who was beginning to shake. "Hey, are you okay?" No, he wasn't. He didn't know what to do. He just felt so stuck and he wanted help so much. He didn't deserve help. Not after all the things he's done. "Please." Hato's voice was small and quivering, something that Tamura has never heard from his usually strong friend. Don't come any closer. I don't want to hurt you." "Well, now you're just being stupid." Izuku didn't say anything after that, and neither did Tamura. They sat in empty silence, both secretly enjoying each other's presence. "I passed the assassins a few weeks ago. We're both serpents now. Have they let you play yet?" Izuku shakes his head, his now longer hair covering his eyes. Tamura sighs in disappointment when Hato doesn't talk. "You have a really powerful quirk. Didn't you say it was complicated?" That doesn't seem to be the right thing to say because the greenette's shoulders hunch up higher than they already are and his breath hitches. "I didn't know I had it." The brat talking is almost more surprising than the words that spewed out of his mouth. "Yeah? And how did you not know about your super powerful quirk?" Izuku shrugs. He's never told anyone before about the other time. Knowing someone's potential death is scary enough. Telling the actual people that he killed is a whole other story that he isn't ready to tell. "Like I told you, it's complicated. Maybe someday I'll tell you. Just not now." Izuku lets the arms of his friend and practically brother wrap around him in a comfortable embrace. Hato hugs back quickly. Being touch-starved for 3 months did more to him than he would like to admit. They both fell asleep like that, taking enjoyment in each other's solace. They were each other's encouragement and determination. Without the other, well, neither would like to think what would have happened to them in this place. They kept each other from losing themselves. Izuku stood on what seemed to be a gray planet surrounded by a pitch-black sky. He immediately recognized it as the place he had met the past one for all users. His eyes quickly landed on all of the past users standing in front of him. All looked so loving and proud. Proud? How could they be proud? The seventh, Nana, walked up to him and hugged him. Izuku felt tears spring into his eyes. The hug felt so much like his mother's. Nana released him from the hug all too soon and squeezed his shoulders. "We are all so proud of you. We know it's hard, but you're doing great. Just remember, you're never alone. We'll always be there for you." Izuku only sobbed, because how could that be true? How could anyone say he was doing great when every time he tried to help, it just got worse? Think about it this way, kid. The sixth user assured, "You're not only planning on saving the heroes from the future, but you're also trying your DMN hardest at saving all of these people, too. You're not a monster, kid. You're a hero. And heroes can't save everyone." The fourth added. Izuku eventually stopped crying and nodded. The thing is that he knew that. It was just so hard to accept it, so instead of doing that, he tried to save everyone anyways. All the past users, including himself, began to dissolve as disappear. Nana being the first one to fully leave, sending him a motherly smile as a goodbye. Soon, it was only the first and Izuku. "There's something we need to tell you, something that could help you get out of this place." They were almost completely gone and were running out of time. Smart, and we know you'll figure it out. Just remember all of the things you've seen here that you've questioned. Everything turned pitch black, but before he woke up, he heard all of the users' voices say at once, "You may not have one for all right now, but you are still a part of it. We are still a part of you." When Izuku wakes up, it's still the early hours of morning, but he feels refreshed. He looks at Tamura, who's sleeping not too far from him, and he smiles. Yeah, maybe he isn't as alone as he thought he was. The serpent level had Izuku in disbelief. The entire arena was one big humongous pool filled to the brim with water that was as dark as the night sky. The arena was deeper than before, at least 50 feet deep now, if Izuku were to guess. How were these stages set up so fast? He and Tamura were raised far above the water, hunched up and anxiety-ridden. The signal was announced and both were harshly pushed off of the platform by Carice. They twisted and spun until they collided with the cold water, both bodies stinging from the harsh impact the water had brought them. Right as they entered the gigantic pool, a tiny air bubble formed around both of their heads. Even so, Izuku struggled to will himself to breath as the ice-cold water tickled at his skin. Hato swung his arms around and lightly kicked his legs so he wouldn't sink even further down this black hole that lead to who knows where. "My quirk won't work where we are now, not unless we get to a wall." An idea, or half of one, slams into Izuku like a train. "We should wait for you to use your quirk until the next time we do this." The young teen dramatically sighs and rubs his temples with one hand. "You have another one of your crazy plans?" In the distance, but quickly approaching, Izuku hears large ripples getting louder and louder. Izuku squints his eyes to see a woman with pearly scales and fins on the sides of her legs and arms. Hato could barely see her legs at the speed they were kicking at. In a surge of panic, Hato feels for the imaginary string and raises his right hand once he finds it. With a small whoosh of the water, he slams his hand down as fast as he could with the water resisting. After the action, Tamura gets forced a few meters below him. Hato doesn't even get a chance to send him a pitying glance as the woman rams her body into him. The air is knocked out of his lungs at the impact and he struggles greatly to get out of the women's hold. They are going so fast that the force of the water isn't letting him move his arms. He's flopping around like a rag doll waiting for whatever this will bring him to. The women all but throws him into the cement wall. How far had they traveled? Hato's back meets the brute of the force, cracking the cement behind him. If he hadn't completely lost his breath before, he had now. Izuku was in too much of shock to move, and even if he did, it would have been fruitless with how painful it would be. He let himself sink further and further. The only focus was trying to get air back into his starving lungs. Breathing hurt. It burned and was almost no better than having no air at all. Izuku let out a silent scream as his back landed on the ground, The little contact sending another shock of pain run up and down his spine. Everything began to get dizzy and light as the pain became secondary. I really have to stop passing out like this. Remember all of the things you've questioned. When Izuku wakes up, he is cold and in pain. He can't move without his back sending a jolt of agony throughout his body, so he stays still and breathes. It's the very early hours of morning, and Izuku thinks he might hear the melody of birds outside. He knows his ears are only playing games with him. He hasn't heard the sound of morning birds in what seems to be an eternity. Instead of dwelling on the silence, Hato starts pondering what the first user told him. The things he's questioned? About what? The arena? Izuku contemplates all for one's brother's message until his brain starts to pound against his skull. He thinks about how the stages all got set up so quickly. The maze, house, and pool appeared as if they had always been there. The memory of the vase in Jude's office played in his mind. It was a few months ago, and Izuku had nearly forgotten about it. The vase had disappeared for a split second, so fast the Izuku could have mistaken it for a blink. The more Izuku contemplates about, the more odd and skeptical got. It was almost as if it was an illusion. It made perfect sense, but whose quirk was it? Could it be more than one? Judging by how detailed everything was, the quirk was immensely powerful. The quirk had to be Jude's. He had the power to make the arena dangerous and more entertaining. That one time when the vase disappeared, the leader could have been so overwhelmed by rage that he had lost control. All Izuku had to do was find out the weaknesses of his quirk. Angering Jude wasn't going to cut it. He needed everything to disappear. This just led to another question. What was real and what was not? There had to be something that wasn't an illusion. There was no way his quirk could handle all of that strain. Hato hastily crawled towards Tamura, ignoring the sharp pains that his black and blue back gave him. Grabbing Tamura's shoulder firmly, Hato shook him awake. Hato, what they fu dash. Izuku easily cut him off, not having the patience or time to deal with a grouchy Tamura. He was always in a bad mood. Bit the amplified tenfold when he wakes up. I think I found out what Jude's quirk is. This seems to wake him up as he jolts up into an upright position. You what? His voice roughly whisper shouts. Hato slowly sits up and starts to explain the puzzle that's finally starting to come together. He leaves out the part of one for all, not wanting to explain how ghosts sometimes talk to him in his sleep. And I'm guessing you're already articulating a plan to use this to our advantage, right? Is he? Izuku thinks he has bits and pieces of the plan, but is it enough to get everyone out? Izuku had planned the escape when they reached the final level, but was now the best time to do it? He decides that it'll have to be. Hato refuses to let anyone else die. This needs to end, and it needs to end now. Hato firmly nods. The small sections of the plan mending themselves together into a form that was more complete. Yeah, I do. Was the first time in months that Aizawa and Hisashi were called to meet at the last known place the trucks was. They had both been too busy with researching suspects and other victims to help and search for the arena. Midoriya was highly admired around the crew for making such a risky decision by calling them. Shoyuta just hoped that the repercussions weren't too costly for the boy. God only knows how much the kid has been through. He tries not to think about how they're going to tell Izuku that his mom is dead. Aizawa savvies that life isn't fair. It gets repeated in his head over and over. A never-ending mantra in his head that will never cease. In this situation, Shoyuta thinks that life could be a lot more that, not fair, but torture. Because has this kid been through hell? As both Yamada and Shoyuta arrive to the site, a empty, dry land that stretches beyond the horizon with small mountains every now and then, they walk over to Nemuri. She's talking to a police officer when she sees them. Kayama beckons them over with a wave of her hand. How are you guys doing? She looks exhausted, but full of determination. Ever since the phone call, the crew has been filled with something they almost gave up on: hope. Have you found anything new? Aizawa questions tonelessly, not bothering to ask the question. How they're doing isn't as important as finding Midoriya and multiple other people trapped in the arena. Not exactly midnight starts, but is cut off by a soft rumble from the ground. It makes everybody struggle to maintain balance, and some even fall over in surprise. Eraserhead tenses and looks on in absolute shock at what appears to be only a mile away. He vaguely hears Nemuri give out a cuss, but any sound is mostly drowned out by his heart pounding in his ears. There, just a few thousand feet away, is an arena with gigantic stone walls surrounding it. It's not the arena that surprises Shoyuta the most though. No, instead it's the large amounts of water spouting from what seems to be in the very center of the structure. It looks like a geyser spouting from the ground, but that can't be it. All at once, all of his senses are brought back. He lets air flow into his lungs and let his ears take in the sound that is akin to a waterfall. That's where Midoriya is. It has to be. Shoyuta is already sending a message to Naomasa before Hisashi even gets a chance to speak. We found him. Present Mick's voice squeals with excitement and seriousness, but Shoyuta doesn't think what he said is true. Izawa shakes his head. No. I think he found us. It's not long before the other heroes and reinforcements arrive. They're finally going to save Midoriya Izuku, the kid who went missing almost 2 years ago. 6 hours earlier. His theory was that Jude's quirk's primary weakness was the knowledge of its existence. It was far-fetched, but if enough people knew about his quirk, it might be enough to cancel it out. Not even the guards knew about the leader's quirk. A few months back he had overheard them talk about the theories of his quirk and what it could possibly be. Izuku even took some into consideration, such as the manipulation quirk. It had been a good idea, especially since he had so many loyal followers. Tamura and him knowing isn't going to be enough. Their goal is to gather everyone in the Serpent Stage together and tell them. That has to be enough. It has to be. Once we escape from the stage, we'll have to separate. It's not ideal, but your quirk will help free the other prisoners faster than if it was me. I don't think the cells are an illusion, and finding the right keys and then unlocking every single cage would take too much time. It'll be best if you just disintegrate all of the cells instead. His voice was barely above a whisper. Izuku could hardly see the black outline of Tamura, but he knew the older boy was listening. And you? What are you going to do? Izuku smiles sheepishly. I know this is selfish, but while you're freeing the prisoners, I'm going to pay Jude a little visit. I want to be the one to take him down. They both lay down to try to get some sleep. Hopefully the last night they'll have to spend in this sordid place. What if Plan A doesn't work? The gray-haired boy questions. Plan A was to destroy the walls of the arena in hopes of it to collapse on itself. It would serve as a good distraction and get rid of a lot of the possible obstacles. Well, we have a plan B for a reason. Remember to meet up at the entrance of the arena once we do what we complete our parts of the plan. They're going to escape tomorrow. Izuku will get to introduce Tamura to his mom and Kacchan. He'll finally be able to start on fixing the timeline once again. All he needs to do is survive and fight with every fiber in his being. The weight of the ribbon on his wrist is the only comfort he needs to be lulled into the shadow of sleep. The rest of the night is silenced. Even the rage of Izuku's dreams are quieted into a fragile whisper. 1 hour before breakout. Rise and shine, sons of beaches. Carice wakes them up, and the rest of the prisoners, by slamming their cage door open. Hato jumps to his feet swiftly, who is soon followed by Tamura. They walk out of the cage, both briefly catching the other's eye and nodding furtively. Once they get to the platform, Carice turns off their quirk suppressant cuffs. Hato takes a deep breath, trying to detach from himself. This is part of the plan that he didn't practically like, but leaving him just unconscious would be too risky. He had to do it this way. He reached for the invisible string and imagined snapping it in half. The string broke, and so did Carice's neck. Hato made sure to keep the evil man standing so they wouldn't draw attention to themselves. He'll let go of the string once he makes Carice walk back to the dungeon into their cage. The signal is blared and they both jump into the water, both instinctively holding their breaths. As soon as they make it into the water, Hato searches for the strings of the other players. It's difficult to control one person while looking for others, but right when he let go of Carice's string, Izuku grabbed the handful of strings and harshly pulled towards him. A few seconds later, Tamura and Hato both heard the swishing of water as the dozen other people came rushing at them. As they got closer to them, Izuku stopped them but made sure to hold them still just in case they tried to attack. He could feel a headache coming on from using his quirk more than he's used to, but it was okay. He could deal with that. Everyone needs to listen very carefully. Tamura's scratchy voice announced, sounding almost like a warning. He turns to Hato and nods. We're going to escape, and we're going to do it today. He doesn't have time to address everyone's shock as he continues. You need to work with us, and that means you have to trust us. Bullshit. The only known way to escape is to finish the crows. The last level. A man with a missing arm lashes out. Do you want to get out or not? Hato yells out, his stress and frustration seeping out. You really think they'll let you out? My guess is that they kill you off or sell you to some other horrible place. Think, idiot. This is possibly your only chance at getting out. Now listen. At the stunned silence of the man, Izuku sighs and takes yet another deep breath. He readies himself to tell the group of people about Jude's quirk, but he hears something in the distance that makes him stop. He strains his ears and puts all of his sensory quirk into them, trying to listen further away. Izuku hears heartbeats, chatters of people who are watching the arena, the breaths of the guards and prisoners in the dungeons. Hato tries to tune all of them out and try to look for the similar voice he could have sworn he had heard. Have you found anything new? The voice was gruff and clearly sleep-deprived. A tone that he hadn't heard in literal years. Izuku freezes before turning towards Tamura. We're switching to Plan B. He doesn't even give his friend enough time before he's pulling everyone down to the bottom of the pool. Does anyone have a quirk that is telekinesis or can control water? His voice leaves no room for questioning as they finally reach the bottom of the arena. I do. A teen girl with hair that looks like water exclaims. Good. You and I are going to lift the water until it reaches past the height of the arena. Think you can do that? The young teen enthusiastically nods her head and smiles. Izuku smiles back, happy to see someone with such a bright personality. Good. Right before we lift up the water, Tamura is going to use his quirk on the ground, which will hopefully get to the water pipes. This will be essential since we're going to need the extra water. When? What's your name? Aqua. Not surprising. When Aqua and I lift up the water, Tamura is going to tell you something that you have to believe. If you don't trust him, this whole plan will go up in ash. Does everyone understand? With everyone's confirmation, Izuku kicks his legs up so he isn't standing on the floor. Thankfully, everyone follows him. Tamura leans down to the ground and puts his hands onto the floor. The ground starts to crack but thankfully not completely disintegrate. His quirk wasn't that powerful quite yet. He lifted his hands once the ground was covered in deep crevices. By now, Izuku's head was pounding and it'll no doubt be worse after this step. Especially since he's only used his quirk on living things. He needs to reach them. He has to give them some sort of signal that they are here. The water isn't a string, but a gigantic, heavy rope that takes all of his strength to lift. Ready, Aqua? His voice is strained and tired. He can't imagine what he'll feel like once this is all over. It will be over. Yup. They both lift their arms up. Izuku having a much harder time than Aqua. The water movement is slow at first, but after a moment of silence, the water goes barreling upwards, shooting far past the walls of the arena. Tamura, tell them. There's 15 of them. That has to be enough to do at least some damage towards Jude's blasted quirk. The leader's quirk causes illusions. A lot of this is fake. It's hard to hear him over the running of water, but they do. And they believe him. Hato doesn't notice any major changes, but the closer he looks the more he sees. Now, the arena looks a lot more run down and moldy. The weight of the water seems less and easier to carry. It worked. It actually worked. Aqua, help me remove all the water out of the arena. As soon as they get the water out of the prison, they both nearly collapse in exhaustion. Hato stands up with shaky legs after a few precious seconds of gasping for air. All of you need to get out of the arena. Try to take down as many guards as you can. The heroes and police should be nearby, probably getting closer as we speak. Thank you for helping us. The one-armed man says before running off with the rest of the group. Hato distinctly sees him throw a punch with an iron fist at one of the guards and smiles. I'll see you at the entrance? DMN right, brat. Better not mess anything up. Tamura warns. Izuku knows what he means. He had said the same exact thing before he went back in time. Better not mess anything up. Izuku liked to think it was his own special way to show that he cared about him. Izuku turns around to leave, but before he does, he gives Tamura a teasing smile. You too. After that, Izuku's feet barely touch the floor as he sprints to Jude's office. Izuku can't wait to taste the sweet, sweet relief of getting revenge. Hato felt powerful standing in front of Jude's door. His will to survive strumming through his veins as he slammed the door open. He saw Jude in the middle of the room, shaking in his boots. A useless gun pointed right at Izuku, who only stared blankly at it. The gun went off, but Jude's hands were shaking so bad that the bullet missed Izuku by an inch. The way Izuku didn't flinch only made him quiver more. You take pride in being a monster, do you? Hato didn't intend it to be a question. Jude straightened up, his eyes looking cold and rotten. Of course I do. It's who I am. Don't you? Hato flared up in rage. He didn't dare to argue false facts about that accusation being wrong. No, but you are right about one thing. I am a monster. Izuku didn't know what his face looked like, but it must have been horrifying judging by how the leader drained of color. Hato eyed the pristine sword hanging on the wall behind Jude's cluttered desk. He didn't allow himself to think about what happened next. All he saw right before running back out was a sword piercing Jude's throat. Red dripped from his eyes as he collapsed onto his knees. Hato was running down the staircase when he noticed something in the distance. His eyes widened once he noticed it was Demetrius, the dog that had tried to kill him. Oh shit! Izuku turned tailed and ran, vaguely noticing how all of the cells were empty of prisoners. Izuku's small legs pushed against the ground as fast as he could, trying to get away from the man-eating animal. He rounded a corner and was met with a dead end. Izuku couldn't use his second quirk anymore, or he would suffer from more overuse than he's already dealing with. Fear crept up his back as he came face to face with the giant dog. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a familiar pink fog moving its way closer to them. After years of teaching himself, Izuku covered his mouth tightly with his hands. He hoped it was what he thought it was. The greenette watched in relief as the dog's eye rolled up, but it was replaced with dread when the hound started to fall towards Izuku. Before the dog could crush him, something wrapped around his waist and yanked diagonally forwards so he wouldn't run into the animal. He was met with warm arms wrapping around him and his face squished into a scarf. He would have cried if he had time, but all Izuku did was look up into the familiar black eyes. Eyes that had been gouged out, revealing unending emptiness. The man smiled. A smile that Izuku hardly ever got to see. His usually guarded eyes replete with warmth and relief. Hato looked around to see two other people he hasn't laid eyes on in years. Ears cut off, throat slit, choking on his own blood as he weeps his final tune. Pale, red flesh everywhere, slowly tearing up from the inside out. Intestines falling out. Hands trying to keep them inside. Forever failing. Fading into an eternity of sleep. He knew they would be alive, but it felt so good seeing them breathing. It's good to see that you're still alive, problem child. That nickname was special and to never be forgotten by the small boy. It was a part of him. It felt like home when he heard it. I need to meet up with someone. Everyone should have escaped by now, but you guys should check just in case. I'll meet you at the entrance. His limbs felt as if they were going to fall off, but he ran his fastest anyways. He needed to reunite with Tamura as soon as possible. Wait, kid. Izuku made an effort to ignore Yamada as the trio tried to get him to stop. He couldn't stop. Not yet. Once he got to the arena, halfway to the entrance dash, he saw Tamura standing in the middle of the arena with another man. Hato skidded to a slow pace and honed in his vision. What he saw, who he saw made bile raise up his throat. Standing in front of Tamura was a man with no eyes, no hair, and a black mask covering half of his face. They were talking, but the blood pounding in Izuku's ears made it impossible to focus. The villain, it was all for one. Oh no. What if he remembered? It was all for one. Was waving his hands around, no doubt making something look more extravagant. Breaking out of his stupor, Izuku started to make his way over quietly. He needed to get Tamura, his friend. His brother, out of here now. He couldn't let him ever fall into the clutches of All for One. Hato won't allow it. He can't. He saw the older boy slowly shaking his head at whatever offer the villain had offered, but the stress didn't leave Izuku. A putrid sensation began to overtake the area as AFO's rage towered up. Izuku looked in horror as AFO, his father, put his hand on Tamura's shoulder. Izuku was so close. Just a mere 2 feet and he would have been able to grab Tamura and escape. They would have escaped and Izuku would have introduced him to his mother and they would have had their first warm meal in ages and… Tamura! The scream tore through his mouth, leaving it to ache. Before anything happened, Tamura turned around with his face being filled with true terror. An emotion that Izuku had never seen plastered onto his face so clearly. Hato! And then they were gone. Both Tamura and the man Izuku hated with all his heart. His tired legs failed him and he face-planted into the hard dirt, not even registering the pain in his face. Slowly, the tears started to slither down his face quietly but oh so loudly. He didn't know what to do. Izuku had failed at keeping another promise. He failed. Why can't he do anything right? But Hato, Izuku, he did nothing but stare at the empty space where his friend once was. He refused to let his mind scream at him for any longer. It wouldn't make a difference. He forced himself to stay strong. He wanted to be the one to show Tamura video games, a loving family, a happy childhood. But that hope was as good as dead, but his body wouldn't move no matter how much he willed it to. Izuku would see his brother again, he had to. The reassurance was the only thing that was keeping him from breaking down. He tried not to think that Tamura might become Shigaraki again, but the thought stuck there like glue. It was inevitable, but that doesn't mean he still couldn't save him. He didn't register being picked up, nor did he hear the soft murmurs of reassurance from his heroes. All he felt was the burn of his exhausted eyes, but he refused to close them. He refused to do anything. His mind was blank, so why was it screaming at him? He didn't get it. He didn't understand anything. It felt as if he was everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Who was he again? Who was he really? It's going to be okay, Midoriya. No, it wasn't. Not for a while. Perhaps forever. Please, don't lie. It was all he bothered to say. All he needed to say. It was silent for the rest of the walk. Izuku didn't even think about how it was the first time in ages that he's seen the outside world. He didn't see the difference. Mitsuki and Masaru were cooking breakfast when they got the phone call. Masaru taking off his apron and answering the device. It wasn't until even a minute later when the phone clattered to the ground, startling both Mitsuki and Katsuki who was watching cartoons. Masaru, why the F did you drop the phone? Mitsuki yelled, prepared to berate him about how he could have broken it. The plan quickly halted once she saw her husband's face. A serious and pale expression adorning it. He escaped. Izuku. He escaped. The household was silent for what seemed to be like the first time before it erupted. Katsuki bolted to the door and started to get his shoes on. Katsuki, wait. The father softly demanded. The young Bakuga's face snapped up in fury and impatience. What do you mean wait? We need to go see Izu. No one addressed how the kid's voice cracked in anger, or perhaps in longing to see his only friends again. They told us to wait here. The detective will come visit us, with Izuku after they make sure he isn't injured, okay? He's okay now, right? Deku is going to be okay, right? The two adults shared a look. Truth be told, they didn't know if Izuku would ever be okay after this. All they know is that he's not going to be the same little boy they once knew and that no matter what, they would still love him. Mitsuki was the one to answer her son. Her harsh voice soft and consoling. We don't know, honey. We don't know. When the police had told him that he would have to go to the hospital first, Izuku threatened them. He didn't need a hospital, he needed his mom. He needed his family. Izuku's empty threat was taken seriously by the police and they escorted him into Detective Tsukashi's car with Aizawa next to him. The time traveler's eyes were burning with exhaustion, but he refused to close them for any more than a second. He was terrified that this was all a dream and as soon as he closed his eyes, he would wake up back in the cell that was supposed to be his home for 2 years. The ride was silent. Izuku took that time to observe his surroundings. The outside, the car, how Aizawa and Naomasa kept exchanging worried glances. Soon enough, the silence became claustrophobic. What's happening to them? Izuku let out a sigh when confused looks crossed both of their faces. The other prisoners. What's going to happen to them? They're going to get checked up to make sure they're okay and will be given mandatory therapy, that includes you, and then they will be sent back to their loved ones. Aizawa explained, his voice younger than he remembered it to be. What if they don't have anywhere else to turn to? The only two people I formed any connections with had no one before they were kidnapped. Anxiety crept up in his stomach when they started to enter neighborhoods. What would Kacchan and his mother think when they see him? He's a stranger now. We're still trying to figure that one out. Don't worry though. We'll make sure they get someplace safe. The detective's voice was as soothing as it had always been. The underlying stress from hours of constant work is still there. Two? Who was the other one? Aizawa asked. Izuku gripped his ribbon for comfort. We didn't go by real names in the arena. It doesn't matter anyways. She's dead. The silence that fills the stiff car is worse than before, and Izuku hates it. Hates every part of it. His eyes caught onto a familiar house, but it wasn't the house he was expecting to see. It wasn't his house, but the Bakugu's. My mom. He tries his best to ignore the way the two adults stiffen in their seats, but all it does is threaten to choke him with dread. How is she? Izuku can distinctly see Kacchan next to his parents, jumping on both of his feet. The blonde doesn't seem to see them quite yet. Aizawa is in a breath and Izuku clenches his arm tighter. They grow closer to the house and the greenette can see how his best friend's eyes light up. It's refreshing to see such a young face, but Katsuki still looks older. Taller and smarter, his eyes blocked by something he can't quite distinguish. Your mom's dead. Shoyuta spits out. In that second, Izuku goes numb with the overwhelming need to get out. He doesn't think he's in shock. No, he's too used to death to be in shock. He has to be used to it. But it's his mother. His mother is dead. Dead, 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 dead. He was holding her by the neck, her face red as she claws at his gigantic hand. All he could do is stand and gaze and glare at him. Frozen, paralyzed, completely unable to move. He was useless. All he could do was wait for someone to save them. To save her. He had to withhold his hope and trust that someone would help them escape this awful scenario. I really did love her, you know? But now she's just a useless pawn. He face crinkles where his eyes used to be. An invisible, bone-chilling smile. His hand tightens and a resonating snap is heard. It rings in Izuku's ears like a broken record. A tune that he never wanted to hear. Inko's hand drops and her beautiful, bright eyes hollow into black holes. Her head dangles to the side as her green hair softly dances with the wind. So useless. Without blinking, Izuku unbuckles his seatbelt and opens the car door. Letting gravity take control, he leans sideways and topples out of the moving car. He vaguely feels the gravel scraping and digging into his skin. He rolls until he comes to a stop in a kneeling position, grabbing his hair so tight that his knuckles turn white. Nothing matters at that moment. Not that he's finally escaped, or Tamura is with AFO again, or his childhood best friend running towards him with his explosions behind him to make him faster. The only thing that's coursing through his mind right now is the fact that he'll never get to see his mother's smile again. He had been offered a second chance to save her, and he completely blew it. Izuku would never get to see her again, never get to hug her again, never get to have late-night conversations with hot cocoa ever again. Small arms wrapped around him, but he didn't take any notice of it. His head was pressed against the other's chest, but all Izuku could do was blink blankly and silent tears cascaded down his cheeks. Katsuki's arms tightened around him, comforting and not suffocating. And that, for some reason, broke Izuku out of his muteness toward the world around him. He slowly snaked his hands around the other and clutched to him as his one and only lifeline. A shattered sob fled from his mouth as he clawed at his friend's shirt. Nothing was okay. For the second time, he had lost his mother and could do nothing about it. He held on to Katsuki tighter, needing someone to be next to him. And never leave. He was sick of people leaving. Kacchan. Deku fell asleep in Katsuki's arms with elbows and knees bleeding and red-stained cheeks. The blonde continued to hold on to the smaller boy. He was so small and frail, but so DM and strong. Tears fell from the boy's ruby eyes as he finally got to hold his one true friend for the first time in 2 years. Bakugo is adamant. Ignore the soft hand landing on his shoulder, but he can't for long. You need to let go, Katsuki. His mother speaks softly as she crouches down next to him. In response, Katsuki only buries his head in Izuku's soft green curls. His friend smells like dirt, sweat, and blood, but he doesn't care. He wonders how his hair is still so soft. We should fix his scrapes while he's still resting. In order to do that, we'll need to get back to the house. Her arms slowly wrap around Izuku and Bakugo slowly loosens his grip on him. The older woman nearly cries when she realizes how small and light he is. She holds him tighter to remind her that he's really here and not a figment of her imagination. Katsuki stands up, his legs cramping with being on his knees so long. Gravel is sticking to his legs, but he doesn't care and continues to walk back home with his mother. He gazes at his long-lost best friend and notices how much he's changed. His hair is to his shoulders and is in much need to get a haircut, his skin is dry and cracking, and the most noticeable feature is the scars. There's a starburst scar on his palm and a few other jagged silver lines on his arms and legs. The sight makes him want to be sick, especially since he has a sinking feeling that there's probably more he can't see. Is he all right? The man with black hair asks. Katsuki recognizes him as one of the people who helped retrieve Izuku. His voice is laced with concern and stress that seems to be long-lasting. His mom whispers, careful to not wake the sleeping boy in her arms. Katsuki would never admit it, but he loved his mother's voice. Especially when it was calm and soothing. It always brought a wave of comfort and security when she used that voice. It was special. It's only ever been used for Izuku and Katsuki and no one else. What do you think? He jumped out of a car. Physically, he only has a few scrapes and bruises, but mentally? Well, that's a whole FANG other answer. The hero and detective both wince at that. Mitsuki takes a deep breath and continues walking before stopping and turning to face the two adults again. Well, aren't you going to come in? Dinner is going to be ready in an hour, and I doubt you two haven't had anything decent to eat recently. Katsuki knows she's not just inviting them in for dinner, but something else. Mitsuki has a stern and determined feature on her face that could only mean she wanted something from the two other adults. They all make their way to the door where Masaru stands. His smile is strained yet real as he looks at the sleeping form of Deku. He looks at Katsuki and changes his smile into something more positive. How about we make Izuku some katsudon for when he wakes up? At the mention of his best friend's favorite food, the blonde smirks and feverly nods. As the two head to the kitchen, Mitsuki takes Izuku to the bathroom and gets his scrapes cleaned and bandaged. She refuses to acknowledge the few lone tears that glide down her cheeks as she notices how much the boy she sees as a second son has changed. How he's so young yet so worn. Scars that no child should ever have. Not for the first time does Mitsuki think how unfair the world is. Right as she finishes, the boy starts to stir. His green eyes open, and even throughout all that despair, the mother could still see some fight sparkling in them. Hi, Izuku. The tiredness disappears and he smiles. It's small but dazzling. Auntie, how have you been? His voice is hoarse and tired but still filled with the kindness she remembers oh so fondly. She helps him off the counter and smiles at him, warmth blooming in her chest. Better now that you're here. Izuku doesn't say anything, but follows her down to the kitchen where everybody else is. Once they get to the kitchen, Izuku lets go of her hand and walks over to the detective and hero. They're sitting stiffly on the couch and tense when they see Izuku. He stands in front of them and addresses Aizawa first. Izuku finally gets to appreciate seeing his teacher once again, never having the chance to do so before. He must look creepy with how he stares into Shuta's eyes for what seems like an eternity before wrapping his arms around the man in a short hug. It's so short that Aizawa doesn't even get a chance to return it. Thank you. Both of you. The plan wouldn't have been nearly as successful if it weren't for you and the other heroes and police. They smile and it seems like Aizawa is about to say something before Naomasa beats him to it. We should be thanking you. If it wasn't for that phone call, we wouldn't have been there. That was a real risky move you pulled there. They both ignore the fact that he would have obviously faced repercussions for his stunt. Izuku visibly shudders at the thought of those 3 long months in the night room. Suddenly, Izuku gets knocked over by a hug. He instantly knows who it is and hugs back with equal force. The blonde hides his tears in the time traveler's shirt, not caring if his friend knew about them. Idiot. Doing stupid crap like that? Better never leave again. Izuku doesn't reply. Dinner was wonderful if not a bit awkward. Having his first warm meal in 2 years was incredible. It was a shame that he couldn't get even half of it into his stomach. He was too accustomed to being hungry and making the best on the little he was given that a normal serving was too much. Izuku, honey. Mistuki asks after dinner. All of them are still sitting at the dinner table, basking in the moment that they are finally together again. One person is missing. No, 2 people are missing. It's a thought that lays in the back of his head quietly. Naomasa and Shoyuta left not too long ago, having to help with paperwork on the other prisoners. Why don't you go get washed up? I'm sure you want that. Katsuki can pick a pair of clothes for you to wear. If you want me to, I can clean that ribbon. The white ribbon is stained with dirt and specks of blood, but Izuku can't take it off. He's afraid of what he'll feel if he didn't have it. He trusted Mitsuki with his life, but he couldn't afford to lose this. Who knows, maybe it'll get cleaned while he's taking a shower. Sorry, Auntie, but I can't take this off. It's too important. He's thankful no one questions him. The shower scalded his skin, being at the hottest setting. It makes his skin red and bumpy, but the burning is better than the hollowness in his chest. Izuku makes sure to lather his hair with what seems to be like half a bottle of shampoo and conditioner, taking extra time to take his chipped fingernails through his scalp. He does the same with washing his body as well, scrubbing his skin raw. It's about an hour later when he steps out of the bathroom. He's wearing Katsuki's miniature skull shirt and some cargo shorts. The comfort of them makes his eye ache and body relax. He hasn't felt like this in a long while. Izuku engulfs himself in the feeling, afraid it'll be ripped away from him. The outfit shows off most of his scars. The number 88 is hidden. Shiny white and red sticking out from his skin never to leave. But he doesn't mind. Scars have never bothered him before, and he doesn't think they ever will. Knowing the route by heart, Izuku walks toward Katsuki's bedroom. His footsteps are silent and impossible to hear. When he makes it to the room, the greenette softly knocks in the door. Gentle yet announcing. Come in, nerd. The nickname gets a soft giggle from Izuku. He steps into the room that he spent just about the same amount of time in as his own. Was the house still there? Was it vacant, or was there someone else living happily in it? Kacchan's bedroom hasn't changed much from what he remembered it to be like. There's a futon on the ground next to his bed. Compared to the cell, it looks like a cloud. Izuku basks in the normalcy of it. Not being able to ignore the ruby eyes staring at him any longer, he looks back at Katsuki. The blonde's face is in depth and too serious to be on a 7-year-old. Izuku claps his hands together and stretches his face into a wide, slightly forced smile. He goes to sit next to Katsuki on the bed and almost falls over at how squishy it is. Forgetting what he was going to say for a moment, Izuku runs his hand over the soft comforter and almost melts. He forgot what comfort felt like. Where did you sleep? It slips before Izuku can stop it. He's always been truthful with Kacchan. Perhaps the only person he couldn't lie to, or at least, without being caught. A cell. Katsuki stiffens visibly. Izuku almost forgot that that was something to be concerned about, but sleeping in the cell never became something he had time to think about. It just was. Sure, some nights his back would ache and it was so cold that it would be impossible to sleep because he couldn't stop shaking, but it was fine. Compared to the other things that happened, it was neutral. But Kacchan didn't need to know the details. Especially at this age. So, tell me what happened when I was gone. Make any new friends? Discover more aspects of your quirk? I bet you've learned a lot and have lots of stories to tell me, and I can't wait for you to tell me all of them. Oh, what were your birthdays like? I can't believe I had to miss 2 of them. I'll make sure to give you the best present ever on your next birthday, and dash. Katsuki starts to laugh until his eyes water, and even though Izuku has no idea why he's laughing, he still decides to join in. You still mutter. I missed that. Izuku hasn't muttered in a long, long time. It was too dangerous. He had begun to think he had lost that habit forever, but it turns out being with his best friend was all it took. The air begins to turn more solemn as the laughter dies down. Not exactly sad, but not happy either. It was longing. I've really missed you, Izu. I've missed you too, Kacchan. Izuku couldn't sleep. His mind was buzzing with bees and his legs twitched with the need to move. The futon was perhaps too comfy. He was so used to sleeping on cement that resting on something more comfortable felt weird and foreign. He was tempted to crawl into Katsuki's bed and snuggle with him, but didn't think that was a good idea. He didn't want to anger his friend, and didn't think his bed would do anything to differ from his trouble of sleeping. He craved physical touch, but just couldn't bring himself to ask for it. He certainly didn't want to wake someone up for being just a little touch-starved, either. He decided that going outside would be the best option, of course. Izuku had so much energy because his body had become so accustomed to the constant need of adrenaline that it was sure to take a while to get his body to stop relying on his sympathetic system. Almost 24 with his mind made up, Izuku quietly crawled out of his futon and walked over to the window. Opening it just enough to slip though, he swiftly stepped onto the roof and closed the window. Without much worry, Izuku jumped off the roof and landed gracefully. His eyes adjusted well to the dark due to his sense quirk, so he didn't have any trouble with observing his surroundings. As he started to walk, he basked in the cool, early summer air. He took in his surroundings, drinking it in. Everything was so open and breathable, and it was amazing. Izuku was walking past Strawberry Park, the one he got kidnapped at and strangely didn't feel scared at all. Instead, he felt complete. A swell of pride rose in his chest as he walked through the park, as if to announce to no one but himself that he had won. Hato wasn't trapped anymore. A bush of hydrangeas caught his eyes as he was walking. An idea came to mind as he slowly reached over and picked the best ones he could find. By the time he was done picking the flowers, Izuku had a dozen or so in his small hands. Carefully, he carried them to the log Kacchan and his group of friends used to hang out in the last timeline. At one of the trees near the log, Izuku softly put down the flowers and began to pick small rocks. He placed the rocks so they surrounded the flowers next to the tree he had picked out. Next, Izuku found a pointed stick and carved words into the tree. Tribute to the fallen fighters of the arena. By the time he was done, Izuku had a few splinters in his hands. Nonetheless, he was proud of himself and promised to come by and replace the flowers when needed. Izuku's last stop was Dagoba Beach. He frowned at the pile of trash that had started to pile up. He would have to wait a few years before he could work on that if everything went according to plan. Sitting on the luscious grass and looking at the miles and miles of ocean, Izuku couldn't help but think of All Might. He needed to talk to him. The sky was dark and clear, but the stars were hardly twinkling. The beauty of them hidden behind the light pollution and the soon-to-be rising sun. The sky, the ocean, the never-ending streams of what-ifs made Izuku feel so small. A part of him wished for a moment and a moment only that he didn't have a crushing job to do. That he was a 7-year-old quirkless boy with a loving mother and no friends, but that was okay because he knew that he could still be a hero. But he wasn't that boy anymore, and no matter how little he thought about it, it crushed him every time. He was a stranger to himself. The one person that will never leave. Before he left, Izuku screamed, covering his head with his hands and squishing it in between his knees. He screamed because he couldn't talk about it. Not yet, anyway. It was crushing his lungs, and the only way to let it out was to rip his throat and let his scream fill the lonely void. Once Izuku got back to the Bakugas, should he call it home? Is it his home now? And snuck back in through the window, the sun was just beginning to peak. Clouds dusted with pinks and oranges. He tiptoed back to his futon before changing his mind and gently crawling into Katsuki's bed, careful to not wake him up. God knows the blonde is a beast when rudely woken up. For just a moment, Izuku allows himself to close his eyes. His mind finally quiet but not at peace. He gets enveloped by the too comfy bed for a second and rests. Katsuki wakes up hugging something. He soon discovers that that something is actually a someone. He hugs the sleeping figure closer to him, still finding it hard to believe that Izuku is back in his life again. Katsuki hates feeling useless. Yet that's what he's been feeling as of late. So useless that he couldn't have been there for Deku any sooner. It made him angry. He didn't understand. Couldn't fully comprehend what Izuku exactly went through. Doesn't think he ever will. He hates the scars on his friend's body. Despises how much pain Izuku must have gone through. It enrages him that they're just about the same age but seem centuries apart. Katsuki wishes his dreams were a reality. Blurry images of more friends he's ever had, a quirk that is always growing stronger with each passing day, seeing a familiar brunette smiling regularly as he talks with people who seem to care about him. Those flurry of dreams seem so reachable but so incredibly unlikely. The thoughts dwell on him, and it's hard to focus on the present. On the now. Not the past or future or the distant dreams. The blonde hugs his best friend gently but reassuringly and drags his mind to what he has now, and what he can do to make every second better than the last. That thought led him to fall asleep again, not even noticing that it was his first peaceful rest in forever. All he knew was that he felt whole again. The first thing Izuku registered when he woke up were the voices of Aizawa-sen's. No. He's not Izuku's teacher anymore. Hasn't been for a long time. And Tsukachi. The fact that he was wrapped in Katsuki's arms didn't even cross his mind as he used his quirk to spy on the adults. How did he do last night? The detective asked what he was assuming were the Bakugus. Izuku did well. It was almost scary. From my knowledge, he didn't panic or even cry. Mitsuki answered. I want to say he's just in shock, but something doesn't feel quite right about that. Masaru added, his voice timid and worried. Midoriya assumed that this was probably when he should get up and announce his presence. He gently wiggled out of Kacchan's hug, careful not to wake him. His footsteps were undetectable as he walked down the stairs to see all four of the adults talking and drinking what he thought was coffee. God, he missed coffee. Izuku couldn't wait to get hooked on that stuff again. Maybe he could sneak some in tonight. Aizawa was the first one to notice him, Mitsuki being the one to announce his arrival. Ah, Izuku. How did you sleep? He didn't exactly sleep, but they didn't need to know about his little nightly adventure. Izuku guesses that the 1-hour nap he took would count as something, especially since it was nightmare-free. Something he wasn't expecting on his first night back, but he's pretty sure that had something to do with Katsuki. The young time traveler sent them a soft smile before joining them on the couch. Mitsuki and Masaru scooting closer towards the edges of the couch so he could sit in the middle. I slept pretty well. Thank you for asking. That seemed to ease the creases in Mitsuki's forehead, and Izuku was glad that he could make her worry less. We were just talking about you. Tsukachi says, smiling warmly at Izuku. Of course, Izuku already knew this and decided to get right down to business. His simile falls instantly, a serious expression taking place. He probably would have laughed at their shocked expressions, except for Aizawa, if he wasn't so busy getting his words put together. So, what questions do you have for me? The detective gets into working mode almost immediately, back straightening while Shuta's remains hunched. Well, first we're going to need to discuss your mandatory therapy sessions, which will be starting next week, and school. I don't need school. Izuku was probably just as smart if not smarter than Shoyuta. He remembered back to his last life and how Todoroki would speculate if he was smarter than Nizu himself. And why is that? Aizawa speaks for the first time. After reading his expressions for so long, Izuku could see the spark of curiosity in his coal eyes. I already know everything that they can possibly teach me. Izuku shrugs as if it was the simplest answer to the easiest question. Oh, do you have some IQ quirk? Naomasa questions. Izuku tosses the idea of telling him of at least one of his quirks around before deciding now is not the right time. He would have to wait to package all of that at a later time. He doesn't worry about the detective seeing through his lie since he was quirkless after all. I'm quirkless. I don't have a quirk. They gladly don't bat an eyelash at that revelation and continue being dragged by their curiosity. If you don't believe me, let me take one of Nizu's tests. I hear that they're nearly impossible to pass, with or without a quirk. If I pass, you let me do homeschooling. If I don't, you can put me in class with Kacchan. No exceptions. Izuku internally smirks when Aizawa shivers at the mention of the principal. He's the only person that could ever possibly make Shoyuta scared at just the mention of him. His internal smirk makes it to his face once he knows that he won the two over. The both hesitantly nod, both hoping the Nizu won't get an apprentice. They didn't even want to begin to think about the chaos that might ensue. Aizawa gives a long, suffering sigh before nodding his head. All right, problem child. Izuku's smile grows wider at that nickname. I'll talk to Nizu about it and try to set up a date for you to try out the hell tests. Thank you, Aizawa. The detective and hero both get up. Whatever, kid. Just make sure to take care of yourself. And for the love of anything holy, get some rest. Izuku winces at that, knowing that his logical ruse didn't work on his former teacher. He bows his head down and mutters, "Yes, Aizawa," before waving the two out the door. Awkward silence fills the room only to be brushed away by Izuku's stomach grumbling. He pays no mind to it, as he's used to being hungry and learned to ignore the sounds that came along with it. However, the Bakugus do not ignore it. "Oh, you must be hungry. Why don't you wake up Katsuki while Masaru and I cook you guys something?" Automatically, Izuku shakes his head. "You don't have to cook me anything. It's okay." Because really it's okay. Being a little hungry doesn't faze him anymore. Mitsuki fiercely shakes her head. Nonsense. Besides, I'm sure Katsuki will be hungry once he wakes up, anyway. Not being able to fight that logic, Izuku nods and makes his way back upstairs into Kacchan's room. The boy crawled onto his friend's bed and immediately jumped on him. The blonde startled awake with a shocked scream that was almost comical. On instinct, Katsuki pushed Izuku off of the bed, causing him to land on the ground with a loud thump. Izuku wasn't fazed by the hard landing and immediately jumped up, excitement that this is the first time in forever that he'll be able to hang out with Katsuki for a full day. He won't let himself worry today. He'll try to have fun, and the only way he could think would help is to spend time with the explosive child. "Kacchan, get up. I want to spend the whole day with you." He doesn't want to think of the skeptical look Aizawa gave him and the reasons behind it. He doesn't want to worry about therapy or how his mother is gone forever. Izuku doesn't want to think about the next, or when, but the now. Just this once. Demon right. We're going to have the best day ever. Izuku hoped he was right. The first thing they did was have breakfast. Mitsuki made red bean pancakes that seemed to melt in your mouth. It slightly overwhelmed Izuku at how fluffy and sweet they were, and he wished he could have eaten more. The morning was silent as they took the time to wake up. Well, that was mostly just Katsuki. Izuku enjoying how the sun shone from the windows and seemed to illuminate the whole room. He forgot how beautiful simple scenery was. He eyed Mitsuki and Masaru drinking coffee, his mouth watering at the thought of the bitter beverage. Before he could stop himself, his mouth was already moving. "Can I have some of that?" The older Bakugas looked confused while Katsuki had a look of disgust. "You want to try coffee? It's so bitter and disgusting." Izuku was slightly insulted with the accusation, but quickly remembered that he used to loathe coffee as well. He watched with a hopeful gaze when the two adults shared a look, hoping they would accept his request. Masaru smiled apologetically, and that was all he needed to know that his request had been declined. "I'm sorry, Zuku, but you're a little bit too young to be drinking coffee. How about you wait a bit longer, okay?" Izuku nodded, albeit disappointingly. He guessed that he would just have to sneak some during the night. "So, what do you two want to do today?" Mitsuki questioned, making Izuku's mind drift away from the coffee. "I want to give my mom some flowers." In the dampened mode swallowing the room, Izuku quickly waved his hand in front of his face. "Only if that's okay. I understand if you don't want to. I can always go by myself later." He was about to continue with his talking, but stopped once he felt two soft hands enveloped one of his own dried and cracked hands. He really needed to start using lotion. Katsuki lifted their hands with a determined look that made his face heat up in remembrance of the older version of Kacchan. "No. Let's go and visit Auntie Inko. I'm sure she'll be happy to see your nerdy face again." Tears balanced at the edge of Izuku's eye before a smile lit up his face and he nodded. Well, I guess it's settled. Maybe we could eat somewhere for lunch after. Mistuki suggested. The thought of another meal made Izuku feel queasy, not being used to more than one meal a day. He needed to eat more to get stronger, so he supposes that he'll just have to try his best. The drive to his mother's grave is more than less a peaceful drive. He doesn't miss the worried looks shown between Mitsuki and Masaru, nor the worried glances that Kacchan is sending him. Izuku doesn't acknowledge any of this, doesn't even know how. Instead he opts to stare outside. It's summer, just a little after his 7th birthday. The sun is gradient and the leaves are happily green. He grows antsy once they pull into the entrance of the graveyard. He wants to see his mom, even if it'll just be a grave. His grip on the white lilies they bought tightens as the car slows to a stop. He's out the door before the vehicle even has a chance to fully stop. Izuku doesn't even stumble as he paces his feet in front of him quickly, nearly forgetting about the others that came along with him. It's not long before the Bakugus catch up to him, Mitsuki looking angry. You can't just walk out of a moving car. It's dangerous. A part of him wants to ignore her, or maybe say that compared to the other millions of things he's done, walking out of a moving car is safe compared to the others. Instead he opts for the more civil reply, sorry auntie. She doesn't seem satisfied, but thankfully decides to leave it at that and starts to lead the way to his mother's grave. It's not long before they make it to the grave. Inko's is similar to a lot of the other ones, nothing too special or unique about it. It's a stone monument and lying on the ground next to it is a bouquet of dried-up flowers. Izuku walked to the very front of the grave with Katsuki close behind. Just close enough to give comfort and it not be suffocating. The greenette stared at the monument and gently replaced the dying flowers with the fresh ones. He stared at the name engraved onto the stone for a few moments, letting the chirping of birds fill in the silence. He almost forgot what it felt like to hear the sound of nature. Serene. Izuku misses his mother. So much that it pulls at his heart and enables him to breathe. All he wanted was for her to live a long happy life with love and company, but she never got that. She deserved that world and so much more, and it broke his heart that he could never give that to her. I'm sorry I couldn't have been there any sooner. His voice doesn't waver even when the words are heavy. No one makes a move to say that he should never feel guilty for this. It's too soon. Right now, it's his time to pour out his thoughts into words with no corrections. It's his moment to feel every bone-crushing achiness that comes with losing a loved one, and no one can take that away from him. I love you, Mom. The walk back to the car is solemn and Izuku hates it. This day wasn't supposed to be depressing, and he's determined to fix that. With a flame of determination in his eyes that Katsuki doesn't fail to miss, Katsuki loves that look. It gives him the belief that he could take on the world. Just as long as Izuku is by his side, Izuku asks, "Hey, can we visit my martial arts teachers? I really miss them." Katsuki's face breaks out into a grin. I forgot to tell you, but I've been training with them. I bet I could even surpass you, nerd. Izuku smirks and hooks his hands behind his back. Well, I guess you'll just have to prove it. They start racing towards the car as the blonde screams back, "Oh, you're on." All the adults do is share a slightly stressed look before smiling nervously and chasing after the two boys, not wanting them to get too far away from them. They get to the studio not long after. Katsuki had dragged him out of the car and into the building, buzzing with a rare excitement. They stepped in to see teachers and students alike training and learning, falling on mats only to get up again with more determination than before. It was awe-inspiring to see all these people work together to get better and stronger. It reminded him of his class in UA. Right now, Izuku feels at home with the smell of sweat at the buzzing of the air conditioner. Midoriya-kun? Is it really you? Snapping out of his trance-like state, Izuku looks up to see the face of his teacher. Asa-sensei has a look of disbelief and blooming happiness as she gazes at him. His face brightens and his hand slips from Katsuki's as he runs over to his teacher, Asa meeting him halfway. They didn't attack each other in a hug, but did something else considered a lot more violent. Asa went for a right hook, aiming for his side. If it was 2 years ago, Izuku might have been hit, but he was different now. his hits sharper and instincts faster. Izuku ducked to the ground and swiped his right leg underneath Ace's. She fell down onto a mat while huffing out a laugh. Soon, Izuku was on the ground next to his sensei, not even registering that she had tripped him before he had hit the ground. His back hit the ground as he started to laugh at the semi-surprise attack. Katsuki ran up next to him and didn't even try to contain his laughter pointed at his friend. Izuku playfully glared at his friend but silently enjoyed the sound of the blonde's laughter. The young Bakugo held out a hand for the green etter to grab, and Izuku was forced to withstand the memories that tickled up his spine. Kacchan smacking his hand away, over and over again, until he didn't anymore. And then, there was no hand left to hold. He grabbed onto Katsuki's hand harder than he had intended to, but he desperately needed to be grounded. Katsuki lifted him up, and Izuku was impressed with how much stronger he had gotten. Katsuki must have trained here a lot to have been able to gain the strength that he seems to have now. "It's good to see you again, Midoriya-kun. Are you doing all right?" He wasn't, but Izuku was pretty sure everybody knew that. After all, no one could immediately be okay after coming from what he just did. In response, Izuku shrugs. "I'm doing okay. How are you? It's been so long." He knew that Asa caught on to change of direction in the conversation, but thankfully she didn't address it. "Better now that I know you're safe. It's good to see you again, kid." "You too." Asa nodded before looking in the direction of the older Bakugus. "I'm going to talk with your parents for a bit. I trust the both of you to be responsible." With that, she started walking over to where Masaru and Mistuki were standing, waving a quick goodbye. "Deku, let's spar." Without giving any words of confirmation, Izuku swung around and raised his right foot up, aiming for Katsuki's side. Even though the blonde had a couple of inches on him, Izuku was flexible and fast. Plus, it's not like he hadn't gone up against people twice his size before. To his delight, Katsuki blocked it with his hand. He was just about to grab onto Izuku's leg with his other hand when Izuku reached over and grabbed his hand, flipping him onto the mat. The small ache in his back was briskly forgotten once he heard Izuku's laughter. It reminded him of a cool, gentle breeze on a hot summer day. It was quiet, just like the summer wind, but it existed. It was there, ringing in Katsuki's ears wonderfully. Izuku's cloud-like giggles brought out his own thunderous laughter. They fed on each other's happiness, making it seem never-ending. It was the most joyful Katsuki has been since his friend went missing, and by time they were done with their giggle fest, tears were streaming down faces and stomachs ached. Izuku soon sat on the mat close to Katsuki. Just close enough for their shoulders to be touching. Neither said anything, content on observing the other people in the studio. Not meaning to do it on purpose, Izuku's ears caught on to the Bakugu's and Ace's conversation and wasn't able to ignore it. He couldn't. Not when they were talking about him. "How is he doing?" Asa questioned. He tried to block the spike of irritation bubbling in his stomach at that question. Didn't she already ask him that? Why couldn't she just take his word for it and leave it alone? "I don't know, and it makes me so angry. He shouldn't be this good at whatever he's doing. He's acting like nothing is wrong. That he didn't just go through something effed up." Masaru didn't say anything, but Izuku was sure he was nodding along. "I'm sure he just needs some time." He hated how everyone assumed that time fixed everything. How ironic is that? And they had infinite amounts of it. The fact was that in the time it takes to blink, everything can be stolen from you. That's how fragile life and every other thing was. Nothing is unbreakable. Nerd. Izuku's downward spiral took a halt at Katsuki's voice. He turned his head to make eye contact with ruby eyes that were swirling in barely concealed concern. "Do you think Uncle and Auntie would let us get some ice cream?" In all honesty, he wasn't feeling that hungry, but he really missed getting ice cream, the same exact place, same exact flavor, with Katsuki. Plus, this would help get his mind off of things. The smirk that took over half of his friend's face made it 100 times more worth it. Katsuki didn't even need to say anything and they were already running towards his parents. It was only a few seconds later and they were standing in front of Mistuki and Tvasu. Asa left a few minutes prior to help some students. "Can we get some ice cream at that one place?" It was Izuku's idea. The greenette started twiddling with his thumbs at being called out. We don't have to, of course. It was just an idea and I totally understand if we can't, but I just thought it would be fun since Kacchan and I haven't gone there in a while. His mumbling was cut off by Masaru ruffling his hair. Sure, why not? Let's get some ice cream. Izuku wasn't sure if Katsuki was asleep yet or not, but his thoughts were spinning and he was afraid that if he snuck out in the state he was in, trouble would catch up to him like it always does. Kacchan. They were sharing his bed again, both still having the reminiscent feeling of homesickness from not seeing each other for so long. Katsuki hummed in response as he opened his eyes to meet Izuku's, even though he couldn't see them. Sorry, did I wake you? They both rolled over to face one another. Their eyes adjust to the darkness, Izuku's more so. While Katsuki could see his outline and the most noticeable features, Izuku could see him with as much detail as he did during the day. No, you didn't. What is it? The time traveler moves to his back to stare at the ceiling. There was a boy I met at the arena. He wasn't able to get his mind off of Tamura and what might be happening in his life right now. What they could have been doing if everything had gone the way it should have. What about him? He was my cellmate, only a couple years older than us. Without him, things would have been a lot more difficult. Katsuki didn't know what the nerd was going on about, but he knew it was important. This being the first time he's ever talked about the arena. He decides to gently push him to talk more about this boy. What was he like? Moody, was Izuku's first thought. It made Katsuki snort at the fast answer. Sarcastic and always knew how to push my buttons. He was cold, but once I got to know him I realized that he was just afraid to trust. Izuku's voice cracked at the end, his throat heavy from the trapped sob. Tamura trusted me. He trusted me so much. Just as much as I trusted him. Yet I let him slip through my fingers. He buried himself into Katsuki's chest, trying to get his breathing under control. You're going to see him again. I just know it. Izuku didn't doubt Katsuki for a second. Something about how he had said those words were so reassuring and truthful that he couldn't not believe him. He was like my brother. I wanted him to stay with us so he could finally get a real family, you know? I wanted to introduce him to you, too. Although, I don't think you two would get along so well. He lightly chuckled at the thought of their two brash behaviors clashing. It would be a disaster that Izuku wasn't too keen on dealing with. Ah, and why is that, nerd? I can get along with anyone. The reaction only made Izuku laugh more, and that was all Katsuki needed. He wished that Izuku could just smile forever, but Katsuki was content taking all the chances he could get to make his best friend smile and laugh. Now get to sleep, Izu. It's late and you need as much of it as you can get. Izuku begrudgingly nodded. Good night, Kacchan. Then his eyes were slipping close and the need to sleep clung onto him, refusing to let go until he fully succumbed to it. The rest of the week passed by relatively smoothly. Most nights he would sneak off and go outside to let air fill his lungs and stretch his restless body. He got to see the detective and hero again, solidifying the idea of being homeschooled for a year before going back. Izuku is even going to be able to see Hisashi and Namuri in the upcoming weeks, something that he's really excited for. Today was the day of his first therapy session. In all honesty, Izuku didn't understand the big deal of having to go. Half of the stuff that was wrong with him he couldn't even talk about, especially to some person who he's never met before. Yes, he was irritated that he would have to talk to a stranger about his problems, but the sooner they claimed him as better or healed, the better. The four of them sat in the waiting room with tense shoulders. Izuku with a scowl he wasn't even tempting to hide. None of them thought about addressing it. Already trying and failing at bringing some positivity into therapy. Midoriya Izuku? Hi. A lady with a stone-gray pixie cut and professional attire greets. She appears to be nice and open, but Izuku doesn't let his guard down. She has given him no reason to trust him. I'm your therapist, Dr. Shilin. It's really nice to meet you. You too. Izuku's voice isn't as kind as hers, but he can't bring himself to care. He's running on limited sleep and doesn't even want to be here in the first place. Do you want the Bakugus to come with us? Or would you rather have them stay here? Izuku's first response was to say no, but something his old teacher said to him made him rethink. Problem child, you need to let more people help you. Aizawa-sensei tells Izuku. His teacher found out about an injury he had tried to hide. But it wasn't that big of a deal. I didn't want to bother anyone. Izuku tries to ignore the frown barely etched onto Shuta's face and pushes down the fears, settling in his spine at the thought of upsetting his teacher. You wouldn't be bothering anyone. People care about you and are here to help you. In order to be the best, you're going to need to learn that no one, not even you, will be able to go through everything alone. Understand, kid? Yes, sensei. They can come with us. Probably going to find out someday, so might as well make it now. Shilin smiles again, and Izuku can't tell if it's fake or real. He decides that thinking about it will only make him feel more irritated than he already was. They walk into her office stiffly. Katsuki is right next to him and he brings some ease into his steps, but not by a lot. Her office is plain with grays and brown. A few couches on one end of the room with her desk and another chair in front of it and behind it on the other side. Midoriya, you can sit in front of my desk. Is it okay if you three sit in the back? I want Kacchan to sit next to me. The seat is big enough for the both of us. If that's okay. He adds quietly, not knowing how she would react to the request. Afraid of being declined since he needed someone familiar close to him while doing this. She smiles again. He doesn't know why she does that. Maybe it's to look more open or kind. Either way, she's only doing this because it's her job. Shilin wouldn't have bat a single eyelash at him if it weren't for the money she's making. It's true, and they both know it. That's fine by me. As long as it's okay with Bakugo. Katsuki thankfully nods and they walk up to the chair, sitting close enough that their shoulders are touching. Izuku absent-mindedly looks back at the people who've looked after them, and they send him a reassuring smile. He turns to face forward and makes sure to make eye contact with the lady. She isn't affected by the hard stare and settles her notes onto the desk with pen in hand. So, Midoriya, I'd like to get to know you first. I'll ask you questions about yourself, and you can ask anything you want to know about me as well. Remember, you can always skip a question if you do not wish to answer it. With a nod from Izuku, she continues. So do you have any hobbies? Something you enjoy doing? He doesn't nod anymore. Sometimes his hands itch to write in a notebook, but he can't do that anymore. It's too dangerous. Deadly even. Izuku has had to learn that the hard way. No. Not really. Maybe he should have said martial arts, but he doesn't really count that as a hobby but more like a necessity. He gives her a moment to write some random crap down before asking a question as well. What's your quirk? It's an empath quirk. It allows me to feel a small dose of another person's feeling after I get to know them. It's an interesting and useful quirk, specifically for this kind of work field. What about colors? Do you have a favorite? Izuku crosses his arms and slouches further into the chair, leaning slightly closer to the blonde. Ruby. He thinks for a moment before asking his next question. What makes you think that you're trustworthy? We both know you're just doing this for the money. He hears the sharp intake of breaths from the others in the room and hears the raise in heartbeat coming towards the doctor. Did he shock her? Maybe even spike some irritation? He's having fun with this game. Even though he knows he shouldn't be. You want to be a hero, right? You didn't answer my question. That stupid smile is still plastered onto her face and calculations run through his mind on how many times she had to practice that diamond smile in the mirror to make it unbreakable. If it was as many times as he had to do. You don't want to be a hero for fame or the money. You want to become one so you can save people. That's why I'm a therapist, so I can help people. The reasoning is a good one, but having mistrust in new adults, more specifically the ones he's never met before, is so ingrained into his mind that it refuses to leave. That still doesn't give me a reason to trust you. It was getting hard to keep his composure. Half of him was screaming at him to completely block everything out and pretend to be nothing, just for a little while. But he knew that this was supposed to help him. And God, did he need help? Let more people help you. Shilin must have noticed his internal battle because she kept quiet. Izuku's chest was burning from the lack of air, but with a soft nudge from Kacchan, he reminded himself to breathe again. First, can you please drop that smile? It's not doing any good in calming me down. Her face instantly turned into a neutral expression. Much better than that plastered smile that made Izuku want to scream. Thank you. Truth be told, Izuku wasn't ready to talk about the arena. It's only been a week since he's escaped and he still feels so detached from reality. It's a defense mechanism from the trauma, but knowing what it is doesn't make it any less enjoyable. He wasn't ready to talk about the violence, or the number on his back and splattered brains. He's not ready to talk about the night room and definitely not Madoka. He doesn't want anyone to know the 3 people he killed. Izuku doesn't think he'll ever want to talk about the lives he's taken. In either of the timelines. We don't have to talk about it yet, you know. This is your session, so you're free to talk about anything you want. Or nothing at all. It's probably the first soothing thing she said. The realization that he doesn't have to force words out makes it less stressful. Right now, Izuku just wants to get to know the person who's supposed to help him. He'll think about talking about the arena during another session. What's your favorite color? Weeks go by and the words that speak the truth about the arena are still caged. Most people say to start from the beginning, but what beginning are they talking about? Everybody has multiple, and Izuku has countless. He feels like a failure. He should be trying harder to talk to Shilin about the horrors he had endured, nothing before the arena. She can't know about that. No one can. Not yet. It's not the right time yet. It makes Izuku restless, and perhaps that's why he sneaks out for the second time since he escaped. Now being able to eat 3 small meals a day without getting sick, the greenette is more awake and energetic. Finally having fuel to add to the ever-growing determination to get stronger. The boy jumps out of the window like the wind and breathes. In the petrichor air. It's late at night and very few are awake. The heavy silence is music to his ears and that's all he needs to start his descent down the street. The slow walk fastens. His feet moving in front of another soundlessly and efficiently. The walking turns into jogging and the jogging turning into an all-out run. The sprinting continues for a mile, ending when he hears a harsh, panicked voice. A flashback of the day when he saw the lady all gray and shriveled up comes to mind. The only color standing out was the bright red on her stomach. By now, Izuku's legs are at a full stop. The voice is joined by one laced with anger and desperation. It's a man and he's dangerous. The tone of voice jump-starts Izuku's legs as he slowly makes his way to the alley. He peeks inside and sees a woman with a knife to a throat by a man twice her size. The man has tattoos covering his entire body. Even his fingernails are replaced by inky illustrations. It's unclear as to what he wants, but if Izuku had to guess going from the women's expensive-looking jewelry, it was money. Thankfully, the tattooed man is facing away from Izuku, making it all the much easier to sneak up on him. The thrill of adrenaline is once again being pumped through his veins. At times like these, he feels the most like himself. The orange-haired woman spots him, but before she can do anything to signify his arrival accidentally, he puts a finger to his lips. She's smart and doesn't so much as glance at his direction again. Izuku gets within reaching distance of the two and ball his right hand into a fist. Relying on his quirk to warn him about danger, he punches the man's knee pit. The leg collapses right from underneath the man, and he drops the knife in surprise. Taking his shock to his advantage, Izuku lunges for the knife and grabs onto it tightly. He won't use his quirk unless absolutely necessary. Not only is it illegal, but Izuku wants to be as unknown and mysterious as he can be. The bald man recovers faster than Izuku. He feels like Hato again, doesn't really know what to do with that, thought he would. His eyes are psychotic, but Izuku, Hato, is used to those eyes by now. Could even say that they're numb to it. Confidence surges through him as he shifts his body into a fighting stance. What he doesn't expect is for the snake on the man's arm to come alive, slithering down his arm and hissing ferociously at Hato. This is when the woman screams, and he hears footsteps running across rooftops. They're getting closer by the millisecond, so Izuku, he notices how Hato fades away into the back of his mind. No longer needed anymore. Decides to test his luck and flees around the corner of the alley. He peeks around to see that the man he heard was Eraserhead. The moment the hero lands his eyes on the tattooed man, is the moment the snake disappears back onto his arm. Knowing that Shoyuta wouldn't need any help with this, Izuku turns around and heads back to his home. During his walk back, Izuku realizes just how much he craves saving people again. It's only been a month since the arena, but saving has been long since ingrained into him. He wants to become Hato again, fighting and saving people in the shadows. It's a thought that sticks and refuses to leave like gum stuck to a shoe. A broken record that refuses to be fixed even when he's in bed with Kacchan. Izuku wants to go back and save more people, even if it was illegal. For the past few weeks, Izuku has been forced to live something akin to normalcy. But Izuku didn't do normalcy. He's never had the chance to. When Izuku was diagnosed as quirkless the first time, any chances of a customary life were stripped away from him. And like any other human, Izuku had learned to adjust. He made it ordinary. So now, when he was forced to act like the way he was now, it made him claustrophobic. Tonight, however, he finally got a chance to be a part of himself that had been locked away for the time being. Someday he will go back again and do what he did tonight. Only he wouldn't do it with anybody's help. I miss the fighting. It was the first time he had spoken about the arena to his therapist. Or to anyone really. She raised an eyebrow, but otherwise kept a neutral expression. Fighting? Do you want to elaborate on that? Izuku shakes his head. Not really. I just wanted someone else to know. Hey, did you know that animals can have quirks? He was feeling motivated today, and was determined to talk about the arena. I'm aware. He continues on with the subject. Well, there was one at the arena. I don't think Kacchan or Auntie and Uncle should be here for this, though. Izuku sends an apologetic look to Katsuki, who looks slightly irritated about being kicked out but otherwise doesn't say anything. He waves goodbye to them as they leave the office with a smile before letting it drop and turning back to face Shilin. I thought you wanted them to hear about this? She questions, but it doesn't sound accusing. I did, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized that it wasn't such a good idea. Kacchan's too young, and Auntie and Uncle might overreact. She nods before gesturing to him to continue. His name was Demetrius. He was a giant man-eating hound. Probably the size of this room. Izuku notices how Shilin pales at the imagery he was laying out for her, and he tries to ignore how the claw-shaped scar on his shoulder aches as he starts again. One time, a man was yelling at the boss. Well, let's just say he got punished and I never saw him again. He doesn't count the spattered blood and fingers he saw, and doesn't really want to mention it either. Did you know his name? Izuku angrily shakes his head and scowls. No. Never take your name for granted. It should be something you hold close to your heart, and never let it be taken away from you. He had taken the right to have a name for granted, and having it taped away from him felt wrong and empty. He was glad he could be called Izuku again. The session was more tiring than he thought it would be, but a little exhaustion didn't stop the excitement for what's to come. Today, Izuku was finally going to meet with Kayama and Yamada again. They were coming by the house with Aizawa and some mysterious guest. Not knowing who the person was made him nervous, but he also trusted these adults with his life. It was close to the time that they would be arriving and he was buzzing with uncontained eagerness. He wished Kacchan was here and not at school. His presence always made things better, and Midoriya would have loved to introduce him to more of his future teachers. Maybe some other day. Izuku can wait. He can always wait. While he was waiting for them to arrive, he along with the older Bakugus were watching TV in the living room. It was peaceful and quiet with the faint buzz of the television. The quiet was soon broken, however, when Masaru decided to speak. So, did everything go well during your therapy session? It was fine. Nothing too special. Sorry that I kicked you out. He did feel a little guilty about shoving them out, but he was afraid that they would treat him like glass. But Izuku wasn't glass. Glass can break, and he doesn't have the option to do that. Mitsuki dismissively waves him off. Oh, don't worry about that, Zuzu. It's completely fine. Just about as they were going to continue to talk, they heard a knock from the door. Scrambling to get up, Izuku ran over to the door and opened it. He smiled as he saw Hisashi, Shoyuta, and Namuri. Then his eyes landed on someone he hadn't expected to see for a very long time. Principal Nizu? Ah, Midoriya-kun. It's so nice to see you in person. the being says as he clasps his hands together. I've heard so much about you, and I wanted to ask you something. But first, there's a few people who are excited to see you. Izuku can't do much but look at the principal in shock before directing his gaze at the other heroes. His stomach flutters in warmth at seeing the people who have saved him far too many times to count. More than they would ever know. Little listener, it's so good to see you again. Hizashi's smile is as bright and loud as his voice. Izuku can tell by the twitch of his hands that he's holding back from crushing the life out of Izuku with a hug. Nomuri doesn't even bother to hold back. It's been so long. How have you been, Zuku? Wait, is it okay if I call you that? He can barely manage to nod, and Nomuri squeals while squeezing all his air out of his lungs before finally letting him breathe again. It doesn't take long for Izuku to collect himself. It's nice seeing all of you again, and it's nice meeting you, Mr. Nizu. You're all welcome in. He opens the door wider to let the four come in, Aizawa ruffling his hair affectionately when he walks past him. Mitsuki and Masaru greet them before they all sit on the couches. Thank you again for saving me. I'd probably be dead or still rotting in the arena if it weren't for you. The concept of death shouldn't be that easy for a 7-year-old, and Izuku almost feels bad for making them wince. Not quite, but almost. Oh kid, we'll always be there to help you. You don't need to thank us. Izuku is glad that present Mike still has that fatherly kindness to him even now. You'll probably be seeing us a lot more often. I don't know if you've noticed, but everyone's taken a liking to you. Even show you to here. Yamada nudges Aizawa playfully and winks. It makes Izuku grow flustered and giggle at the same time. He doesn't think he'll ever get used to having adults like him and care for him. Not when so many of them have let him down. So, Mr. Nizu, what did you want from me? Nizu smirks, and everybody but Izuku visibly shivers from it. Izuku had never been scared of Nizu or his intelligence. He's amazed by it. You're the one who articulated the escape plan, am I correct? The sparkle in his eyes grows into a sharp glint as Izuku nods. I guess so. I had lots of help though. A cackle escapes the being's throat, and the tense air the adults are bringing about is annoying Izuku. There's no reason to be afraid of the principle of UA. It's illogical. Out of nowhere, Nizu pulls out a chessboard. It's fancy, and Izuku knew just by looking at it that it cost an unnecessary amount of money. Well, Midoriya-kun, let's play some chess, shall we? Izuku, to the surprise of himself and everybody in the room, besides Nizu. Because Nizu knows, and knows until he doesn't know what he doesn't know, he wins. He looks up from the chessboard to see Nizu staring at him with a smirk that shows his fangs. Izuku didn't even know he had any fangs. They look so cool. No one has beaten me in a game of chess in a very, very long time, Midoriya-kun. The boy shrugs, missing the gapping looks the teachers are giving him. It must have just been luck. Besides, it's just a game. A pretty simple one at that. Trust me when I say this, problem child. That wasn't luck. Nizu pulls up tea seemingly out of nowhere and sips out of it while cackling. Izuku and the heroes aren't fazed by this. Both have witnessed the principal's addiction for tea firsthand, but the Bakugus weren't faring so well. Their faces were pale in a way that was almost comical, and even Mitsuki looked at a loss of words. A snicker escaped Izuku before he had a chance to hide it, but thankfully no one noticed. Except for maybe Nizu, who only started to laugh longer. Getting straight to the point, I want you to become my private student. I'll teach you things no one would think to teach you at your age, or any age dash, and depending on what you want and your potential, you'll be guaranteed a spot at UA when you're old enough. Izuku thought that if this was the first time, he would have immediately said yes. The thing is, if this was the last timeline, Izuku wouldn't have this chance. Sure, he was smarter than the average kid his age back then, but nowhere near this level of education. The problem with having this proposition now was that Izuku wasn't planning on sticking around here for long. Soon, something will lead him away and he'll have to leave. Being with Nizu will heighten the chances of getting caught, plus it would be a waste of the being's time if one day Izuku just up and left. So he had to say no, but maybe he could still ask for something. He shakes his head and Izuku actually sees Nizu's face flash with disappointment. I'm sorry, but I can't accept your offer. However, would it be okay if I accepted it at a later date? I want to take the entrance exam without any guarantees as well. It's not fair to everybody else and I need to prove myself that I'm good enough to be a hero. Nizu sighs and takes another sip of coffee. Very well. How late are we talking about? 14. There's one more thing, and I understand if you refuse to give me this. But I need your trust. Interest perks throughout the room, but Izuku doesn't move his eyes from Nizu. 7 years from now. I suppose I can wait. And why are you asking for my trust? That is a very hard thing to gain. Izuku can't say, and he has a feeling Nizu knows he can't. Neither says anything for a long time, but Nizu must see something in him that makes him understand. You have my trust. Whoa, that's easily. Zuku, you really are a special kid. Midnight burst out with excitement and thank you, Nizu. I promise you won't regret it. I'm sure I won't. Soon it's time for them to go. Hisashi tells him that someday he'll have to show Izuku around UA. Only if Kacchan gets to come. Was Izuku's response. Hisashi didn't even need to think about it before accepting Izuku's condition. This time, Yamada hugged Izuku with no hesitation, picking him up off the ground for a short second. See you soon, kid. Aizawa yet again ruffles his hair. Izuku won't even deny the fact that he might have leaned into the touch. See ya, Izuku. Make sure to come and see me when you visit U.A. Midnight yells as she hops out the door with a beaming smile. I hope to see you soon, Midoriya-kun. Izuku nods and smiles brightly. Thank you for coming over. See you guys soon. When the door shuts, Izuku is met with curious stares by Auntie and Uncle. They were both strangely quiet throughout the whole visit. It made him kind of worried for Mitsuki since she was rarely this silent. Are you guys okay? The questions seemed to break their silent state, both looking like they wanted to say something. Mitsuki was the first person who spoke. Why didn't you take up Nizu-san's offer? I'm surprised you didn't say yes. Masuaru nods along with Mitsuki. Yeah, I'm surprised too. I just don't think I'm ready yet. Although he could have told Nizu about how he was a time traveler right now, something about that didn't sit right with him. Izuku knew in his gut that he would need to wait until he at least had one for all first. Starting the final battle right now, it wouldn't go correctly. It was instinct, and over the years Izuku has learned to trust his instinct above all else. It was the same day. Katsuki and Izuku decided to hang out at the park together and try to find the log that was over the river. Katsuki has never been there before, so Izuku wanted to show him the log that holds so much meaning. A beginning to a story Katsuki will never know. They were just starting to walk into the woods when Izuku saw it. It was a glimpse of red and white hair. Instantly, Izuku stopped walking and zeroed onto the familiar head of hair. Katsuki was holding his hand and stopped right after Izuku did and looked at him curiously. Why did we stop? That boy over there. Izuku points at the boy who has to be a younger version of Todoroki. He looks lonely. We should invite him to come and play with us. Kacchan pouts. Why? We don't need him. He might need us. Besides, the more the merrier. Izuku grabs onto Bakugo's hand again and starts to drag him towards Todoroki. He slightly frowns at the burn scar on his past friend's face. It looks newer, probably less than a year. They walk right up to him and Izuku gives the boy the biggest smile he can muster. Hello there. My name is Midoriya Izuku, and he's Bakugo Katsuki. What's your name? Midoriya slightly winces at the coldness in Shudo's eyes. It's just like the beginning of UA. Todoroki Shudo. What do you want? It's obvious that he's trying to sound rude, but Izuku doesn't care. I was wondering if you wanted to join Kacchan and I. We were going to go into the woods if you're interested. Of course you don't have to if you don't want to, I just thought you looked kind of lonely and could use some friends, but really, you don't have to dash. Come on, Vode. He clearly doesn't want to play with us. Katsuki says as he starts dragging Izuku away from Shudo. Why? Upon hearing Todoroki's voice, Izuku digs his heels into the ground and stops Kacchan from dragging him away. What did you say? Shudo looks up in surprise, most likely due to thinking he wouldn't be heard. Izuku makes sure to make direct eye contact with the heterochromic boy, not looking at his fresh scar or the bruises on his arms. No, he was looking at Todoroki. Listening to him. Don't you think I'm ugly? My scar is gross and it's impossible to not stare at it. Why would you even want to play with me? He looks like he's on the verge of tears, but Todoroki has always been a master at keeping a neutral face, so only a trained eye would catch the extra water in his eyes. Izuku smiles again. We don't care about your scar. Right, Kacchan? He turns to look at Katsuki with a look that clearly says, say anything mean and you'll regret it. The blonde gulps and nods his head. Yeah, who cares what people think of your scar? Everybody gets them. Izuku turns back to Todoroki, who's starting to look more hopeful. Yeah. Besides, I have lots of scars. See? He shows Shoyuta the electricity scar on his palm and the one he got on his leg when somebody tried to shoot an arrow at him. I have more, and they don't bother me. Except for the branding one, but Shudo doesn't need to know that. They prove that I've survived. Todoroki, your scar shows how strong you are. With that, Todoroki's eyes start to show some light in them. A small smile grows on his face and he stands up. Well, I guess I could join you too for a tiny bit. Izuku turned and started to run towards the forest, waving his hand to motion for his two friends to follow. They all ran, sharing giggles and smiles as they went. Great. Let's go then. They were all sitting on the log. Izuku is in the middle of the other two young boys. Todoroki had just told them about the events that had occurred that resulted in boiled water poured over his face. While already hearing and knowing the story, it was still fresh to Izuku. It raised fury in him every time he heard about what one of his close friends had to go through so early on. I'm not mad at my mom. It's my father. I'm going to be a hero and only use my ice to spite him. Shudo announced confidently. All Izuku saw was a kid trying to deny a part of himself. He wasn't going to spite his father. All Todoroki was going to do was become more closed off to everybody. Even himself. Hell yeah. I would be mad at him too. I am mad at him. I've never liked that Endeavor guy anyway. Bakugo, we should team up and conspire against my father. Will you join us, Midoriya-kun? He almost forgot how funny Todoroki could be, and how serious he is while being comical. It was refreshing in a weird sort of way. Maybe someday. One thing I don't get is why you're denying a part of yourself. That won't do any good for you, trust me. I mean, it is your power, right? No one else's. He hears Shudo's breath hitch at Izuku's ever-so-famous words. He optimizes that saying this now will have the same effect it did when they were older. Todoroki remains blank-faced, while something clicks for Bakugo. The DMN nerd is right. You should be giving it your 100% if you're going to be a hero. If you weren't, it would be like spitting in everybody's faces and telling them you're better than them. It won't get you really far. Todoroki, Izuku says sternly. It must have shocked Shudo because he looks up at him, his eyes clearing slowly. If you don't use your full power, you will die. Holding yourself back won't only be a liability for everyone else, but for you as well. It was mean, especially for how young Shudo was now, but it was also necessary. Maybe if he started training both sides now, Shudo will be more ready for what's to come. Was it fed up to condition kids that have barely tasted life for a possible all-out war? To us. Wasn't it the same, though? They had to go to war at 16 to 17 years old. They had to endure trauma after trauma with little training. And that didn't go so well. So isn't it better to secretly start training them? Even if it's just a tiny bit? Although Izuku will fight tooth and nail to make sure they don't have to fight. Class 1A doesn't need to witness the same things twice. He hoped they won't have to fight, but that won't mean they will. You're smart. Do you have some intelligence, Quirk? Todoroki is listening to him, even if he doesn't explicitly say it. That's all Izuku can ask for. The power of listening can move cities of people, but most importantly, it can help change Todoroki's mindset. Katsuki laughs. Actually laughs. It startles the birds from the trees and the previously croaking frogs quiet. Izuku joins in as well. Mostly because Katsuki has always had that effect on him, not because of the question. No, it's not. Thank you. I take it you'll think about what I said. Shudo nods, albeit a little reluctantly. Good. That's all I can ask for. Listen to the nerd. He may be a klutz, but he has a big brain. If he gives you advice, then take it. Todoroki doesn't give any response towards Bakugo, and the blonde almost looks offended at that. Are you sure you don't have some intelligence, Quirk? Even at 8 years old, Shudo is still blunt and theoretical. It makes Izuku chuckle. I'm sure. Trust me, I was diagnosed quirkless a few years ago. For the first time, Midoriya feels slightly guilty about lying about having no quirk. Todoroki told him about his struggles with 2 quirks, and Katsuki would have been the first person to know. Kacchan never asked about if he ever gained a quirk during the arena, so Izuku never told him. Not like he would have anyway. Thinking about it, Izuku had never told Shudo in the last timeline that he was quirkless. It raises unstoppable anxiety in him at not knowing what his reaction would be. The fear of losing his friend or anyone close to him over the fact that he used to be quirkless haunted him all throughout his time at UA. Guess it never went away. Katsuki was tense as well. Probably mentally preparing to get into a fight if deemed necessary. Wow. So you are just some naturally mad genius. You would make a great member of the Take Endeavor Down squad. Soon, tears are streaming down both Izuku's and Katsuki's faces as they clutch their stomachs and laugh until they can't breathe. Shudo only stares confusingly at the two at the sudden laughter. Shudo liked these 2 boys, and the more he thought about it, the more he was okay with calling them his friends. Just like every day, the sun sets and it's time to part ways. Shudo stands with his sister while giving his last goodbyes to Midoriya and Bakugo. Todoroki almost feels sad about the sudden departure, but is mostly surprised when Midoriya notices. Don't worry, Todoroki-kun. We'll see each other again. Todoroki never asked about his scars, and to him it didn't really matter. It almost made talking to Izuku easier because he knew that he would understand him better than most. Bakugo was fun as well. Brash and easy to temper. He had a good time teasing him. Yeah. I'll try to listen to your advice, Midoriya-kun. In response, Izuku gives him a blinding smile that makes him feel reassured. I'll see you 2 Aegean sometime. Bye, Todoroki-kun. See ya, half and half. It was the best day Shudo had since before the incident. Izuku was spending another night out, making sure to cut it short since he and Kacchan are touring UA the next day. At least that was the plan before he caught a glimpse of a very familiar red scarf. It was ripped and frayed at the edges just like he remembered it to be, if not being a morsel cleaner. It was stupid to follow him, especially since Izuku didn't even know if he was the person he was thinking of. It was stupid and idiotic, but Izuku's legs still walked closer to where he saw a glimpse of the red scarf. It wasn't long until Izuku had a glistening knife to his throat, that being the only thing he needed in order to prove his hypothesis correct. He could hear him lick his lips, putting pressure on his neck to make its presence ever more clear. What are you doing out so late, little boy? Stain's voice was as dry as a desert, terrifyingly ratched. Before answering, Izuku grabbed the arm that was holding the knife and lifted it up and behind him, slipping the knife into his free hand while doing so. He didn't want to pose as a danger to Stain, so he tossed the knife back to Stain, who caught it swiftly. Just going out for a stroll. What about you? Looking to kill someone? Again, Stain liked his lips. Depends. Guess and you know how to up a good fight. An idea pops into Hato's head. Sure, he'll be alone again without his best friend. But this could work for the better. You could say that. But I'd benefit you a lot more if we work together. It's obvious you're a vigilante. He needed to start gaining allies. It was time Izuku stopped being blissful and continued his journey of changing history. It didn't matter if he wanted to or not. Losing Kacchan again will be more painful than a stab to the gut, but it has to be okay. Izuku will be able to see Katsuki again. Fate had them intertwined, so even if it seemed impossible at times, they will always be reunited. So you're an observant kid, but not that smart if you want to work with me. Tell me, how would I benefit? It was a question he was expecting to answer. You said it yourself, I'm observant. I also know how to analyze people in seconds. I can bring down whole gangs by ripping them apart using their own weaknesses. Not to mention that I look pretty innocent. I'd be good bait. And your quirk? I'd rather not tell anyone. Besides, it won't be of any use to you. I'm not planning on using it. After all, It's not illegal if I'm not using my quirk. It's silent for a moment. The loud choir of croaking frogs makes it non-sufferable. All of a sudden, Stain's eyes gleam dangerously. It would have been impressive if Izuku hadn't seen it in the future. Half of his face is overcome by a pointy smile. Hato knows he's won him over. My name is Stain. What's yours, kid? Hato matched his smile, but it probably wasn't as scary with his chubby cheeks. Hato. If you want this to happen, meet me here at exactly midnight tomorrow. Got it? He doesn't get a chance to answer before Stain disappears, not that it would matter either way. Izuku's eyes are just beginning to sting with exhaustion, and he supposes that he should head back by now. Swinging his hands behind his head, Izuku begins walking back to his temporary home, ignoring the strings being pulled at his heart. He had one more day with Kacchan, and he needed to make it count. Shoyuta picks up Izuku and Katsuki at around 9 in the morning. Both Katsuki and Aizawa are grumpy at having to be awake so early in the day. Both slouching in the car seats with Aizawa chugging a thermos filled with coffee and Katsuki grumbling inaudible sentences. Izuku, even with no sleep from the night prior, was full of energy, bouncing in his seat and talking non-stop. It could have been the first cup of coffee he's had in years that he somehow managed to sneak in, or visiting UA. The high school will always be a home to him and everyone in it. It had to be a big reason as to why he's still fighting. Yurare was his world. And then there was his Kacchan. His entire universe. Without him, Izuku wouldn't know what love was. That's why it hurts. Throbs and aches so much that he'll have to leave him again. Deku, how do you have so much energy? Katsuki grouches out. The kid's right, it's too early to be bouncing off walls. But it's UA. You should be just as excited as I am, Kacchan. He chooses not to tell them about his little intake of caffeine this morning. They don't have to know. Izuku snickers to himself about his little mischievousness. This seems to bring Katsuki out of his tired state, a fire growing in his eyes. Ian right. It's about time I wake up. He then proceeds to slap himself in the face. It leaves his 2 red handprints imprinted onto his cheeks, and while Izuku should have been worried, he instead thought it was absolutely hilarious. Hey, problem child. I've been meaning to ask you a question. Aizawa says as he shows a security guard his ID at the school gates. It was as big as he remembered, if not more so. Katsuki's mouth hung open in awe as he finally got to see his dream school in the flesh. To the blonde, it was everything he's dreamed of. The fact that Izuku was right next to him made it 100 times better. What is it? Did we meet before you got rescued? The question makes Izuku stiffen in his seat. Because no, they had never once crossed paths until the rescue, so why? Why would he be asking that question? It made him internally freak out for reasons that he didn't know. He shakes his head, and then realizes Aizawa wouldn't be able to see him. No. Why? They step out of the car, Katsuki practically jumps out of it, and start to head towards the building. Izuku and Katsuki take it in with sparkling eyes. Aizu, someday we'll get to go here every day. His voice was awe-inspired, laced with excitement for the upcoming future. Izuku smiled sadly at Katsuki. You just seemed familiar. Guess it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Something wasn't right with this. Aizawa never questions his instinct, and this definitely has something to do with his instinct. It sends Izuku into a near frenzy. The feeling he got way back during the beginning is coming back. There's still something missing. He hopes it comes back to him, and soon. Right as they enter the building, they are greeted by Nizu and a tall man with bright yellow hair. Eyes sunken in but brighter than the blue ocean. Izuku's face lights up at seeing Yagi, but a quiet part of his mind latches onto the information that he looks weaker and so much more tired than when he last saw him. Tashinori-san, do you remember me? My name is Midoriya Izuku and we met at the park a few years ago. It would make his entire day if Yagi remembered him from this time, because there was no way anyone could remember him or anything else from the other timeline, but he doubts the #1 hero would remember a short little encounter with a kid barely older than a toddler. Katsuki walks next to him curiously as Izuku looks at Yagi expectantly, and something must register to Tashinori since he smiles. Ah, young Midoriya. It's been so long. How have you been? I've been doing great. He chooses to ignore Aizawa's scuff in the background. This is my best friend, Kacchan. Hey old man. Only Deku can call me that. My real name is Bakugo Katsuki. Toshinori doesn't seem fazed by Katsuki's brashness. Nice to meet you, young Bakugo. He makes the bold movement to ruffle Katsuki's hair and winks at Izuku, who laughs quietly. Nizu claps his two paws together. I'm glad you've already met. Now let's get on with the tour. They're walking in the hallway. Katsuki, Yagi, and Aizawa in the front and Nizu and Izuku in the back. Izuku takes a deep breath, still not sure if what he's about to do is the right option. Mr. Nizu? He whispers so the others don't hear them. Yes, Midoriya-kun? He's glad that Nizu keeps his volume at a down low as well. Toshinori-san. He's injured, right? Oh my. He got hurt, didn't he? Nizu's plastered. Smile stretches into a manic grin. Izuku's shoulders hunch up, scared that he already revealed too much. Yes, he is. He's probably got another 15 years left as the symbol of peace. Izuku would have laughed at that. 15 years? 10 is stretching it. All Might's career ended the night he fought All for One for the second time. He died the third time he encountered the satanic villain. Oh, do you not believe me? He shrugs and glances down the familiar hallway where his class used to be. Is going to be, you're smart? 15 years is the best possible outcome. The world isn't fair enough to offer us another decade and a half of the symbol of peace. You should know this, Mr. Nizu. Izuku knew he was being disrespectful, but the truth wasn't always nice. He had a suspicion that the only reason Nizu said that was because in this world, he was only 8 years old. When the truth was that he had the brain of a 25-year-old. Nizu nods, but looks troubled, which is a rare expression to see on the hero's face. It doesn't bother Izuku much because he gets distracted by a huge metal door. It's a door that he's seen thousands of times and knows every little scratch and indent of it like the back of his hand. Katsuki looks behind him to see Izuku staring at it. Aizu, why are you staring at a door? He comes to stand right next to him and stares at the door. What's that? It's a classroom for the first-year hero students. I teach that class. Aizawa speaks with a rather monotonous voice. Kacchan, he turns his head to look at the blonde. We're going to be in this class together. I just know it. This is where they are going to reunite again. In a few years' time, they will be by each other's side again. They'll fight with and against each other, learn, and struggle together the moment they walk into this classroom. It doesn't take long for Katsuki to make up his mind. Yeah, this will be the class where we become the best hero duo ever. It was a child's dream. Yet Izuku believed it with all his heart. Yes, they would become the greatest hero duo. He was certain of it. They get to visit Present Mike and Midnight and even get to meet some other heroes. He sees Recovery Girl from the distance but doesn't make a move to introduce himself. Their relationship was always strained, to say the least. Yes, the heroine would get worried about him, but she also made it clear that she wouldn't treat him unless absolutely necessary on multiple occasions. After the sports festival was only one of many. Izuku cared for her. Of course he did, but that didn't make the decision to smile or grimace at the sight of her any easier. They were walking back to the entrance of the school, the tour now being over. Nizu hasn't spoken up about his little slip-up, if you could even call it that, and Izuku doubts he will. And to get time travel out of that one sentence, that one piece of knowledge? Well, even the principal would have a rather difficult time figuring that one out. So, young Midoriya, Yagi starts, what have you been up to these past couple of years? Everyone but Toshinori and Nizu grow tense, even Aizawa shows a hunch of his shoulders for a split second. Luckily, lying in situations like these has become easier than breathing. Oh, nothing special. Mostly focused on school right now. What about you, Toshinori-san? He switches the subject to Yagi smoothly and makes an attempt to ignore the look Katsuki is giving him, but he can't. So instead Izuku sends him a look himself, trying to convey that everything is okay. It seemed to do the trick, because Katsuki smiles and nods, grabbing onto his hand as they walk together. All Might coughs, obviously trying to come up with a lie of his own. Oh, I've been busy. I toured America not too long ago, so that was definitely an experience. I bet it was. A near-deadly experience. Before they leave, Izuku makes sure to give everyone hugs, making sure to give Yagi an extra long one. He won't see him until hopefully the slime accident, if that even happens, that is. Him going rogue with Stain, and wow, wasn't that a thought by itself? Ida would sure give him hell for it, might alter that event entirely. Remember our deal, Mr. Nizu? Nizu would be the only one to truly figure out where he disappeared, but only if he had the right clues to guide him along. Izuku would be working with the future hero killer, so having Nizu's trust to back him up is extremely important. The principal chuckles and takes a sip of his tea that appeared from absolutely nowhere. Why, of course I do. I will attend to uphold it. Izuku nods gratefully before going into Aizawa's car with Katsuki by his side. Not too long after they start driving, Katsuki's fight with sleep ends, soft snoring filling the car. Shoyuta looks calm, but Izuku glances at his hands holding tightly at the steering wheel. So tight that it turns his knuckles white. It's not long before the hero speaks, a rare worry covering his words. You're acting different. Tell me, what's going on, problem child? Sometimes, Aizawa's talent at observing is more of a curse than a blessing. Nothing's going on, Eraserhead-san. Just call me Aizawa, kid. Izuku nods even though he knows Aizawa can't see him. It's silent for a few moments before Izuku decides to add something. If anything happens, promise to look after Kacchan? Auntie and uncle too. Should his hands clench the wheel tighter than Izuku would think possible without breaking it. I can do that while looking after you too. Sorry, problem child, but you're stuck with me. Didn't you say that I was stuck with you? You can't leave. That'll be lying, and you said lying was illogical. He's crying. How is he crying? Izuku thought he ran out of all his tears a lifetime ago. His teacher smiles, and he smiles. Sorry, Izuku. You'll be okay, I promise. Like hell he was. Instead of crying, Izuku chuckles. Aizawa-sen, I can't be stuck with you forever. Wouldn't that be illogical? Maybe, but it isn't now. He can't laugh at that. It's late at night, even the birds are asleep. Izuku is still warm from his last dinner with his family. He so terribly wants to cling onto that warmth, but the longer he holds on the more painful it'll be to let go. He has to meet up with Stain in an hour, so he has 30 minutes to get everything laid out. Izuku already packed everything he needed in his brand new yellow backpack. It's not a lot. Clothes, safety, aid and some notebooks. Everything else he'll have to find along the way of this new adventure. Izuku gently hugs the sleeping form of his best friend and kisses his forehead before he could stop himself. It's then that the tears fall. He makes no move to wipe them away and lets the salty droplets fall quietly. He removes a letter from his pocket and places it on Katsuki's desk. It's simple and short, but it doesn't make it any less meaningful. Izuku begs his cursed luck that Kacchan won't hate him for this. He'll understand if he did. Izuku hates himself for leaving too. Pulling on his purple sweatshirt, it reminds him of Madoka's ruffled up hair. He takes a last look around the room that brought him the most comfort in 2 years. He takes his last breath as Izuku and jumps out the window. As soon as his feet hit the ground, he's Hato. Katsuki knew something was wrong before he opened his eyes. The dread was clawing at his chest, making everything feel dull but panicked at the same time. He almost didn't want to open his eyes, afraid of what the outcome would be. Katsuki doesn't fear, though. So he opens his eyes and regrets. The room is empty. It usually is since Deku always gets up earlier than him, but this is different. It's the kind of empty that was present when Izuku had been at the arena. Stale and cold. With Izuku here, the emptiness of his room was snug and warm. It made him panic himself out of his half-awake state. Tears were already gathering at the corner of his eyes at the mere thought of the situation that he hoped wasn't true. Getting increasingly frustrated with the blankets tangled around him, he rolled out of bed and crashed onto the ground. After finally getting detangled from the blankets that he almost blew up, Katsuki wildly looked around his room. He noticed how the yellow backpack next to his desk was nowhere to be seen, but most importantly, he noticed an envelope sitting on his desk. He runs over to it and tears the envelope open. His hands are mini earthquakes and his lips tremble with a heartbreak seconds away from happening. The handwriting is amazing and it's Izu's. Katsuki doesn't want to read in hopes of delaying reality for as long as possible, but his eyes are already devouring the two pretty words. Dear Kat, I'm not going to say much. The more I write, the more difficult it will be to leave. It's already going to be near impossible, so this is going to be short. I know you figured it out already. You're so incredibly smart, Kacchan, but being smart isn't always a good thing, is it? I'm saying goodbye. No, that's not right. I will never say goodbye to you, Kacchan. How about, see you later? Yeah, let's settle on that. I have a few things to take care of, but I promise someday I will tell you why. I'm sorry I can't give you a solid reason. World knows that you deserve at least that. Thank you for being there for me with every step I took. Could you thank Auntie and Uncle for me too? They've done so much, and I wish I could say it in person. Enjoy your childhood and have fun. There's plenty of great people who are waiting to meet you. Could I please be selfish and have a special place in your heart? Even when I'm gone. I know I don't deserve it, so I understand if you hate me. You can hate me, just please don't forget me. I have to go. Thank you, and I'm sorry. See you at UA. Izuku Deku Midoriya. Katsuki drops to his knees and silently sobs. He wants to tear up the paper or explode it. Make the evidence of his best friend's departure go up in smoke. He doesn't, because it's the only thing that proves that Izuku was here and that he's going to come back someday. Katsuki wants to hate him, and for a second he thinks he might. The thought burns away because it's impossible to hate the one person who can light up your day with a smile. That doesn't stop the acidic rage and hurt burn its way through his heart though. He's felt rage and sadness before. He's even felt remorse and loss, but this is unlike anything he's felt before. It's like someone ripped open a wound that was only just starting to heal. Before he could process what he was doing, Katsuki got up and ran outside. He ignored his parents' shouts, ignored the weird looks people gave him, he ignored everything. At least he tried to. The one thing he couldn't ignore was his heart breaking. What was Deku even thinking? Leaving Katsuki like that? They both knew that they needed each other, so why leave? He doesn't want to be alone again. Katsuki didn't return home until sunset. He was drained to the bone and ravenous, but he didn't want to eat or sleep. It didn't seem right. Nothing seemed right. Izuku was the one that filled his life with righteousness, and now his world was gray. Katsuki, where the hell have you been? You can't just run off like that, and where is Izuku? Mitsuki yelled out, dropping the knife she was using to cut up some vegetables. Masaru was sitting next to the counter looking at his son worriedly. Son, is everything all right? Katsuki couldn't form any words. Saying something out loud will only solidify the truth. He shook his head, frustrated that tears were already beginning to form for the 100th time that day. The frustration only guided the tears from his eyes until they came gushing out along with a choked-back sob. His parents came rushing towards him and quickly checked him over for any injuries. When they didn't find anything, they both turned to look directly into their son's eyes. Honey, you gotta tell us what's wrong. Where's Izu? The word came out cracked and ugly. Perfect to match the distasteful truth, Jigon. That was all they needed to hear. Aizawa didn't know what he was expecting when he got a call from Mitsuki, but it wasn't this. And God, it was probably the worst phone call he has ever had to endure. He didn't know what the DMN problem child was thinking. He never knew, but Shoyuta thought the kid was at least smart. Under any circumstances, how did running away come across as a good idea to the kid? It didn't make any sense, and the hero would be dead if he didn't find out why. Neither Hizashi or Nemuri were taking the news well, and he wasn't faring well either. All of them had a soft spot for the kid before they even met him, and all they wanted for Izuku was his safety. They were heroes for FS sake. Keeping him safe shouldn't be such a failure. Midoriya had to be somewhere, and Aizawa was certain that he would see him again. After all, the kid did say that he was going to UA. But that was too far away. A million tragic, gruesome things could happen just within the month, but 7 years? That is to say, if Midoriya was even alone. Shoyuta dug his fingers into hair and thumped his elbows on his desk. There would have to be some leads sooner or later, right? It's not like Izuku could go off to another country, but you never knew when it came to him. Damn it. Izuku looked at his reflection through the cracked mirror. He was wearing black cargo pants with his red platform shoes. A purple hoodie engulfed him. It was the same color as Madoka's hair. It was in perfect shape, yet he found it in a dumpster, and a black and red kitsune mask was clenched tightly in his hand. The abandoned warehouse he was in was icy and barren. The air was stiff with dust and spiderwebs, yet when Izuku took in a deep breath, it felt like he was being deprived of oxygen and was just now realizing it. He broke out of his stupor once his phone buzzed, signaling that it was time to get a move on. Hato put on his mask and took one last deep breath before jumping out of the open window and onto the roof. As he ran to his destination, Hato couldn't help but wonder what a sky full of stars would look like instead of it being filled with bustling city lights and smog. Flourishing under those stars felt like a fantasy that Hato wished he could flourish in. Once arriving at an alleyway, it was the same inn he fought in to save a foolish friend. What a coincidence! He jumped down from the roof with no fear in a single bone. Wait. Wasn't he always afraid? And landed perfectly. He wasn't surprised when a sword found its way next to his throat, glinting his reflection. Must you always put a sword to my throat when we meet? He voiced teasingly. The sword was put away and Hato turned to face Stain. Well, what if it wasn't you and an imposter? I would need to slit their throats before they even have a chance to breathe in my direction. You're paranoid. I'm surviving, and Hato couldn't exactly argue with that. Is everything still going according to plan? The plan was a chain of luck, yet unfortunate, events over the span of the last 2.5 weeks. The whole process was quite boring, but necessary. It was a repeat of tracking people down, spying, and gaining any reachable information, useful or not. They didn't even know if any of this was just a hoax or series of coincidences, and a part of Hato hoped it was. For if all of this was what he feared to be, it would only make things all the more tangled. It was the start of the Nomus. Or, at least that's what he has hypothesized. It wasn't even a hypothesis, and more of an intuitional guess, a gut feeling. And his gut never betrayed him, even when he wanted it to. Of course it is. It's not like they were planning a rescue mission or anything of the sorts. They were following cases of kidnappings, but if this all led to what he thought it was, then he would be surprised if there was even a body left to find. It wasn't right. Nothing about this society, this world was right. Where had the beauty gone? Was there even any to begin with? All of the victims were last seen with people wearing the same symbol, a purple print of a cheetah's head. The symbol was familiar. Izuku just couldn't remember. Just like everything else that has seemed so important. It was so excruciatingly irritating that it ached in his chest. Well, get your sheet and let's get a move on. Hato forced out a giggle, sounding so carefree. Yeah, whatever. It's only been 2 months since he ran away and things are already beginning to unfold to reveal more tangles.